Peace, y'all. Peace, everyone. Peace, all. All are welcome. And I appreciate everyone that is here, everyone that will tune in, chime in, and be here. And today I am sharing a different part of myself. And my intention is to be more relaxed, more here, more free in the moment, real time. Like no second guessing myself, no thinking forward, no preparing what I'm going to say because in some of my day, I'm really basically just doing my best to bring you all into my everyday everything. So, and also and to promote, support, enhance the reality that I have been, what's the word? I have been, it's been suggested to me to have a live, like a reality show of my life, like to go live about certain things and certain topics and times in my life. And I've been hesitant. I'm like, don't nobody want to. So yes, ma'am. Hold on, y'all, because this one's
okay. It is some. Do you have anything plugged up in here?
Hold up. Yeah, no, ma'am. Just my laptop. I just plugged in, and I'm live, so I don't know how much you want my audience to hear
about
what you about to say. I'm on a broadcast live. I can mute. No, we actually. I told them just now I'm coming. How I am. So they gonna hear my phone go off, which they just did. They don't even know it's you I'm talking to, so they didn't really even know. But yeah, so I'm all right. So for privacy reasons, I muted that conversation. But yes, as I was sharing and I'm continuing moving forward, my day is like I'm going to do this, but my day keeps going right now. So what I am doing now, I don't know what I want to do. I am setting up this title. I've not used the title in my videos in a while of time, but I'm going to do this right now. So yes, I'm going to have a title today. This is a Karmic Dynasty marathon. People, I'm taking this feedback and I'm just putting it into the plan. So I have a lot going on, as y'all can see. Most of you saying here, Metropolitan tuna salad. All right, water the plants. Make it happen, and I'll see you on that. Make it happen. I'll see you on that. Definitely. Peace to you all. Shariri L hashtag unoccupied Turtle Island. Her hashtag. Um, hashtag peace and love. Grand Royal. Hold on. Let me switch back. Grand Royal Risings, Royal Mother Matriarch, Grand Royal Risings family. Shariri L hashtag unoccupied Turtle Island. Her favorite video is the no panties on. Okay, I'm taking notes. I'm coming at y'all today for real, as I am. Notebook, because I ain't prepared. I just said I'm just gonna do it. Because the more I prepare, the more I ain't gonna be here. And of course, this is my first time doing this, so we gonna roll with it. So no panties on. The mother matriarch herself has requested. I'm gonna run that, play that for you. Now I don't know if there's gonna be like I play parts of videos or whole videos. I don't know yet what I'm doing. I'm free. FR. I'm freestyling. FR. I got that FR from my daughter, my third daughter, Kaya Bear, because I type it out for real, for real. And she's like, Mom, just type FR. So then I start saying it, FR. And she's like, what? She's like, no, Mom, you only supposed to use FR in text. I'm like, I'm saying it now, so it's whatever. Peace to the emperors, the empresses of this nation right here. This nation right here. Peace to you all. Peace to the little emperors, the little big empresses as well. Peace to you all. And that would be the bloodline, the lineage That includes Empress Lulu, Emperor QJ, Empress Gracie, and Emperor Quan. And the two royals that stand with them, that stand and guard them. I appreciate you all. Phones going, ringing now. This first video I'm going to share. All right. And also I am lining up guests through Sunday. So I got that to do. I have the Ramech Hebka, September 2023, to continue planning. I got notes to be taken. So I'm be behind the scenes doing that, as well as I'm in meetings with tax clients and or some other things going on while you all are comfortable with your snacks, your pen, paper, and all the other things, enjoying, checking in, chiming in, this on this marathon, this Karmic Dynasty first ever marathon I got going on. Okay. So first video is is my brother Nook Raw. Hold on, how he tell me? I've been calling him Nook Raw. Nook Raw, brother Nook Raw, and his E over B Nation, evidence over belief. He has been, and also in regards in court, because he is a promoter of our business efforts as business owners. So definitely check him out on Facebook. Here go his banner, and get in, message him so he can get y'all his group page. This is information right here. Also in regards and in correspondence in relation to collaboration of the preparation for the Ramech Hebka, the Soul Nation Expo, which will be in Atlanta, September 20th. We are looking for volunteers to assist us in this annual event. Myself, my sister Nuk Abha Marut, and my brother Nuk Ra. We are looking for volunteers. I thought I did something else. Hold on, y'all. Okay, there we go. So, and we were looking for someone to teach a business class. We have classes going on during this upcoming expo next year in all types of things planned: performances, appearances by others, classes, uh, libations, a brunch, all types of stuff. So, and I was like, well, because my brother, I'm gonna get used to calling him Nook Ra. He don't know too much about me, Joy Allen, and who I am and other things. So he's been slowly getting to know me. And I sent this video to him to show him and demonstrate, to exhibit, share, put out there my knowledge and my workings with businesses and supporting small businesses myself as he does. He promotes them. I support the startup of them through paperwork, filings, and all those other types. Right now, I'm going to share this video. I'm not sure how much, but I'm definitely going to get it started that I share with him. And this is the continuance of this marathon. I appreciate you all being here. Peace to you all. Let's get this done. Let's do this. And I'm going to test my sound as this starts out, because I'm going to mute my studio mic, because y'all will hear office conversations and things. And I need to make sure that the audio you're hearing is straight from YouTube, and that also there is no echo as well. Peace to my BFF, Kai Creatress. Peace, Kai. Peace. I am excellent. I'm peaceful. I promise y'all, before I started this live, I was feeling ick and icky. Yes, come in. I'm gonna mute them. All right, everyone. So change of plans in a day. And definitely changing location is about to happen. There. So I'm going to go ahead and start what I'm doing. I'm going to stop and recap, and I need to be in another location. So I'm going to run this right now for y'all. We'll re-up later. We will re-up later. Who else is talking to me right quick? My bad, y'all. Who else is right quick talking to me? Oh, she talking to Kai. All right. I'm out of here, out of the screen. Going to the YouTube, checking the sound. Stand by for me, y'all. Stand by. Going live. We're live.
Peace.
Peace.
Okay.
Ashe.
Islam.
Islam.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Arigato.
Arigato.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Jambo.
Jambo.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Rahubet.
Rahubet.
Oseo.
Oseo.
Halito.
Halito.
Que pasa.
Que pasa.
Well, you say que pasa, I say que paso. Sorry. Que paso.
Que pasa.
There we go. Whatever the greeting is in your respective language, I am your humble brother Crumb.
Whatever the greeting is, respective language, I am Joy Allen of the Memoirs of a Karmic Dynasty. And today I am here in the Crumb TV studio. And our humble brother Crumb will be interviewing me today on the, we had breakdown on the, what did we say it was?
The Negro Nightmare.
The Negro Nightmare. But what was it? The word on small business, not the breakdown. Oh, I'll be explaining. Decoding small business startups.
Absolutely.
The Negro Nightmare.
Right.
This is economic empowerment.
Indeed. Thank you so much for coming through. You came all the way from Indiana.
I did.
How was the drive?
The drive was beautiful. I enjoyed the scenery. The mountains were beautiful. The sun was out. Everything was great. When I got to Georgia, it started to rain. So I was like, oh, wow, for real, Georgia. But I'm glad to be here. I've seen a few magnolia trees already. That was on my to-do list. All right, have to switch up my sound. So, and as you see, commentary, I will be with the commentary throughout. So one point I forgot before I started this video, a brother asked me, I think this winter, Joy Allen, he said after his peaceful greetings, he said, Joy Allen, when was the last time somebody interviewed you? I was like, I don't think nobody interviewed me before. I just don't recall that. And of course, this winter, y'all know I was in Detroit. So I had my hands full for sure. So yeah, right now, yes, this is the last time I was interviewed right now that I can recall. And this was last year. No, this video was 2 years ago. 2 summers ago. Yeah, that's when this video was 2 summers ago. So that's when I was interviewed. To the brother who asked me that question, this is the interview. So he was speaking on, he was thinking of interviewing me. I'll be sure to get with him actually and follow up with him, making a note and get that done. So there my location right now it's been verified. I'll be switching locations. So for that reason, unless I could switch my Wi-Fi without interruption, this broadcast, this marathon will end for a short period of time till I get to my next location and recap. All right, y'all. So in the meantime, I'm going to share this video as I clean up to switch locations and make changes. And on that note, I'd be encouraged to use my mobile Wi-Fi all the time, but that's like next to near impossible. Definitely brainstorming on some adjustments for future reference in the event this would happen again. Peace to you all. Peace, 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 peace.
So all is peaceful, all is well.
Oh wow, I'm a little bit envious. I haven't seen any magnolias that I'm aware of, so I might have to put that on my list as well. Yes. So now that you're out here, I wanted to get you to talk about business. Mm-hmm. In terms of the Negro Nightmare, it's been so hard for us to get back to the time of the Black Wall Street. Mm-hmm. How can you add value to what our current plight is?
Well, currently, our plight would be what I would explain as the infancy stage and the adolescent stage of small business. We need to get to a maturity stage in our small businesses. And I don't like to use the term small in front of our businesses, so I'm going to not say that, but it's implied if you like to imply it.
Yeah, a small business for us is a lemonade stand. Small business for the Arab is 40 gas stations. Mm-hmm. So, yes. Anything under 500 employees is small business. Yes. So they got 400 employees. Mm-hmm. Yang Tiger Lily Squatting Dragon restaurant chain. Yes. All up and down New York, that's all small business.
Right.
But you and me, we get a little peanut shop.
Yes.
Selling little bags for 10 cents. And the government will give us a $100,000 loan to go to school. Mm-hmm. $100,000 loan for a house.
Yes.
But we can't get $10,000 for a small business loan.
No, but you can get one for a Cadillac.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
You can go into the house.
Yes.
Vacation.
Yes.
But no small business loan. You get $5,000, make it happen.
That's correct.
Okay, please continue. I'm sorry.
Do we want to share the master students first in the room? Responders, we have ancestors, Jane.
Ancestors, dope name.
We have Haru, Duke of the Great Just.
Please do.
And let's see.
Trifecta, the first three. So yes. Peace to everybody else in the building. Thank you for commenting. If you're in the building, more where joy adds value, add value to talk. Continue.
Over the
Absolutely. Nice as well. If you're on YouTube, smash this. Shout out to everybody on Facebook followers over there. So Racebook, yeah, your favorite racist.
What I want to do is, I have and the foundation of my from my time in the workforce as an employee, and I actually did that better, or if it was my business, I would do it like this. So what I did was I took the experiences and my own feedback, applied it to myself, and I did not put that energy into business. So with each business, it came as a result of those experiences. Now, now you would say, well, you have a business, so our humble brother one thing I do go for a short amount of time and get the money I need and dip.
Add value
Please
to that
do.
part. So now, biggest problems with our people is that we don't know how to or I want to say this one more time for the I know living check to check is um um
through this system a small business startup template, and I am that it's false, and also to share with you some tools, some study opportunities for you to know for yourself that is false, and for you to advance into your own businesses for yourself. So even if you have a business, you can do more with your business. There's always room for growth. So what I want to share with you is to have an open mind today, to work on clearing out as we go the crap that they have given you and replace it with a tool that we provide you today, or use the opportunity to again study for yourself and make it your own.
that's right.
So yeah, I would go to a job, to the plantation, and work long enough to get the small business. So that way I don't owe anybody any money. I don't so the loans Brother Crumb talked about with the interest and other things attached to that, as well as the contract time, I do not owe anybody any money when each business opens and as I proceed.
Now, people are new to this.
Mm-hmm.
So can you break that down for me real quick, please?
Okay. So the template, we know, and I'm going to share some of my experiences with you all. Everyone so if you have any questions, I'll answer that. I need I'll contact me on let me type my.
Now you're putting yourself way out there because
Yeah, don't contact Brother Crumb.
Right.
You can contact. Yeah, this is my mail right here. You can contact me on my Gmail. It's tnt@gmail.com. You can also contact me on my Facebook at Joy Allen. Send me a message, inbox me. That'd be great.
Now, I don't want to change the direction from. But I know what you're talking about. You got like any receipts or anything?
I have receipts and I brought them because I know some of y'all don't know me.
Well,
And I'm not good with people I don't know either.
Right.
And for the record, I dislike strongly salespeople. So I'm not here to sell you anything. And I strongly dislike liars. So I'm not here to sell you any falsehoods either. I'm bringing receipts. Somebody said,
cliche, but seriously.
Okay. Getting this job, I'm not sure what it's for. What I do know is I've made adjustments in my plan. I think yeah, I was thinking of leaving it running and accessing this from cell phone, but in my cell phone, I don't think I can function, operate the share screen. What I'm gonna do, how long this video? So what I'm gonna do is let's start another time if I'm not able to add on another video or get back to the location I'm at now. So that's what I'm going to stay. It is.
okay. Want to do is go to some of the false scripts that the system has made, which I think stumps some people and creates some self barriers or self sabotage. So first, what I want to explain is speaking. I have an accounting degree, so I'm familiar with the. I have worked at H&R Block. I'm a tax professional, and herein I became a manager, and I oh, so when they gave me a brand new store that year, so I marketed that store, I staffed that office, and we had a ribbon cutting ceremony. So that's where one of my first business came from there. To advanced that business, which is the tax business, I went to work for the Indiana Department of Revenue. So I'm familiar with the state tax inside and out, and not only individual tax, but I worked for the business side of the Indiana tax. And I actually helped set up the program for when everybody switched over to electronic. I helped set up that system for the electronic filing of tax returns for businesses. And then so not only did I go to the plantation to get startup money, I went to the plantation firsthand experience, and they pay me instead of me going to a school to learn some things.
Ooh.
So that's a tip also.
Shout out to Indiana doing big things out there. We can get a roll call real quick. Where's everybody at? Tell me what city and state you're in. Roll call, starting with Indiana. Big up to Indiana.
So then what I did for further advancement with my that tax business was I worked at the Internal Revenue Service. So I have experience with refunds, balance due, so of course payment arrangements, identity theft, all kinds of stuff. I can't even credits to your account. And also I want to say I am going to go more in detail one day with each topic that I'm covering today. Today is just going to be a general overview, so stay tuned for the specifics on each individual topic. And I'm also writing a book for small business. And so the tools you are getting today is just a snapshot of what will be in my book. And I plan to have that book done by the end of this year. So I left H&R Block. I left the IRS. I worked there. While I was there, I was an instructor, as well as I was an instructor when I was at H&R Block. And so for my tax business, I not only prepare tax returns, and people think when April comes, my business is done. My business is year round. As I tell people, the IRS does not close, so my office is year round. And I also teach tax classes there for my clients and I also I'm managing these comments, y'all. And I also recently took a course. It was a short course. Now this I paid for. It was a short course, and it was not a lot of money involved compared to what I'm making today. And I'm going to show you the receipts for that as well. I actually have the I-10, the temporary identification number for people who don't have social security numbers to file tax returns. I am a acceptance agent with the Internal Revenue Service.
That's right.
To process those applications for people who don't have and are not eligible for social security numbers.
Now, if I could, I just want to talk about that course that you took real quick. I was talking with Red Pill, and I think he was probably one of the bigger names I've been aligned with, and I told him I wasn't shocked that he had linked up with me because at that time I knew I had went to the next level, and he says to me, "Well, what gave you the indication that you went to the next level?" And I said, "I had finally started investing in myself."
Yes.
That's one of the things I do differently now. So versus buying $100 pair of Jordans, I'll buy $100 course on YouTube marketing, or how to build an Instagram brand, or I invest in my growth as a professional. And I think a lot of times us as melanated people, we don't groom or look at ourselves in that light as a developing professional, to where we would even invest in any type of growth and development.
Right. And we should. And that's one thing me and you had talked about, how our and I'm writing down as we go where we're supposed to be at, so we'll get back on topic.
Okay, great.
We had talked about how, well, you were talking about how when growing up, some of us are taught to go to a job, not to be a boss, have your own business. So that goes in alignment with what you're speaking about right now. You have to invest in yourself, not invest into the system and continue to keep them richer and their pockets full.
Yeah, we as Negroes, blacks, coloreds, coons, jiggables, porch monkeys, cotton pickers, moon creek, whatever you want to call us. We as a people have been taught to go to college, baby, so you can get a good job. Well, this is the thing. I'm not raising my children to go get a good job, because at the end of the day, they're going to invest in that company, and that company will never do for them what they would do for themselves. And I'm going to give you a case in point. So now, Donald Trump, because we talk about a good job, Donald Trump is the president. So now Donald Trump, he can't just make his son the president.
That's right.
His son got to go out there and on a campaign trail.
Yep.
Now, me, for Crumb TV, I can make my baby president.
Yep.
Because I'm a boss.
That's right.
But this is the thing, and you said this. A lot of the family, they not raising their babies to be bosses. Now, let's say they go to college and they get a good job and they're a boss. Can you explain that? If how can you be a boss but not be a boss?
You went to college and you have a job,
right?
And you're a boss. You're boss-ish.
You're boss-ish.
You're like a boss. You're not a boss.
You're not a boss. Trump is boss-ish.
Yes.
He's like Khalees, Nas's ex.
Yeah, he's a boss.
He's not a boss. He's just bossy.
Bossy.
Because, Crumb, why is Donald Trump not a boss? Because Donald Trump can't just make his son the boss.
That's right.
Me, I can make my son the boss. Because I call shots.
Yep.
Donald Trump don't call boss shots.
Right.
He's bossy. He's boss-ish. But he's not a certified OG Bobby Johnson.
That's right.
So now what we should be doing is saying our baby, college may or may not work for you based on your business aspirations. Are you going to college to further your business acumen, better start business, or just to make you someone who can be a high-paid house slave?
Yes.
I'm sorry, a house Negro.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Okay. So we have the master students sharing their locations.
Oh yeah. Shout out to the family.
Yeah. You want to hear the locations?
Not really,
Not
but
right
I'm so glad that you're sharing them and everybody can see them.
Oh, I didn't share them.
Okay, well, I'm so glad everybody's here.
Yeah, I lost. Okay, so moving on, we were talking about so I was sharing the receipts of my first business, which was the tax business.
Right.
And there's more. Actually, we have a a small PowerPoint. So I'll be sharing some of my actual documents to share with everyone the receipts.
Yeah, because I want to know how to get my business.
Yep. So first I want to share, we're going to go back to the finance. We was talking about that. So small business startup costs.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to share with everyone this false template. And we're going to talk about this. So when they give you the template for small business startup, and we have in there a brick and mortar. So we have your location, you have your utilities, for example. So gas, lights, cell phone bill, internet connection, water, maybe depends. And if you have, when you have a business, unless you're renting, if you own it, and even if you rent it, you have the insurance for the property. That's another one. And also a few other things. And I want to say that and those of you who are here and you are sharing your business startup and experience, you know that once you get started, actually need come to you. So is in that template, and I'm gonna share my experience today, and I'm gonna give you some resources to get rid of, disassociate with that false template that they've given us. So for example, I'm going to give you a resource right now. So for everyone, even if you have a business, it does not matter how long you've had the business. If you contact, I ain't gonna say if, when you contact,
That's right,
your local SBA, small administration in your state. Now, states, depending on your location, they have different ones. So find you.
every state has one.
Every state has one.
And it's so I can probably go on like Google and just type in Georgia SBA.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. And so what the SBA offers, and I'm sharing this with you all because I've done this myself and it works. And it was the same way I'm sharing with you all today. I've come into contact with people and I've been encouraging them while they're on their journey to business ownership. And I found that I was kind of the same thing. So I was creating a pamphlet, like a book, instead of keep repeating myself. So that's how I got here where I'm at now with this sharing part of myself. And, you know, I'm going from a pamphlet to putting it in a book because there's so much more that I'm learning, and we're going to continue. So yeah, Google SBA, the Small Business Administration in your state, and find your local one. So these are some things they offer. They offer a ton of things. It's a big umbrella. So there's a lot in there. So you will experience, your experience will be different from mine. You will tap into some resources that I didn't tap into because it was not specific to what my needs were. So, but here's some examples for you.
I don't know. I got needs. I need money.
The SBA offers free coaches, free business coaches. When I started out years ago, I had one business coach. Today, because of the growth of my businesses, I have 4 business coaches.
Oh wow, really?
And they all are free.
What do they do for you?
So what they'll do for you, we're gonna go into that too. So now what I want to share is when I first started out, I had 2 business coaches, not realizing they were in the same umbrella. So what I was able to do was say, well, no, I don't want to work with you. I just want to work with this person. You can switch out your business coaches. If it's somebody you don't work well with, you can get rid of them and get you another business coach. You can do that and get as many as you need. Now, the business coaches, they each have their own area. So they're subject matter experts. So you'll have to do like a general meeting. And then if whatever it is they cannot do, they know a business coach that can help you. So that's how you will end up with more than one coach possibly. Also what they do. So let's go back to the startup costs in brick and mortar. What they will do is help you scratch it off on your false template that the system gave you. They provide free office space. It's called an incubator site.
Oh, right. You know, Nipsey Hussle had one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, business incubator.
Yep. So what I crossed off my list, and when you cross off location and rent and all those other expenses, your startup cost goes down drastically. Especially when you don't have to pay utilities and insurance and all that other stuff.
What?
Drops.
So you got a place?
When I started out with them, they offered me 2 offices.
What?
For free.
Come on, somebody. White Jesus.
Now, honestly, I declined both of them, and I'm going to tell you why.
You got some explaining to do.
My target audience. Now, you must keep in mind when you have your own business, your target audience, that should be your primary focus, not yourself. There's primary focuses. Your target audience is one of them. So my target audience, like 80% of them ride the bus, the public transportation. And both locations offer public transportation, but one was in a not so well area. The other one was a a little ways away from the bus stop. And then I looked around. I was already in the process of looking, like we looked, and they brought me that information. I was like, that's cool. But I actually I'm aware of some other locations that fit my target audience. So I'm gonna continue to look. So while they were setting up the free offices for me, I actually came across an office space that not had one bus line running through there, but like I think 6 buses run through there.
Wow.
So that brings more of an audience and more people to my office.
Right.
And the second office that I end up getting myself had it had 3 bus lines going through there. Now, this is the thing. That information, like I said, when you start, as in life, things you manifest and how you speak and what you want to come to you will come to you. A lady came to me, a client of mine actually, and she shared with me, a tax client. She shared with me an office space she had found, and she told me this place had other offices available. So I went and looked, and this office space, close to $100 a month. All utilities are included. I don't pay but just that rent amount per month for that office space. So that office space is the one where you'll see in my videos, it's in the background. That's the space I'm speaking about. When I got there, those people could not accommodate the classroom space for another one of my businesses, which we'll talk about later. And so somebody, and so I went to visit her, and she said, yeah, I got a space. I'm rarely even there. You can have it. It was under $100 a month. And then when I considered all of the people that I would get at those 2 locations versus the 2 free offices, that's why I declined the 2 free offices, so I can reach more people. So coming out of my pocket a little bit was nothing compared to the amount of people I would be able to reach and help so that they could support their families better.
Wow, look at God.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he can't get you out of slavery, but he can save you a couple dollars here and there.
That's
I tell
right.
you what, you're blessed. So no, seriously, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
When you said the coaches and the SBA, I kind of scoffed at you. I'm like, oh my God, you know, what's this little whatever here and there? But you know, really helping you get into a place like that,
Yes.
I think that may be worth even me looking into. Now, granted, my little studio is here at the house. I can kind of walk around naked or do whatever, but just to have that professional element, because we are in the basement right now, and there's an annoying water heater down here. So if I can get into a professional space, I would really consider that a one-up. And I'd probably have to really consider it because for me, it would add travel, but it would still be the next level of professionalism and business development.
Right. And also what money cannot buy, well, it can, but you know, it's free. And that is networking. When you're in that office space, the incubator sites are there. The people that occupy that space, they have the experience. They've been in business for a while. So they're there to assist you. And a ton of resources come from them. And I received a ton of my resources from such people myself.
Wow.
You was gonna say something?
No, please.
Okay. So another thing, the Small Business Administration, they will list you on their website of businesses. And then you've been to some stores and you see they have that SBA sticker. So you'll get one of those you can put in your office, your business space. And also, what do they do? So after when you'll get listed on the site for I think a year. After that, you pay for membership. There's all type of membership after a year. Membership, what is the word?
First year free?
Yeah, first year free. All type of membership.
Dues?
No, perks.
Okay, perks.
Something
Yeah,
like that,
okay.
perks. So one of them is for my business. I'm going to talk about it later. They actually, no, let me start first. Let me go back. When you have a business coach, your SBA dues, your SBA fees are reduced because you have a business coach. So that's another advantage of having a free business coach, is when you want to take opportunities of SBA, is voluntary if you sign up and become a member and pay fees. So it's not something they force on you. It's not something they sell, pitch, and all that. They just offer it. If you want it, they assist you with going through the process. But one thing they're doing for me is when this one business, I'm waiting on the COVID to let all the people go back to work so that can go through. Because some of my paperwork has to still be processed through the state of Indiana, and the workers are not there. The SBA provides a launch party for free.
Okay.
So you'll have your networking opportunity there. People can come and you can invite your own guests, and you'll work with someone, with your coach, to set that up.
What is a launch party? It sounds awesome, you know.
So a launch party is where the SBA throws a party and they advertise it so that people who are interested in your business will come there, and then you can network with them and grow your business even at the party.
Wow. Yeah. Jump on that.
Yeah.
That's peaceful.
So, there's balloons and all, however you want to set it up.
Right.
But it's a celebration of your advancements.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And your accomplishments.
Yeah, shoot. At my joint, that's going to be hen dog. I'm just joking. I'm joking. No, but please continue.
Okay. So that was a finance. What else be on there? But yeah, check them out. They'll do some stuff for you.
SBA, Small Business Administration.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so for example, look, we're going to talk about the business that I meet with, and it is a technical school. And my technical school offers welding and forklift certification. So I am not a teacher. People ask me about that. I'm not a teacher. I just set up the business like my tax business, and I have contractors working for me and or employees. So that's why I have so much time to be on Crumb TV or Branch of Knowledge or my own channel, or a guest on other people's shows, and do also, and have my 7 grandchildren. I got time for all of that because I'm a boss. I create the jobs. I start the business. I create jobs and opportunities for people. And at the end of the day, I'm like, what do I do next? What do I do next?
Wow.
So I'm creating and sharing with people opportunities. So let's see, go for, the technical school, welding and forklift certification. Yeah. So I have instructors. And so the 2 office spaces that were given to me through the SBA was for that business. And let me see here. What else? Small business. Hold on, y'all. Navigating this broadcast studio. Okay, so I have instructors, I have locations, I have materials. This is another thing I did with my businesses. Again, I got the knowledge of it and the startup from being an employee there. So the experience of being somewhere is important to me. So what I did was I went and through the process that the students that goes through my technical school would go through, from the day that they start up to the day they receive their certification. So I had my instructors teach, and there's the MIG welding, TIG welding, and stick welding. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. And then with the material handling, that's what it's called, but it's called forklift material handling. So I learned the different forklifts, so I know how to drive those as well, operate those.
Well, if I could just change the gear just a tad bit. I know that when I went to Indiana, because you had brought me out there, our gratitude for that, you had showed me how you have really beat the system in terms of qualifying for certain things, because you're a veteran, because you're a woman, because you're a minority, because you have children or whatever like that. Can people advance based off some of these categories? I think they are. I don't know how that works. How can you talk more about that?
Yeah. And I'm going to share the receipts for those too.
Mm.
So yeah, when you contact SBA, you will so they have different programs. So I am a veteran, so I have veteran opportunities given to me as well. But you, even if you're not a veteran, you still have a ton of opportunities available to you. There are just some categories of your life, and when you talk to your coach will link you up with the programs that can assist you according to who you are individually.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so it's important for me as I go through these too.
You were telling me some of those things help you get government contracts.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about government contracting too.
Okay, sorry, let me back up.
So what I like to do is not just open up these businesses and put people to work. I like to go through the experience myself. So that's why I took the welding classes and I took the forklift classes, and I actually went through the enrollment process, so I know how they will interact with my staff. And so and on the way, when you do that, you'll see some rough edges that you need to smooth out when you go through the experience that the people who come into contact with your business will go through. So that's just a tip for everyone to think about doing that as well. Let's see. Can we look at some receipts?
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let me see what we got here.
Okay. So now when you start your own business, some people's like, okay, where do I start? How do I get in here? So which some people, depending on what your business is, and me and Brother Crumb, we talked about the difference between a hobby and a business.
That's true.
So we can talk about that as well if you all would like. And I share with him, with my tax background knowledge, that on the tax form, they have a line for hobbies, a tax line for hobbies, and they have a tax line they have a whole form for small business. So there's a difference between the two.
Let me just harp on that one real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the family out here, because when we're dealing with business, it is a Negro nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think we have I know we have a huge issue with how we do business.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of us conduct our business more so like a hobby.
Yes.
You know, somebody was telling me, they said, you know what the difference between a goal and a dream is? They said a dream is only in your head. A goal is something that you've written down. Until you write it down, you don't got no goals. You just talking in your mind, you going over things, you daydreaming, you dreaming, whatever like that. So now when the family goes to do their thing, they just do it not every day because plan A has to win. They just doing it because I'm bored.
Yeah.
This is what I do on my free time. Versus I live this, I eat this, I die this.
Right.
I don't have a plan B. My plan A is matter of fact, my business, my uncle started it for me. It was cleaning pools. Okay. And I didn't know how to swim. Went to the deep end. And he said, to work this business, you're going to have to learn how to swim. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to the YMCA. I'm going to take some classes. You know what Unc did, right? Unc, he just pushed me in the water. Ain't no plan B.
There's no plan B.
You either sink or you swim. And even though I didn't like that, I understood how to approach these things. You go in head first. Yes. Let me tell you this, because I said I wanted more feminine energy on Crumb TV, and this one sister, I wanted her to get on, but she was busy planning.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, plans are good, but let me tell you the difference between these two men. One man studied for 5 years. He got a degree. He studied for 5 years. And at the end of the 5 years, he got a degree and he was ready to go and do what the other man just did for 5 years.
Yeah.
at the end of those 5 years, who is in a better position? The man that did it for 5 years, or the one who studied and then just started after the 5 years of study?
The one who did it, the
So-
hands-on.
So, with that said, it's important to plan. It's important to study. It's
Mhm.
important to, draw and map out your next move.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, ain't nothing to it but to do it. There's
That's
only
right.
one way to learn how to drive.
That's right.
Keeping it mature in terms of
Mhm.
sex education. There's
Mhm.
only one way to educate yourself on sex. You can't teach a man how, these things have to be done. There's nothing to it but to do it. And I think a lot of times our people, we don't grab the bull by the horns. And I just want to say that part just to, just go into it,
Yeah.
seize the day.
Mhm.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And with that being said, with goals, one thing that my first business coach taught me was to declutter your mind. And it's important to write the things down, what you want to do, and to set dates, which Brother Crum mentioned as well. And then it allows more space in your head for other ideas.
Well, and the reason I talked about the set date part is because you said a lot of people approach you who want to start a business. And tell me the typical exchange.
Okay, so this is the script that we have been provided, and we're gonna work on rewriting our own script. So this is the script, and you all are familiar. Here we go. So there is this saying that we need to start our own businesses, and then some of us do, and then some of us say, "Oh, I'm starting my own business," just to be in the in crowd. You know what I mean? So they say, "I'm starting." So I say, "Okay, so what's holding you up? Where are you at?" And they say, "Well, I need a location." I'm like, "Oh, well, the SBA got free locations for you." "Oh, okay, well," and I say, "Well, what else is holding you up?" "Well, I just need some time. I need to get some things together." No, what you need to do is drop the procrastination, drop the excuses, and drop the BS, and just get to work. Just do it, like Crum said. Just get in there and do it.
Right. Absolutely. We talk so much crap about our children, pushing them out the nest, getting their first job and this and this and that, but nobody want to start their first business. We can sell hot plates Friday night after the club, have little socials at our houses, but we can never parlay those things into a restaurant. And I'm not saying never, because we do, but so too many of us have a hustle that has not been legitimized, that can perfectly easily be grown into something of worth, to where it can be passed down as a legacy to the children, to where we can have our classical Sanford and Sons again.
Yes. And also I did a live when I first started appearing on your channel when you gave me the show, and it was called Q&A Sum It Up Sunday. It's on Branch of Knowledge. And we were talking about small businesses in brief. We were talking about the fact that I would be covering this topic, which I'm doing today in part. And somebody said, "Well, I have a small business, but it's kind of hard working with our people, and our people don't respect me, and our people want a handout." And I share with them as politely as I could that you need to change your target audience. If you have people come into your business and they don't want to invest in you, they don't want to pay you your worth in your services, get rid of them. And I'm speaking from experience. And I'm also going to say not all money is good money. We know that saying as well. In my time with having my tax business, people come to me, they want a discount. They want can I have it free this year and I pay you next year? No, you're gonna pay me what the fees are, and or you can just leave my office.
Right.
And I look at them straight like this, and they get up and get out, or they pay me the fee, and they get their service. I've had a lot of people I've had to drop, and they don't care. The headache is not worth the headache to me, and it's not worth the money. I got other things that I have multiple streams of revenue. I'm not a material type person, so as long as I have my necessities, then I'm well in life. So I focus more on my cosmic currency, and I've gotten a lot of that through my business experience. So yeah, focus on your cosmic currency as well.
Cosmic currency, that's powerful.
Yeah,
That's
is.
That's righteous. That's
So
righteous.
cosmic currency would be an example of
well, let me just ask you to hold that
Mhm.
thought, because you said something previously I wanted to harp on.
mhm,
You know, the fact that we say our people don't support.
yeah.
I know that to be true. And I'm gonna tell you this.
mhm.
I want to give a shout out to all the master students. I appreciate all y'all. I love y'all. It's a good, faithful, I'll say 20 to 50.
Mhm.
It's a good, faithful 20 to 50 people who just really go hard for Crumb TV, and I'm just so grateful.
Mhm.
And I would say it's probably even 100 who, you know, they have my attention. I can appreciate them. But let me just say this by and large for the rest of the other 50-some thousand. You know, when we dealing with our people, talking about support a damn business, family, you don't support, you can't even hit the damn like button. Talking about supporting Black business.
That's right.
Y'all can't even hit the share button. Talking about support Black business. You know, I had said in a rap, as quick as a mouse click, I zoom on a broomstick. And you know, it was funny in terms of wordplay, but thinking about how quick it is, how easy it is, a nanosecond to just click the mouse to hit the like button.
Yes.
Yeah, we can't even do that.
You can't even click the like button.
So now
share the video.
We trying to get Black people to support Black business. We can't even share the videos.
Comment. Where is that? Comment,
We can't even
share.
hit it. You know, now this is the thing. And I know you're like, oh, well, Crumb is just saying something to get likes.
No.
To support your business, hey, well, Joy has a tax business.
Yeah.
What does it cost me as your brother? Well, I don't want to do no business with Joy. Fine. Don't do no business with me. Share my business page, jerk.
Yep. And pass out my business cards.
Pass out my business cards.
Yep. Yeah.
Fine. I sell Mercedes. You're not going to buy a Mercedes. But post my stuff on your page.
Right.
That don't cost you nothing. So now you could support Black business, melanated business, or any SBA small startup simply just by showing love.
Yep.
But you know, that's all I want to say. I just want to harp a little bit. Please continue.
Okay. So where was we at? We was talking about the finance. Oh, so I was going to share some of my personal expenses that I was able to cut out of my technical school financial template. So with the certifications for forklift and material handling and welding, there is OSHA training that is involved in that as well. So I have an OSHA instructor, but originally
occupational safety and hazard something.
Yeah. So originally though, it was a journey. So I was out looking for warehouse spaces for the material handling. I was looking for spaces for my welding classes, and then with welding, you know, there's with welding, you know, there's materials you need to weld with and all types of things. So first, as far as the OSHA instructor goes, I wanted my own OSHA instructor. So I was willing to get them trained. And also the first aid classes are necessary as well. And so then I needed mannequins and we need those certification cards. Also for classes, we need laptops, electronic devices, desktops, all of those type things. So what happened was I came across in the city of Indianapolis a welding school.
Oh, wow.
And the welding school has been there for 94 years. And the instructor has been there for 45 years, 46 now maybe. So all of my expense that I had in my what you call it? I keep saying template, but what is a projection? Your financial projections. So it going through with him, I was through that school, I was able to eliminate business costs. There was fire marshals involved with that. And there was insurance, all types of codes and things that was immediately eliminated. And all I have to do is pay the instructor to teach the classes. Just the instructor fee. And the same happened with the welding classes. Material handling. I was out looking for space to, so I was looking for forklift types. I was looking for if I wanted to have the batteries, there was batteries involved, all type of little stuff. But anyway, then you need a technician to come out for if one of the forklifts go down. All of that stuff was in my financial projection. And it all went away because I came across the same opportunity for the forklift material handling class, and I only have to pay the instructor. So there are some opportunities I just want to share that as we go, as you use these tools, you will come across your own opportunities for advancement as well, and eliminate a lot of those costs that you have projected for your business. Even again, it doesn't matter how long you've been in the business. There's always room to grow and cut some of those costs. I'm sure you wouldn't mind cutting a cost for your business. So we're going back to this receipt. So this is what I want to share. And I know this from working at the IRS, and I know it from obtaining my own for my businesses. So the EIN number, you can go to irs.gov and receive your EIN number there. Also, it takes probably less than 10 minutes to set it up, and immediately you will get this form on your screen, so you can save it to your USB. You can save it to your device, and or print it out at the time as well. And so your EIN number will be issued to you through the Department of Treasury, the Internal Revenue Service, and also you may have to get some paperwork on the state level as well. So check with your state and see what they say that you need for your business as well. Next, I'm going to share with you all, and we're actually going to close up here in a little bit. So we're going to go through these slides right quick. So I mentioned my with my tax business, I have an I-10 application. Well, I'm an acceptance agent for the I-10 application. So for those who do not have a social security number and are not eligible to have one, for filing tax returns, you will receive a number. So on here, I'm known as Joy Allen. And actually, my government name on my birth certificate is Tisha N. Thompson. Well, no, my social security card, Tisha N. Thompson. So that's me here in the middle. And my business listed on the IRS website. So if you got your pen and paper, there's my phone number to my office. You can contact me at that phone number. Let's see. And then let me find, hold on, y'all. Oh, so some books that I read along the way. The Energy Bus is a good book for you to read. It's by John Gordon. And also the E-Myth book, Revisited. So here's an example of business where you can advance. Michael wrote this book years ago, and it actually, he revisited the book. He rewrote it. He put it back out again for the next generation. So this same book is making money all over again. And so here's some receipts. So Cron, we talked about contracting. So with the state of Indiana, I am a broker, and there are 4 categories you can fit into. There's veteran, disabled veteran, minority, and women-owned business. So as a veteran, I did my application, went through the process. I hold this certification, and I am a broker with the state of Indiana. Also, with the city of Indianapolis, I have my minority women and my minority women business enterprise, and broker for welding. So what this does in brief is when contracts in the city and or state are up for bid, like highways or veterinarian hospitals, these certifications get you to the front of the line. So I have 3 of the 4. So these certifications get you ahead of the general public when they go into bid on projects with the city or state that you're in. And last here is another EIN and for a restaurant that I'm opening up. And it originally started out as soul food in my business plan. And that's another thing I want to say right quick. Get you a business plan. If you have one, it's never too late to edit it, go over it, revise it. And I create my own marketing materials. So when you create your own marketing materials, I would say a good source to not have to wreck your brain on flyers or brochures or business cards is go to your business plan, and everything you will need is right there.
Well, I want to thank you so much for even taking the time to do this. I know it's really hard because it seems like a lot of our people, we don't get it. We're more so consumers. We're not producers. We know how to spend money. It's really easy to spend money. It's hard to make it, so on and so forth. So this is much, much needed. Can you tell the people where they can find, I'm sorry, again, who you are and where they can find you at?
Yes, I'm Joy Allen. You can find me on Facebook. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at MK.
Peace, everyone. I am Alan of Karmic. Today, I am sharing. Hold up. Okay. Today, I am sharing the first of this zone, the T-shirt and no panties zone. Now, hold on. Before I go into how I came about this video, I'm going to start over peacefully. Halito, Rahubet, Islam, Assalamu alaikum, Ola, Udama Akeyor, Ashukwu Nuar, peace to everyone. And I am appreciating everyone who is here. I thank you, speak gratitude, appreciate you. If you're new to Karmic Dynasty, welcome to Karmic Dynasty. If you're following me, you already know I am on a hiatus. I'm not even here right now, but I'm here right now. So welcome. I am going to share how I got to this T-shirt and no panties zone. I do have a T-shirt here. I may put it on later. I'm not sure. We're going to see how it rolls because Karmic Dynasty is an unscripted platform. Unscripted. So we'll see. I might put this t-shirt on later. You know what I mean? I got the panties right here. We might roll with them too. Now, before I get to all that, let me share another banner and a comment, because this is going to be, if I needed to put it up here, the No Children's Zone today. I appreciate you all. Really, really. I've been getting ready for like a minute. Like, wow. All right, y'all. Peace, peace, peace. Now, peace to Kai Creatress. She speaks hi to all of y'all, and or peace, peace, peace from her YouTube channel. Peace to Michael Phoenix from his YouTube channel. I appreciate you being here. And actually, I am streaming to YouTube and Twitter only today, and the Twitter comments don't come through. So everyone here today is on YouTube, and I appreciate you all making the journey. I had to remove myself from Facebook. That's another story. Go in the in my YouTube channel in the videos and check out You've Got Mail. Check that out. Check that out. Check that out. All right, I'm gonna get comfortable. Do my best. Oh my goodness. All right, this is how I came to this video. Now, I'm gonna give y'all a few for right now. Peace, peace, Quantea, peace. Quantea, she speaks peace to everyone. Quantea, peace, Quantea, peace, Quantea. All right. Oh, Quantier, she's here from YouTube too as well. Peace and love to all. She's speaking peace and love. I appreciate everyone's energy. I appreciate those of you who are commenting. I appreciate those of you who shared the video out for me as I requested. And even if I didn't get a chance to request it, you're here. That'd be great. My moderators are not in here yet. I have one moderator. She's strict and stern on y'all sharing and stuff, but I've not seen her speak that piece lately. I'm going to speak it for her. She ain't in here right now. Now, where was I at? Peace to John's son from YouTube. Halito Joy and fam, peace. Halito to you. Halito, peace, peace. Woo, y'all rolling with me? I appreciate y'all rolling with me, because just the title alone, it popped up in my head during this moment. And then I've gotten crazy feedback. Now, I must say, y'all gonna see some things tonight that y'all have not seen on Karmic Dynasty before. It usually takes me a minute to start heating up. I've been hot for a little bit now. I've been hot since I posted the broadcast. Back to how I got to this. Now, I was in the presence of someone Yaki Awakened channel. They watched the Yaki Awakened channel. I was in their presence because y'all know I just be passing through sometimes. So I was in this person's presence. They was watching Yaki Awakened. Now, Yaki Awakened, his video that I'm going to share parts of, segments of, is in the description today. So go check out that full video in its entirety. Get your own knowledge, information, outlook, insight, put your input, however you manage that. I'm just going to share you bits and pieces. And I'm not even the expert. Besides that, I'm also going to share a personal journey at some point in the video with you all. I plan to share. And let's see. So this person was watching the Yaki Awaken video. And if you're looking in the description, you already see is mentioned talking about herpes. And I was hearing some stuff that I'm not familiar with herpes. I was ignorant at the time. I had a lot of stereotypes that the system built up on me. Now, I don't know what the system did to you and your mind and knowledge of herpes, but I'm sharing some things. If you've seen that video, you already know what you about to see. I'm, of course, about to discuss it from another perspective. For one, because I am Joy Allen, Karmic Dynasty, a full woman. You know, that was the man's perspective. He had there were women in the room, you know, but this is my presentation. And I have a lot to say. Not in no negative manner towards the brother at all. This is a jewel. It's an honor to be able to share this information here this evening. Now, if you see, so anyway, the person was watching the video and I was picking up words and phrases and knowledge. I was like, what? Herpes, what? Herpes did what? You get herpes how? You can get rid of herpes how? And I'm just like, well, now, okay, that's all I was gonna say. So in the description, it's there. If you look, this video was a year ago. As you all, some of you know, I have like stuff I need to share. But I have so much shared content. People come to the platform, want to share. I'm like, yeah, we can share. So I got my own content to share, y'all know, and this is one of them. And this is a recent one. So I have further back stuff to share. Anyway, this was a year ago, but I had to get some time for me and just wait and see how to approach this, because it's a touchy subject. There is some content in here. You're going to see some pictures, some images, and things. This is the no children zone. Parental advisory. Explicit content is the warning. Gratitude. So what happened was, in me, if you don't know, I'm going to tell you, I am one who is about that life that I speak. I couldn't come up here quite yet because I wasn't quite ready to even know what I was talking about. I still don't fully know, but I know enough to know to share my journey, to share with y'all was the what. Now, in the regards of prevention of herpes, while I was listening to his video, I was like these colors, I'm like, whoa. So that means I need on all white all the time. So that means these things close to my vagina with the colors, and right like in here, it get in here in the crotch. And sometimes we get those wedgies, ladies. Now, there are some people who is not a lady and a woman who wears these down. I ain't talking to y'all. I'm talking to the ladies right now. Gratitude. Now, I just can't imagine the colors running off up into my crotch. So I was like, hell no. No more panties. No panties. T-shirt. Now, this was before, and I had that song in my mind. Y'all know the song, T-shirt and no panties on. I ain't gonna sing for y'all today. I was like, this it. This is before I start rapping myself. So I'm bringing y'all that ideal me back then, current, speed it up, current day me. This is what we doing. Ladies, I suggest we all get rid of the panties. Y'all know what y'all doing also at this point. Before we get into his presentation, I'm just telling y'all right now how I feel while I drop my panties. However that sounded just right there. Okay. I pitched them. No panties for over a year. It's a tragedy. It's a setup. We speak about the system setting up and how they create diseases, create crap to harm us. These little frilly things with the lace that turn the men on. I'm going to discuss the men because it's never finding a piece of fabric. We've had that talk in the horny bored and broke video I did. It's been my intent to cover my ass like my mama raised me to. Put your undergarments on, put your bra on. Then we're going to discuss bras too. Now, the fellas is probably like, oh, I walk into the ladies' room. No, we're going to talk about y'all too. We're going to talk about you too. But these brand names, ain't they cute? Y'all know what cute mean, right? Brand names. They winning and you losing. Your vagina's losing. When you have intercourse with a man, he losing. Men, y'all are losing. Got dyes in the crotch. They want to get into it. I just like you fellas to know. I'm talking to you too. Because there is a woman, if you ain't with her, you'll be with her one day. She needs to know the harm of these things. Because y'all sharing them body fluids. I ain't even about to get into that whole thing neither tonight. I've discussed that We moving forward now. And yeah, I got them up on the door with my mask and my fan. I thought it might get a little hot, but I didn't need any space. I just threw all this stuff in the door. Welcome to the t-shirt and no panties zone. Welcome. Welcome. All right, now. And at the same time, women's health and some other things going on. And Michael Phoenix, yeah, peace in here. Peace, break. Let me cool down. Peace to the tribe. Peace to my emperor, Abdiel Ben Levi L. He's speaking from YouTube. He's my sharer. He's not an admin. He's a sharer. All right, then we have tell him. See, this man know. I'm glad he knows. He's an example of I need the fellas to know. I need my brothers to know. So it might seem like a women's health class around here. I'm definitely encouraging the women to hit the t-shirt and no panties zone. Real quick, hit it. Y'all know what I be doing my events and my lectures, my broadcast tour. I'm out. I was at an event yesterday. Twin Hiller, Quantea, and Quantiera, Twin Hiller. I'm gonna tell y'all for example. I didn't do it yesterday because I didn't see what I'm about to say. But I'm just saying, this is my notice. I am out, sisters, and for some reason, you know how the men sag, but sometimes them is the what y'all call them? Thongs. You see, there's the thongs back there on the door. The thongs. And the Quantier tell y'all, I bought these mugs just for today's show. I'm not wearing these. These ain't mine. At they booth yesterday, they event, I got them from the booth next to them. You know what I mean? Don't play with me around, do it. Now, sisters, if I see you out, and for some reason the thong that show up on the small of your back above your, I'ma snap it. Like how we used to snap them bra straps. They used to get us snap our bra straps. I'm going to pull the top of your thong. I'm going to snap it. And we're going to have a conversation. You know what I mean? If we got to go to the ladies' room, don't make me sing another song to y'all. There's a meeting in the ladies' room. And we will have a discussion real quick about how you even need to know this, and then you still walk around with the panties on. I will come get you. Abdiel, tell him. The hell? I got these fabrics from that shop yesterday too. The shop next to the Twin Hiller. Playing with me. Now, I need to know. Yes, the thong is going to snap your thong, sisters. Don't make me, because I will. Now I need to know if any of the ladies got an issue with not wearing panties. I wait. This to no children's zone. You got a problem and you want to keep wearing these and I see them, I'm snapping it, mugs. Snapping them. Don't get embarrassed because I will stand my ground and snap that damn. I will. Don't try me. Try me. Anyway, speaking on women's health and knowing what I heard from this video that I'm going to be sharing clips of, I was like, wow. What can I wear? What can I do? What can I eat? What the hell would I got to do? Because herpes is an issue. Red flag. Yes, I'm about healing our people. And today, like y'all know me, I come up here. I'll share it. You got a question for me? Put in the comment section. I'll answer it. As I tell people, you might not want to hear the answer, but I got an answer for you. I got an answer for you. Now, I don't have no problem putting myself in a hot seat at all. I did it on a courtship video. That was my first demonstration. I will get up here for the people and be the one that a motherfucker won't talk about, that a motherfucker don't want to be about. There is this place in my knowledge of the world where people will swear we are the mother. We are the creators. How you gonna be a mother and you cannot stand before your children and be an example? It's some mothers in the comment section. They stand in front of their children. Sometimes they don't even know they are an example. They don't realize what their children are picking up. As a mother of civilization, I am all who've come before me, and I am all those that come after me. I am, and I will always be. I always am. Now, speaking on women's health and my full, I'm gonna have to share. It's so much. No, my bad. Hold on. Grand evening, Royal Matriarch. Cherie Reed L. Hashtag unoccupied Turtle Island. YouTube. Her too. Gratitude. Appreciate you being here. Now, Karmic Dynasty is unscripted. I'm coming up here. Y'all help me sort this out. Y'all roll with me. Roll with me. Roll with me. I got a lot to share. Stuff's crossing my mind. I'm writing stuff down as it comes because I got to get to it. This came to me, but I ain't getting to it now. So this what happened. A year ago, I watched this video. Up till today, the two worlds is coming together. And I'm trying to share all that with you now. I've done a lot of things in a year's time. I stopped wearing panties for one. I've been working on not wearing denim. Now that's a struggle for me. I ain't gonna say that. I've worn denim. Denim and t-shirts have been like my best friend all my life. I was a tomboy coming up. I still got some of them attributes. I know you see them. A little what they call mannish. Forget about it. Forget about it. Anyway, I've been a caretaker for some of the elders. I've been conscious of the women more. And I'm like, how did they get here? How did they get this health condition? I don't even know the full extent of their health condition. I just know this. I'm just like, how? How could this have been prevented? How can we do better? Also, I look at my altars. I see the women on my altars. My great-grandmother, my grandmothers, my mama. In the video clips I'm going to share, he discusses cancer. Stage 4 cancer, my mama. Cancer, that's what they call it. I'm like, how do we do better? The voice of them and all them before and those that will come after. I need my grandbabies to know about this. Children, I sent their mama the clip, the link to today's video. I said, share this out. So my children and my grandchildren, and actually my children, my daughters, they significant others probably sitting right there watching with them. I'm going to tell y'all right now, disclaimer. Child, daughter of mine, if your significant other sitting with you watching this video, I'm going to give you a heads up before I do it, but you might want to have him leave the room. That's all I'm gonna say. But I'm just gonna say, out of respect of current time live broadcast, you won't probably have. But for real, on the real talk, mother of civilization, we feed. Here, Emperor talking about omelet about the healing. How we gonna heal? What's the healing process? I give. That's a feeding process. We give. You're here, you're feeding off of the energy here, the knowledge here, the people in the comment section. You're here feeding off for entertainment purposes. I told you on my last video, I'm not here for nobody's entertainment purposes. If I'm not knowingly, am I going to be your entertainment? Today, what goes down in here, somebody might look at it as entertainment. No, boo, I'm not you. Period. Now, some might look at it as, oh, did she just cut it out? Was I talking to you? Emperor, sharer, cut it out. I'm like, what was I about to say? He made me look, I'm lost my thought. Anyway, moving forward. Feeding. We are the mother of civilization, right? That's the claim some places sometimes. Okay. And I'm going to do this now. Like a file folder and separate my section from the Yaki Awaken presentation to not deem no disrespect on the brother's platform towards his platform and nothing else. I thought to do this in 2 separate videos, but I'm going to do what I do. And this is the no children zone because the t-shirt and no panties zone is on today. And I'm going to do what I do. So I'll be here again, probably on another topic related to this. We coming back. Now, mother civilization, you come out in your avatar and you hit ground zero earth. Your first feeding thought to be from your mother's breast, right? Right? We all against cow's milk. Yaki gonna talk to y'all about meat products, dairy. Y'all want to feed your babies the fake ass product, lab formula. Do what you do, boo. I've done my things in life. I'm speaking to you now as the who I am. And who I am says we're the mother of civilization. We feed our children from the breast. Feed them from the goddamn udder. Feeding. With all of that in mind. And current things and times. I got this lump right here. Now, being mindful, a few years ago, when I first felt this, I went to the doctor. I wasn't where I'm at now. I quick to hit a doctor. I'm in here today. Hot seat. Let's discuss it, ladies. Somebody know something? One of the brothers, y'all know something? Karmic Dynasty here looking for some assistance today. But at the same time, I'm not the only one that got questions. But I ain't got no problem being a voice. I ain't got no problem saying, what's this? Now, I went to the doctor. They had me go get the hell biopsy. There's no cancer. There's nothing there. They left a little marker, they called it. It's a breast cancer ribbon, the marker shaped like a breast cancer ribbon. And it's right here. Where this lump at? It's right here. Where this lump at? Now, recent times, I'm sharing my ignorance right now. Recent time, the question has been, what's this right here? Now, y'all know the only one motherfucker gonna touch me and be like, what's that right here? Ain't like I'm walking down the street, so I'm sharing my private life right now. What's that right here? oh, that's XYZ right here. It's not cancerous, so calm down. You know what I mean? Like, they marked it, they checked it. Now, since recent times, like, I don't go to no doctors. I know that for some time now I've been up on eating better, doing right, because I know that things are reversible. You know what I mean? But I got, okay, daughters, if your significant other is in the room, this would be a good time to ask him to leave. My daughters, look at this. My grandchildren, I'm talking grandmama. Well, my grandmama didn't tell me. Well, my mama didn't tell me. I need my grandbabies to pass the knowledge on down. This is what I need them to know. So, right here. Now, y'all can't look at my breast, but y'all can go check out some cleavage on the other YouTube channel. The mother of your civilization. Go ahead, do you, boo. I'm sharing. Right here. It's okay for us to pull. I'm going to call all after one day soon, if not after this. The ladies, we're going to get together. We're going to meet in a little chat room, and we're going to sit there and just hold our breasts and embrace ourselves. That's what we're going to do. Y'all want to talk about our breasts and what's going on in here? Let's talk about it. I would like for people to like this herpes video, quit with the misconceptions, quit with the stereotypes, quit with the ignorance levels. Just because you have a lump going right here, don't mean it's cancer. Don't panic if you got something going on. Don't let your mind take over and tell you got something wrong and you're running to the doctor. Again, you look in my link to the video description. I'm not no medical lick. I'm just here telling you what I know. It don't always mean that. If you got a discrepancy right here, it don't always mean you got cancer. And if you do, I ain't gonna say you do, you don't. You don't. Peace, Shay, Pink, 40, peace. She's speaking high family chat. Peace, 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 peace. You know what I mean? Hold it. I ain't concerned. Because y'all think this something? Y'all think I'm showing you something right now? Wait till this Yaki video come on the clips I'm going to show you. With the people's faces not attached. I ain't got no problem showing my face. Y'all know who I am. If you see me out, you know that's me. Yeah, her lump right here. Do I look scared of it? Do I look afraid, terrified? Do I look like I care a fuck about being flagged on goddamn YouTube today? Twitter, Facebook, anywhere. Do I look like I care? I left Facebook and released my Joy Allen page for a reason. Because I wanted to sit here and cut my breast like this. I don't know what I might want to do one damn day. This Karmic Dynasty. I'm unscripted over here. I'm supposed to be in my hiatus moment. So my logo gray and black and white. But right now, I ain't feeling no hiatus. I'm feeling all the way live. We doing color. Karmic Dynasty. Unscripted. What y'all gonna do? How you gonna be the mother of civilization and you gonna allow the scare tactics when you got something going on in here that ain't feeling quite right? How? I need us to do better. I need us to be of courage. I need us to be of strength. I need us to be mindful and move forward and be able to talk to each other. Quit watching them damn documentaries and fake ass MedWeb MD shits. Know who you are. You know who children who we are. Google and WebMD ain't always gonna be around. There are some people who support me, and they will be in my inbox telling me, hey, XYZ on the situation. They've been guests on my platform. Health, wellness in your being. Health and wellness in your being. Talking to me. Some of us got issues and crack nipples and stuff when we breastfeeding because we not properly doing it right. We read at WebMD. We went and got a daggone breast pump and start getting them cracks and sores, and some of us I heard be bleeding at the nipple. Work on yourself. There's a proper way to hold the baby when you're feeding, and they have taught us the improper way. That's why you're hurting. That's why your nipples crack. That's why you're bleeding. That's why you're uncomfortable, and you turn to the breast pump, which it ain't natural, so it ain't no better. And then there's the disconnect between you and your child. What's wrong with us? It's a us. It ain't no we all, but there is the us. What is wrong with us? The daggone brothers in the people. I ain't gonna say the brothers, because from my experience, it was brothers in the temple, the Moorish Science Temple of America. They going Islam. My Islam, if I do it a certain kind of way, I feel my lump right here. In my Islam. I don't know what they got going on their chest. In my chest, there goes my Islam right here. My lump right here, where the fingertips about fall. I'm up here today worrying about my damn head wrap and how I look. And we got women that ain't even up on their breast health. You ain't up on your breast health, boo. But you up on them lace, them thongs, and them panties, though. This is the no panties zone. I don't care if you get you a damn t-shirt, a dress. Again, I'm coming out my denims. You know, you see me in some denims, you want to snap my denims, you do what you do. When I see you in these panties and you got your thongs hanging out the top, the small on your back, I'm snapping that mug. Snapping it. What's wrong with us? We're going to talk about us. Let's talk about us. Anybody want to talk to me about what's wrong with us? Anybody want to talk to me and assist me on some knowledge of my left breast and the lump that's in it? I'll wait. I'm drinking my water. We're going to talk about it. You can inbox me privately. It don't matter. We're going to talk about it. We could talk. I'm here. I'm letting you know I don't have no problem discussing the who I am. I don't have no problem coming to the table. Let's discuss it. Some of us ain't got the lump issue. We got other, not even issue. Some of us, it ain't the lump. I'll say that. Some of us, it's other things. Let's come to the table and talk about it. We need to heal ourselves. How we gonna move with people? And we snuck there claiming diseases and being sickly and ill. How? Very carefully. That's a saying of mine. Somebody say, how are we gonna do that? Very carefully. Right now, we tiptoeing on very carefully. There's things we're not doing because we tiptoeing around it. Being so damn careful about it. Oh, I don't want to be offensive. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. We talking about it. The offensive. Let's talk this offensive to somebody. Oh, that's personal, boo. Deal with it, boo. It's personal, boo. It's personal to you. Deal with your issues, boo. But you know what the problem is with this conditioning and indoctrination that Kai Creatures and Abiel and Levio talking about? When I go to Brazil and or Costa Rica, and I'm walking around, I'm running, I'm on the beach, and I got my bikini on, and I put my pictures out there, sharing everybody. I got this much of me covered. Ain't nobody blocking me then. Ain't nobody blocking Joy Allen then. What's the problem? I got on more fabric now than I will on Brazil Beach and Costa Rica Beach. Just to no panties on. Just to you judge me if you want to. I don't get no damn zone. How about that? I sit up here and posted this video. The men in my inbox, in my space. I was like, oh, cool, thank you, because all you doing is letting me know that I accomplished what I wanted to do. Get your attention. Because I'm talking to the brothers too. Y'all got significant others and daughters and nieces and aunts and mothers and grandmothers. Talk, let them know what I'm about to share with y'all today. And some. Don't be scared to speak up. Don't be scared to share with them something they don't know. Might not roll with it as fast as you think they should. It'll be processed in their own time. Say something. What is wrong with us? What you scared of? The boogeyman don't exist. What? You gonna lose your job? You concerned about how the plantation gonna sum you up in your monthly review? I've been gone from the plantation for about 5 years. I can do what I want to do, period. I did it when I was there. That's how I didn't ever stay at one too damn long. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to say what I want to say, when I want to say, how I want to say it, do it. So yes, if I'm going to come up here anytime and pull my left breast out, that's what the hell I'm going to do. Who going to say something? What they going to say? What they going to do? Some of y'all need a new attitude. You need to put on some Patti LaBelle. You need a new attitude. The hell will nobody think? You know what I mean? Girl, sister. That's what I'm talking about. His wife ain't got no panties on right now. Or no, always. Not that brand always and them damn panty liners and them time of the month fucking pads always. No, always as in this time that some of us worship. We ain't got no panties on. So the creeps in my inbox and in my space talking to me, I was like, yeah, I'm going to be on here with no, I don't have no panties on. I mean, that is implied. If I had to outright say it, I will. I don't have no panties on. I ain't worn no panties in over a year. I don't know how else to say that. I don't have no panties on right now. Brother said, you gonna get on the broadcast with no panties on for real? Nigga, y'all only see me from Europe any damn way. What you mean? You don't never know who the fuck I got on or not. Yes, I'm getting on my booty. I told him I'm encouraging all of the women to do the same. For health reasons. We got health class in high school. Did they teach us in high school not to put no panties on? No. As I said before, my mama taught me to put some panties on. How many of us, our mamas told us to not wear the panties? How many people in here, your mama, how many ladies, your mama told you don't wear no panties? She raised you not to wear panties. I wait. We up here in training bras. Training to get ready for them wire bras. Them wires are an issue. As Yaki gonna tell y'all later, at least remove the damn wire. That's the issue. But you want to sit and you want to embrace sickness, illness. Abiel in my, I got something on from the waist down. I got got something on. Don't play with me. But I ain't got no panties on. Shit. In a minute we keep on gonna put this t-shirt on so I can match up with my title. I put this right here on the camera, put this damn t-shirt on. What? Act like y'all ain't seen no woman before. What? The hell? Anyway, like I said, you think this song, wait till the clips come up, I'm gonna show y'all. And there's so much to share, I don't even know if I'm gonna end up sharing it all. You're gonna have to watch the full video yourself. The hell? But yeah, I'm like, we also need to change us. The us, I ain't talking to everybody. The us, we need to change our mindsets. This conditioning and this over sexualized space we in has some of y'all fucked up. I can't even put a title up here without my inbox jumping, without men getting horny. You want to have sex with me, you don't even know me, just because of some words attached to a video that don't even exist yet. Because I pre-posted this video yesterday. You now want to have sex with somebody you don't know because of some words on a pre-posted video. The video does not yet exist. In my last video, I said Joy Allen does not exist. So somewhere right now, somebody is continuing to create and work with this character they put in their storybook that has sex with men because they approach her because she put some words, t-shirt and no panties on a video that did not yet exist. Why when I come up here and we see lace, is the men, joy, the lace. Nigga, go buy yourself some. What the hell wrong with y'all? No. Adina Howard set y'all ass up with that song. I already knew what I was doing. Bait. Gotcha. Yeah, I knew it would get you. That was my intention. And you bit. The bait. You're here. For what? What you learn today? Who you gonna go share it with? I'll write it down. I'm waiting in the comment section to see what you say. What'd you learn today, fellas? Who you gonna share it with? If it's rhetorical, I'll take that as well and write rhetorical in my notes. Just saying. Anyway, right now, but basically, fellas, quit feeding into the sexual trap of the system has set up for your ass. There are some people that meet me in public because they like, Joy, I don't know you. I'm gonna have to meet you at a public spot. Oh, I'm good with that. I know me. I know you don't have no concerns about me, but I'm good with that. I'd accept that. But what's crazy is there is people who don't know me, but willing to stick their penis in me. And I'm up here discussing a herpes video today, amongst other things. Now, the fellas, y'all seen the the t-shirt, no panties on? Joy Allen's discussing herpes today. And Joy Allen's already discussed, I don't do the condom thing. So I know, even with the condoms, you can get herpes. Y'all can go talk to y'all about it. Ugh, Joy Allen got herpes. I still want to. Nigga, what's wrong with you? Such a disgusting. Whatever. You know what I mean? 100 acres in a trust. This is the kind of talk that we need to be talking about. Acres in a trust, not penis in a vagina. Because I said no panties What is wrong with us? There's some crazies that did some damn screenshots when I pulled my left breast out. It's something to rewind a video just to see me hold my left breast. They over there happy with they self. Ugh, just y'all think that's something? Oh, wait till I hit the beach in Brazil. Just wait for it. Huh. And all my ass be out. Abigail talking about she ain't got nothing on from the waist down. I did, I showed y'all. But on them beach, I ain't gonna have these pants on the beach. I'm gonna probably on a thong or something look like that one on the door with all my ass cheeks out. Ass cheeks out, breast out. I call them fat pockets. Just fat. Like the fat, right? Fat pockets. You getting excited over a piece of fat. But we'll trim the fat off your damn pork chop and your steak. But the system wrapped it up and told y'all that all that extra that fat in the trunk was sexy. It's called unhealthy. It's called unhealthy. I've been told my butt fat. Yes, boo. It is fat. It's fat. What else is it gonna be? I mean, they still fat. Anyway, I'm done for now. We're gonna roll this video. Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all.
Man, what we're talking about today is herpes. What is herpes? I did a video on where herpes came from, how it was created by the government in Fort Detrick military base in 1970, by the Rothschilds and by the Rockefellers. Already went through all of that. Now we finna get into the particulars of what herpes is. What is it? How do it act to the body? And how did it get in your body? And we're gonna have a long session on how to get it out of your body, y'all. How to truly rid your body of this disease. Y'all, I'll unshare the screen. So let me do that real quick. I know what I do. I go to brand, take that off. Okay, go back here. All right, let's get it. Share screen. Y'all let me know when y'all can see this entire screen. I got a little problem going on here. All right, I'm finna go and log on too. Y'all make sure y'all like and y'all share this. Again, this is called the herpes virus. What is it and how to completely rid it from the body? All right. If y'all can hear me well, if I sound good, if I'm not skipping and all of that, type in some sevens and we can get everything started. I just want to make sure everything from your body. Now, as you can see, what you're looking at right here is a hemith worm. Anybody that know my teaching, anybody that know my clinical trials and studies, and my connection with the laboratories in Illinois, now in Missouri and in Arkansas, we do a lot of trial runs. We do a lot of sampling, a lot of culture samplings and things like that. And what we come to find out that herpes is not only a virus. Herpes is actually a parasite that invades your body, and it carries a virus, and it carries a bacillus or a bacteria. And that's how the virus actually get inside of your body. It get inside of your body by you contracting the parasite. The whole thing that we have to see is once you rid the body of the parasitic, you rid the body of the viruses and diseases, and that's how you get rid of so-called herpes. Now, check this out. The whole thing is, what is weakening your immune system? What is weakening your body to make your immunological system, which I hate that word because it's a made-up word and don't really give the definition of what I'm talking about. So we have a new word, y'all. We call it the lymphatical defense system, because that's all the so-called immunological system is. It's the lymphatic system. So we call it the lymphatical defense system. So write that down, y'all. Well, that's what we're going to coin it. We're making up our own words in 2020. We're not going to let them give us definitions on what things truly are. All right. So what literally lowers your lymphatical defense system to allow this bacterium and this virus to come in by way of this parasitic that we call the hemorrhoid worm? All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Now it's finna get deep. Let's talk about these things. All right, Kawhi, you can go and start reading. Now,
7.
uh-huh.
Kaposi's
Virus. What's the fourth one?
Epstein-Barr virus.
Come on.
Human herpes virus 6 variants A and B.
So you have a virus 6 A and B. We're gonna get into what all these is. We're gonna show pictures and everything. And I want to show y'all the correlation and how HIV and herpes is the exact thing. It's just a different splice of this strain. There's no difference between herpes and HIV, y'all. And I've been telling y'all that for years, but we finna prove it today. Come on.
Human herpes virus 7.
Uh-huh.
Kaposi's sarcoma virus.
And now Kaposi's sarcoma is what you see in HIV and full-blown AIDS patients. That's the lesions that come out of your skin when you have actual AIDS and HIV. Why is this mentioned under the herpes simplex virus? Now remember when we did the video and I was teaching y'all about how these viruses was created in the laboratory at Fort Detrick military base. I showed y'all the book that talk about that and everything, and I will give y'all all the sources on that. Remember, all these diseases in 1980 and before that was just called cancer. Then the Cancer Foundation came in, which is another armed military germ warfare base, and then they started breaking these different names up of cancer into different things: lymphoma, Kaposi, herpes, HIV, AIDS, sickle cell anemia, which is nothing but leukemia. Leukemia is nothing but cancer. Well, cancer is nothing but a form of HIV. That's why when people with stage 4 cancer, usually when they go get tested, they test positive for HIV. Why is that? Now we finna run all these things together and show y'all how these things come. It all comes from a parasite, and it comes from a parasite.
The specific tissues,
Uh-huh.
which are characteristic for each virus.
All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. I hope y'all writing this stuff down. Now, the first one we're going to get into herpes simplex virus 1 and 2. There is no difference of the outbreak. A lot of people think that if you have 2, you only break out on the genital areas. That's not true. You can have herpes simplex 2 and break out on the lips, and have herpes simplex 1 because it's the same thing. When the strand hairs split differently due to the RNA, that's when they give it a different name. But if you look at the nucleus of the cell of this RNA gene in this cell, it's the same exact cell, the same exact mutations, the same exact capsid and protein envelope. It's all the same exact thing. Whether we're gonna go to herpes or we're gonna go to HIV, whether we're gonna go to full-blown AIDS or we're gonna go to certain stages of cancer, it all shows the same in the blood, y'all. All right, let's keep going. And viewer discretion is advised, y'all. And if you got any children that y'all want to see this stuff, make sure you turn your computer or your screen, because we is finna show vagina parts, penises, breasts, and all of that. We is learning. This is for educational purpose only. This is the herpes simplex virus, right? Y'all see what is happening to the epidermis. Y'all see what's happening to the skin. Y'all see these ulcers coming through the skin, and it is on the tongue, right? A lot of people think they have a good lymphatical defense system, or what you would call immunological system, is when the disease go dormant and it's very latent and it don't come to the surface. No, that means your immune system is weak, and this thing is just doing what it want to do inside of the ganglion nerves and the central nervous system of your body. You know your immunological system and your lymphatical system is working when you're actually getting outbreaks. It's a good thing to get outbreaks. That's why the first time you go on our herbs, what happens? You get slow down. This is how it looks on the penis. Do y'all see that? The same clusters that was on the lips is now on the penis. Now this one is actually working in the spinal column. That's why it's expressing itself through the penis, or sometimes on the anus, on the buttocks, on the inner thigh, on the knee, on the ankle. All of these things are herpes. The herpes simplex, whether we talking about simplex 1 or 2, whether we talking about the Epstein-Barr virus, whether we talking about the mononucleosis virus, all of these things are herpes. All of them. We're gonna keep going through them. Let's keep going. So right now we're just showing, viewers' discretion is advised, y'all. Right now we're just showing herpes 1 and 2, what it looked like on the penis. Y'all gonna see what it looked like on the vagina as well. Notice these are nothing but skin cells that's full of mucus and pus. Look what's inside of them. Notice that the skin is translucent. You can see straight through it. What do you see inside of here? You don't see blood. You see lymphatic waste, lymphatic fluid. The mucosa response. This is a lymphatical defense response. This is not an immunity response. This is the lymphatic system getting these things out of the body. Your kidneys are not working properly to flush them down that way. So what does it do? It rinses the nervous system and push them through the epidermis of the skin.
Now, right here, this is a part that got me, because he is discussing how he just discussed your kidneys are not working right. So this is how it expresses itself. Now, for me, I'm sharing on this point because dialysis patients. Years ago, before my mother transitioned from something else entirely different than kidney issues, she told them she left dialysis and told them she was not coming back. And they told her that she would transition in her sleep one day soon. She was here years later after that. But just curious, I know she changed how she ate, which Yaki will discuss as well. She changed her eating lifestyle. So she was not gone days later after she left the dialysis center. Important key point here I'd like for us to know is we need to know how our kidneys are working. You don't, from what I know, need to go to a doctor to know that the health of your kidneys, if they're working properly or not. I've done the self-test myself, and it's just an at-home little pee in a jar test. You pee in a jar. If it's not right, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm just telling you how I feel and based on what I know that I did. It's just that simple for me. And how our kidneys get messed up in the first place to where they can't get flushed out, and then they express themselves in this manner. Again, this is Yaki is so knowledgeable. Gratitude, Sheba Batista of YouTube. In the world of studying and sharing with you all, right up front, direct is not my area of expertise. Sharing is. I have my areas of expertise, the expertise of myself. We are all different in matters. You need to be an expert of yourself or reach out to others that can assist you, as I reached out to everyone today concerning my breast health. Ask questions. Get the support you need. And as I discussed with someone yesterday, these issues and topics that are being discussed today, it is important that it's our faces, it's as us that we see when we hear these messages. Again, to keep going to WebMD looking for answers and results, to me, that's just not the answer. We are our own answer. You are your own answer. Where are you getting your answers from? Take care of yourself. Seriously. Take care of yourself.
This is a vagina. You see that? Look on the hood. Look above the clitoris. You see that? That is herpes. That is a virus. This is a parasite that is doing this to our bodies. That's carrying viruses that was created by the military base for germ warfare. Also bacteria that you get from your regular foods, and that from them spraying pesticides and things on your food, and that you're not properly using your food. But all this happened by a weak lymphatical defense system. Whenever the immunological system get weak, the mucous membrane get compromised, and if it get a space, the bacterium is going to slide through there, because what's creeping through the mucosa membrane? The parasite. And these things can get real worse, y'all. Look at this one. In females, this is inside of her hood. Imagine how painful that is. You see that? This is what this government is doing to our people by way of food. You see that? By way of growing crops and produce, by way of household items and hygienes. All this causes that. Now, if it get inside the bloodstream, of course transmission can be through sex. But how did the first person get it? How did the first person get it? You see that? That's my question. Going away, this is what it looks like before it scabs up.
Now, what I'm going to share right now is, for me, again, as I spoke on the lack of knowledge, the stereotypes and all that stuff earlier, to me, and he's going to mention it, like when you're in a relationship and you see herpes on your partner, and to me, that's just like something I could not do. I just see, there's herpes on the lip. I'll be like, oh, no, you ain't putting your mouth on me. But I thought it was sexually transmitted. And recently, until recent times, because about the time that Yaki's video came out, there was an outbreak in Indianapolis, Indiana. Only other thing I knew, I'll say right quick, is that the was it mono, the kissing herpes, another reason I got issues with kissing people in the mouth. But it's just, actually, he gonna get into it, and I'm gonna sit here and tell y'all, I've had herpes. I've had it. I've had herpes. We're gonna discuss it. Where I've seen it. There we go. Yes, I've had chicken pox. Chicken pox is herpes. So I've had herpes. None of my children have had chicken pox. Nah, just me. I've had herpes. I found out in this video that I'm sharing of Yaki's, I had herpes too. And I just looked, and the outbreak in Indianapolis in the news about the same time Yaki put out this video a year ago. It was I think it was Whole Foods, Fresh Time. Fresh Time had a herpes outbreak from the produce in the store. So they had to shut the damn store down. But I'm just like, you get it from the food and the products. So the dyes I was talking about, and why I let go of the panties, this is why. You can get herpes from your panties. Brand new, I don't care you wash them or not. The dyes in here was doing it. You know what I mean? Either way, we're moving forward.
This is what they're doing to us. Notice this is an acidic response. This is acids. Only acidic response will burn you like that. Well, what's the system that deals with the acidic nature of the body? The lymphatical system. The blood don't deal with acids because you would die. The lymphatical system deals with the acid, not the immune system. We don't even know what the immune system is. It's the biggest lie ever. It's the biggest deception ever. Bar virus, which is a part of the herpes simplex virus. It's all a part of the same zoster family. Y'all do not let nobody tell you different. If you have psoriasis, you have herpes. If you have eczema, you have herpes. If you had chicken pox, you have herpes. If you had shingles, you have herpes. If you have psoriasis plaque buildup, you have herpes. If you have itchy elbow disease, you have herpes. If you have amoxicillin rash, you have herpes. If you have a leukemia rash, you have herpes. If you have constant recurring yeast infection, you have herpes. So on and so forth. We even got it to where we see that people with toenail fungus have herpes. All of these are a part of this zoster family, y'all. All of them. They don't tell you that because they need to keep your lymphatical system down because they have an agenda. It's called depopulation control. They have an agenda. And if you let this stuff go unchecked long enough, it will kill you because it causes Alzheimer's disease. It causes Parkinson's disease. It causes so many brain diseases because it's literally an attack on your nervous system. And we're going to show how it lives and expresses way out your nervous system and literally eat your nervous system. It eat all the protein molecules out of your nervous system. It's crazy. Over 417 million.
All right, so right now, just from that clip, and again, this is me personally. That's why I shared in the beginning about me and my dynasty, my line, my children, their children, the ones before me. The ones before me, and I just had this talk with somebody recently, and it's like anytime the word Alzheimer's or dementia come up, it's like the conversation. It's like prevalent on my mama's side of family and the women it can be. I've seen the biggest demonstration in my life of Alzheimer's dementia in the women in my mama's line of women on my mama's side of family. And then there are things now, back when I seeing the pattern, because nobody told me, it was just there, and I talked to somebody the other day about how our elders, people they sweep stuff under the rug. They not even going to tell us the things that we need to know. They the people who keep everything in the house. And they got all these secrets. There's not no secret. We need to know the health, and we need to be identifying. It needs to be pointed out, the family history. When we go, from my experience, when I would go to the doctor or take my children, and the doctor was asked for the family history, it ain't gonna never go far back as my great grandmother. Really, generally, it went far back as my mom and my daddy. Alzheimer's. So I'm sitting here watching his video like, so the women, and actually, this is my dynasty. I do these videos on this platform for my grandchildren and their children and all of them. So I'm going to speak it because we speak in family lineage. I'm doing my family lineage work. I'm bringing some of this to the platform because I need us all to be aware, to look into our family lineage and know where we coming from, to know where you're going, so that you can get out of the situation of this life that you're in. So I'm sitting here watching this video, and I'm like, so my mama's mama had herpes because she had Alzheimer's. 2 of her daughters that I can think of right now had Alzheimer's too, dementia. My grandmother, like one of her sisters had it too, and it's like the herpes thing. And I never looked at none of the women in my family like that, like they had herpes. Because to me, herpes was like, other than the mono, herpes is a sexually transmitted disease. And the women in question of my mother's family lineage are not the types that sleep around, get around, do the type of stuff where they can contract herpes. So I'm just like, you know what I mean? Hi, daughter. Peace, daughter. Peace to the emperors, the empresses in your midst. Peace. We have this Alzheimer's, and sometimes you just get it from touching people. It transfers. Yaki's gonna talk to you about it. I don't know if I'm gonna get to it tonight. I'm an hour and 13 minutes. Y'all got some time to get to it. I'm just like, just get it from touching people. You get it from touching produce. Speaking of hi mama, and this child of mine right here, Paige, she on right this. She's my firstborn. And when some of us, we already know how we get with our children. I ain't shamed. I wasn't shamed at the time. I ain't shamed now, and there will be shame. Nobody could touch her. If they did, they would have to put a cloth between them and her when they was holding her. That's just how it was at the time. Not knowing that just them touching, God didn't let them touch her face, but just hurt them touching her, and I go touch her. And it transferred from where they had her holding her on the bottom, to her. But I call myself protecting her, all of my children in that manner. They've not had chicken pox. And they've actually, none of the things discussed in the Yaki's video do my children have or have had. So that's a good indication to me that they don't have herpes. But I don't know. All my children are grown at this point. What they do and have going on is right now personal to them if they do, because I don't know. But this video was for them. So they can get this information. She's here. Her 3 sisters might not be here. They might be here in observance capacity and their brother. But she'll share the information. If they won't hear it from me, she's my oldest child. They can share it. And then this Lulu listening. You've been around here. You already know Empress Lulu. This is where she chat from in YouTube. Empress Lulu would tell her cousins and her siblings how to prevent getting herpes. This is how we talk to our generations. This is how we talk to our dynasties. This is what we do. So this might not, her mama might have typed this in and then left the room to go manage one of the little empress or emperors over there, and Lulu's sitting here watching me right now. Or she's sitting there with a brother and or sister of hers. Her sister and or a brother of hers. They not verbalizing yet, as in where you would say you understand them. I understand their English. They're picking this up. This is a message. My grandbabies hear me right now. This video is to teach you how to prevent getting herpes. And after you've done all of that and you have it anyway, this video, the full video is in the description. It teaches you how to get rid of the herpes. So you don't have the outbreaks and the discomfort that Yaki mentioned. Oh, that looks uncomfortable. You don't have those issues. And even if you get them, they're not prolonged issues because you know how to get rid of them. Speaking on that same clip he just did, I wrote a note, and my child is in here at the time, her presence is here. It's right. Eczema. I have a granddaughter who has eczema. Just one out of all my grandchildren, eczema. Yaki's going to discuss, we're going to see the babies and their skin conditions in this video coming up too. It's just like terrifying, like, poor baby, really? I'm up here looking at my granddaughter, my granddaughter who has the eczema, and I said, and Marcia Harris Owens bought her soap, the goat milk. It's goat milk soap. If I'm saying that right, it's definitely goat milk. There's something else in there. And then I would give her an oatmeal bath and include matcha tea in her bath and some other type leaves and things in her bath to help clear her eczema, which worked. I'm just going off some stuff, like back in the day when I had chicken pox, herpes. Tisha Nicole had herpes, chicken pox. Tisha Nicole had herpes. My mama put me in the tub, what they call the oatmeal bath. So when I seen my granddaughter with eczema and her skin needed some care, I put her in that same soothing oatmeal bath my mama did for my skin when I had chicken pox. Herpes. But when they're watching this video, though, after the awareness of that care for her and buying the soap and those oatmeal baths for her, to sit there and be like, eczema is herpes? My grandchild has herpes? Further, though, sadness, but further knocking out my ignorance on herpes. Because my grandchild ain't sexually active, so she didn't get it from having sex. So if I'm with a man's interested in me and he got herpes, and I'm like, where's your blistex? Get away from me. He didn't necessarily get that herpes on his mouth from having oral sex, putting his mouth in places. I said, I am those before me and I am those who are after me. My grandchild teaching me. No, mama, just because the man got herpes on his lip, don't be busting him up talking about some blistex and like he got the daggone cooties. You might have missed the opportunity, mama, because you was ignorant, mama. And it took Yaki on his YouTube, Yaki Awaken channel, to let you know, mama, that you might have lost a good man because you thought he had the cooties with a who was that? Kevin Hart called him bum bumps. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm just like, it's just like a punch in the face, just a constant punch in the face. Tisha Nicole. Don't look at no man like that. You look at that man because he got his herpes. You talking about some blistex. Tisha Nicole, your ass had herpes. You had the chicken pox. Your mama gave you that oatmeal bath. How dare you? My grandchild telling me in so many ways. How dare you judge that man? The same way you judging that man, mama, is how you judging me, mama, because I got eczema. So what, I got cooties too, mama? You don't want to be bothered with me, mama? I can't kiss you on your cheek, mama? I got to stand across the room from you, mama, and say, hey, mama. My granddaughter's like, no, nigga. She talking to me. I'm the nigga. No, nigga. It's just devastating. I'm working on my mind state, as I ask us all to come away from the system, the script. I'm in the hot seat. I ain't got no problem being transparent. Bum bumps. Yes, child. Thank you. Bum bump. I don't know why it couldn't come out right. It just didn't sound right. Oh my goodness. None of this is. I didn't even plan on expressing this stuff. I'm having a moment right now. I'm in the hot seat. Ignorance. I've been ignorant for a long time. This Yaki Awaken video is like a masterpiece. He's very knowledgeable, as it has been expressed on this platform. And I appreciate it. I appreciate, because he was like, and my share was like, Joy, you got your left breast out. Don't get hit up and banned. Yaki got penises and vaginas on his video. He mentioned it might happen. He was willing to risk a platform to put the knowledge out. I'm willing. They can have this. It's like I gave up Facebook. They can have the damn YouTube and Twitter. I don't get no damn. Y'all right here live. Y'all hear me? I'm still here talking. Y'all hear me? I'm still able to share Yaki's video. He thought it's a year later. His video's still there. He thought they was going to take it down. It's still there. He got a message during the live that something content, they was blocking it, but the live was still going. Even if they take the damn video down, what you've heard so far, you know enough. I love y'all. The mother of civilization, we love y'all. We love y'all. We love each other. We love us. And we gonna come. No pun intended. We gonna come up here and tell you. We gonna come in some manner, form, or fashion. It ain't gotta be on social media. Because again, as I said, if I see the ladies out there with them thongs showing, I'm gonna pop your thong. You gonna take them panties off. Take them damn panties off. And I don't want to hear nothing about it's my time of the month. I gotta hold my pad. You shouldn't be having no pad. It needs anyway. Y'all want to talk about that too while we're here? We're gonna discuss it another time. You have a menstrual cycle. I don't want to hear about no heavy bleeding. You shouldn't have no heavy bleeding. Shouldn't have no bleeding. I'm making a note. Okay, we're gonna come on here and we're gonna talk about menstrual cycles. You shouldn't have no need for no damn pads. Always. We discussed it earlier. When the brother was talking about his wife ain't got no panties on now. She ain't got none on. We talked about the pads then. We not. The hell? Eczema and Alzheimer's. In my family, that touched me. That touched a nerve. Touched a nerve. And speaking of Alzheimer's, since as I was about to say earlier, I learned about it and I've studied into it. And since then, prevention has been key in my life. I've been taking measures to prevent Alzheimer's in myself. And I've been encouraging my children, actually without straight just telling them, I've been encouraging those habits in them. And all of them are actually doing the same, taking the same measures that I am without even knowing what it is they're doing. And I'm going to continue to do that. And it's well in my grandchildren as well already. All right, back to this video though. Oh man. Peace, y'all. Stand by a few moments.
Million people are suffering with herpes right now, and I'm just talking 1 and 2. We're not even talking about 3 to 13. I'm just talking about 1 to 2. Do you realize that? Do y'all realize over 1 billion people suffer from herpes worldwide? If we're gonna go 1 through 13, huh? Do you realize that means 1 out of every 7 person have herpes? If you get 7 people in a room right now, 1 of them have herpes. Do y'all?
7 people in a room. It's more than 7 people in this room right now. One of us has herpes. Which one? One of us has herpes. This video, go watch the full video. The link is in the description. So you can rid yourself of the herpes. Serious. Thank you.
Entities inside the nucleus of the cell. So this damn virus literally penetrates the Golgi apparatus, blood and mucosa barrier of each cell and go and eat out all the phytonutrients inside of your blood cells. Don't that sound just like the definition of cancer and HIV? It's the same exact definition, just a different name. We've been bamboozled, family, flat out. Now read the higher classification name. What do that say?
Hold
on. What is the prefix? What the prefix is?
Prefix is lymph.
Lymph, meaning it's directly connected to what?
Your lymphatic.
The lymphatic system.
Lymphocryptovirus.
See that? Lymphocryptovirus. It literally look, y'all know what it means to be crypto or be crippled. It literally cripple your whole lymphatic system, meaning it weakens your lymphatical defense system. So we have to quit saying immune system. That's bullshit, family. They're talking about the lymphatic system. They don't want you to learn about the great lymphatic system because they don't want you to heal yourself. The moment you learn about the lymphatic system is the moment you get your life back. They don't want you to know about that. Skin. Do y'all realize how antibiotics is made, like penicillin and amoxicillin? It is made from mold and fungus. Did y'all know that? Look it up. That's why if y'all hear me speaking over 4 years ago, I said herpes was a yeast parasite. Yeast is created from mold and fungus. Hey, it's gonna get deep, y'all. Now, if y'all look at the back of this man's neck, y'all see all of these bumps that's around his hair follicles. We see a lot of brothers with this on their beards and on the back of their necks, and y'all say it's shave bumps. 99.9% there are not shave bumps. What you do is you're irritating the nerve endings in the skin, and this is what activates the nerve ganglia, and it brings the herpes virus to the surface. So you think it was caused by a razor, but the razor just caused the skin to be irritated, and you activated the virus in the bacillus that was in deep within your nerve tissue. So whenever you see this on a beard or on the neck, or on the back of the neck and stuff like that, this is what you would call Epstein-Barr virus. This is herpes, y'all. I know this hurt a lot of feelings, but I'm just telling y'all the truth. Chronic back acne. If you have chronic back acne, notice most of your nerve centers are in your spinal cord, and these nerve endings are attached directly to your back. Your back and the bottom of your feet and inside of your belly button and in your anus is where most of your nerve endings are at. These are the most sensitive parts of your body, other than up under your underpits and up under the back of your knees. This is where your nerve endings is at. So you can tell a person's health all just by checking and really looking at their back. Look at this back. You see all these white corpuscles? That is Epstein-Barr virus. Let's keep it going. It gets deeper, y'all, because we have to talk about chronic acne. And if you can, all you have to do is pull up Epstein-Barr virus herpes, and these pictures gonna show up on Google. A few of these pictures is of my own from the clients who he done healed sent to us, but most of this stuff is under common knowledge. This is not acne. If you literally type up Epstein-Barr virus, this will pop up. So you think you have chronic acne when you don't. You actually have herpes virus.
All right, so this acne he talking about. Oh yeah, I'm thinking about anything I had that was, you know what I mean, the barbershop hair bumps. Yes, those two. Herpes. What did I say? Yeah, herpes. And as Yaki, if he's not already mentioned it, he will mention it. How they just it's all herpes. They got a cat. If it's up here, is this? They title it this. If it's right here, it's another title. If it's right here, it's another title. You got it right here, it's another title. It's all the same damn thing. We call them, I don't know about all y'all, but us in Indianapolis call them hair bump, barbershop bump, something like that. I just said a minute ago. You know, blame it on the barber and his clippers, dirty clippers. That's what they say. Oh, the barber must have had some dirty clippers. No, nigga, you got herpes. Then you want to cuss your barber out and go get you a whole new barber, and still the fucking damn hair bumps show up. So what? That all the barbers got dirty clippers. No, you got herpes, dude. Go to the Yaki video sincerely and figure out how to rid yourself of the herpes. Severe acne, he discussed that too. I had severe acne in junior high. Severe acne. Facial acne, upper body acne, I mean front and back. Severe acne. All those topical medications. For what? For the herpes? The same herpes that came out in the form of chicken pox earlier in my life? In high school. It was just in another form, in another place. It's herpes. Walking around in middle school, in all innocence, and got herpes. Okay. All right now, y'all. All right. That's what we do. We must bust them up. In certain parts of the video, Yaki has expressed it. Don't let them tell you. A lot of it, he telling you. He's showing you in the video, he busted up lies too. We all need to work on busting up the lies. As I said earlier, we need what you're scared of. What you scared to tell the story, who you scared to tell it to, and why. The boogeyman does not exist, people. Don't be scared. It's the saying, don't be scared.
The mono rash, amoxicillin rash, that's dealing with yeast infections, that's dealing with eczema, that's dealing with the leukemia rash, that's dealing with all of that. Look at this face. You see that? That's eczema. That's eczema on this baby girl. Eczema is herpes, y'all. It's herpes. And it's living in the ganglia nerve called the basal ganglia. Whenever anybody have herpes, they dealing with basal ganglia parasitics, or what you call herpes. It's in the nerve centers, the nerve center of the ganglia. It expresses itself through the epithelial cells of the skin. All right. So anybody that got babies out here with severe eczema, severe acne and stuff like that, or you have it, that is nothing but herpes. Quit trying to treat them like they have a blood disorder and start treating them like they have a parasite, and you will see that they will heal. We've been trying to heal the virus when we need to be expelling parasites. That's why when you get into Yaki Awaken, poor little babies, y'all. Look at these poor little babies. Look at that baby face, all of that eczema on the lips, on the cheeks. That's herpes. Could have got it coming from your womb. Could have got it while I was in the womb. You see that? Because you feed the baby your chromosomes and DNA. Could have got it from the things you're feeding it, especially from that damn yeast formula milk that's full of yeast and pus. And we're going to talk about these foods because y'all see that? Yes. Almost everybody got some form of herpes, and y'all be fighting, breaking up with your boyfriends and divorcing with your husbands and wives, thinking y'all gave each other STD when y'all both done had the damn virus in y'all systems since y'all got vaccinated when y'all was 2 years old. You see that? Y'all been had this. Y'all done caught this from y'all refrigerator. Y'all done got this from foods and breads. Y'all done got this from fermentation of fruits and vegetables. Fruits and vegetables that have pesticides sprayed on them. Y'all done got this from cow manure grown crops. Quit letting these people lie to y'all. We have clinical facts, y'all. This is nothing we making up. Get down deep into this lesson, y'all. It's going to blow y'all mind how evil and how corrupt this system is. Now, not only that, remember, occurring yeast infections is herpes. It's a yeast candida parasite you're dealing with. Exposing the secret causes of yeast infection in men and the yeast infected women, including easy tips for yeast infection treatments today by applying home remedies for yeast infections. If you have herpes, family, You have a yeast infection. Just look at your tongue, look at your fingernails, and look at the way your skin expresses itself. That's yeast, candida, fungus, mold, fermentation, which create alcohol. Alcohol dissolves and break down the mucosa membrane. When you break down the mucosa membrane, which is a part of the lymphatical defense system, guess what? You allow everything to just have its way with you and come inside of your body. Straight up. Straight up.
Okay, so you know, my sharer Abiel Ben Levy L, he mentioned he got what you say you got when you got the vax. Where he at? You got the pox from the vax. You know what I mean? You got the chicken pox from the vaccination. You get the vaccination, you get the herpes. That's what Yaki just said. It's something else, like I got vaccinated too. I got the chicken pox, possibly from that vaccination. You know, I got my children, they got their vaccinations when they was born. So my granddaughter, they got eczema. Probably got it from the vaccination. Yeast infection. Here goes another one of my ignorant points. Yeast infection in men, as that publication cover said that Yaki shared. I was like, men get yeast infections? You know what I mean? Like, apparently. And apparently there's home remedies for that. You know, with yeast infections, from my knowledge, there is this white cream they use. You got to go to the doctor and get a prescription and put it in what is it? It goes in this tube insert in the women, and you put it in your vagina and you full of the cream and you push the bottom of the syringe thing, whatever, plug up in there. But for men, like yeast infection. Look, I have my tongue. Yeast infection, that built up yeast infection. Home remedies. I'm gonna tell y'all, really though, people got that built up. I like, oh, what's wrong with your tongue? I didn't never even think about no yeast infection or herpes. My level of ignorance exposed. Have no problem sharing. I don't know everything. I tell you, some people say it, but they act like they do. I don't know. I'm up here sharing my ignorant points with y'all tonight. I got a non-nigga moment. I'm the nigga. Granddaughter talking to me in all that innocence by not saying nothing. Just me looking at her skin. It's her talking to me. And mama's a nigga. No, nigga. No, mama. Can't do that, mama.
It up. We got a scientific formula. This is a vaginal. This is a vagina cavity. You see that? Notice when we're looking at this yeast candida infected vagina, we see lesions. Look at it. Look at the hoods. Look at the clitoris. Look inside of her vaginal canal. Look at her yoni. Look on her yoni pathway. See all of that candida? That's y'all think that's not creaming. That's not that. That's yeast that's coming out of you women. Because I'm just keeping it real. A lot of women think that they be actually creaming and stuff and coming and stuff like that. Most of the time, now don't get me wrong, y'all do have certain secretions from ovaries and stuff that will give you that milky-like substance. But most of the time, you're dealing with this. All you got to do is go look. All you have to do is literally get you a scalpel and scrape that vaginal wall and test it. Most of the time, it's going to come back to be yeast positive and candida positive for fungus and mold. If you got that, and you don't test positive for the antibody protein, that does not mean that you don't have herpes. That just means that herpes is hiding behind nickel. That herpes is hiding behind silicona. That herpes is hiding behind zinc. It's hiding behind copper. It's hiding behind these metals that we're going to start talking about, and we're going to show you how to get it out the body. So sometimes you don't test positive for herpes. Hell, half the time you don't until you get aggravated, until your stress hormones or that amino acid arginine and estrogen be prominent in the body, and then it brings it out, and you don't test positive for it. You can't test it in your blood, and it won't test positive during a culture because it's hiding and it's latent and it's hiding behind a metal. Once we remove the metal, it has to show its ugly face. Once we cleanse the mucosa membrane in the skin, it has to go somewhere. There, boom, you start popping canker sores you never knew you had. It's because it gets deeper. Look,
All right, y'all see this right here? In addition to what he just said, this brings me to my next point. Not even an intended point, but it's my point right now. The men who hit me up, y'all know what, everybody? Welcome to the t-shirt and no panties zone. So back to those who hit me up, because I have these words in the title at the time to a video that didn't yet exist, and want to insert penis here. No, nigga. And again, not knowing Joy Allen. Joy Allen has just expressed that she had herpes, chicken pox evidence, possibly severe acne evidence. And then in part, you know what I mean? And then let's talk again. I said earlier, it might appear like I'm talking to the ladies. I'm talking to the brothers too. We learn a lot from y'all. I've given credit where it's due to many brothers on my platform and in my life. The woman that needs to hear from you probably don't know about me. She don't know about Yaki. She don't care about Joy Allen. She need to hear from you. She ain't think about what Joy Allen got to say. What the fuck Joy Allen know? She ain't think about Yaki. Yaki ain't, well, who he? She need to hear from you, brother. You need the knowledge too. When you see stuff like this, back to these men, not y'all right now, brothers. I'm talking about who's sharing the knowledge. I'm talking about these brothers who came at me because of a damn no panties title. Herpes. I've had evidence of herpes in my life. So what? In this sexual experience, let's say there's a sexual experience with Joy Allen. I'm in the hot seat. I don't talk about no other woman. Let's talk about Joy Allen. And let's say you could manage to make Joy Allen come. Joy Allen's creaming. Oh, you think you done did something. No, what you actually did, and your dumbasses don't recognize, would be the fact that Joy Allen secreted evidence of herpes, but you don't see an outbreak, so you think you good. So you carry on and travel on, because if you didn't have herpes before, you probably have it now. Well, at that point, in that storybook that I talked about, you created earlier, where you can insert here. Nah, nigga. For those of you who like to move around amongst women sexually, go ahead and tell them all. Check them all. Yaki gave y'all the how-to check. Go ahead and get you a scalpel, take your little culture and test it. But no, y'all ain't got time to be testing and checking the woman out. You too busy trying to insert penis there. This ain't even about women's health. It's about men's health too. Apparently, men get yeast infections. Men get herpes. You can blame it on some dirty clippers if you want. It was probably what you ate at mealtime. Eating shit that ain't correct and proper. You ate this for dinner? You thought it was a cum shot. It's a whole herpes shot. Took it back. ate that shit for dinner. Nigga. But anyway.
We just still on the Epstein-Barr virus. Look at this. This had came from this woman's vagina. And they would say that this is, they're wet. They will say that this is cum. They will say that that's mute. Look, what is that?
Mucus.
That is the mucous membrane response. Getting the candida in this herpes simplex, trying to get it up out of your vagina canal, y'all. Shedding. You don't even have to be popping these canker sores. If it's shedding, if the parasite sheds its skin and a part of that skin sheds on you, you can catch it. We have to change this whole. So you think you can, well, I ain't had sex. You can hug somebody with chickenpox and shingles or with eczema, and you can accidentally touch their shedding molecules and you will get it. What are y'all talking about? We have to relearn these viruses. Quit letting them teach y'all what these things is. Let's get it raw and uncut in the real definitions of them.
Varicella-virus.
Yeah, varicella-virus. Now, my whole thing is this. If all these things the same virus, why do they have different names? Because we finna get into HIV and cancer, and we're going to read the same thing. Oh, a lot of people going to hate that. Y'all are going to hate that part. So why is there different names? Because with different names and different locations of the expression of the same parasitical disease and virus brings a different income of money. Look at that. This is a form of shingles. Y'all see that? What do you see? Is that mucus? Don't that look like lymphatic fluid? Mm-hmm. That's how you know, man. Look, quit letting them tell you what disease is. This is lymphatic fluid, I see. Meaning that it's dealing with a what? Weak lymphatical system. Forget the word immune system. We're making a new word up. Lymphatical defense system.
Buttocks, neck, and scalp.
Up. So we got to talk about dandruff, because dandruff is nothing but candida and yeast from the scalp. So if you have severe dandruffs inside of your head, we got to talk about what that is. You're dealing with a parasite. This parasite carried the herpes virus. Come on. You see swollen lymph nodes a lot, especially in the back of the ears. So when you look at the cytomegalovirus or this herpes simplex beta virus, it don't express itself in the skin as well as 1, 2, 3, and 4 do. When you start getting to 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way to 13, it's completely a lymphatic response. So what you're going to see is swollen lymph nodes all the time that goes back down on themselves as soon as you change your diet. But the moment you eat something else, they pop back up. This is herpes 5 and up. You see that? Now you see the swollen lymph nodes. Now the lymph nodes are a part of what system?
Your lymphatic.
The lymphatic system. Ah, you see that? So anybody that's constantly dealing with swollen lymph nodes, edema, where their legs get very big a lot and they're attracting a lot of water. Most of the hands getting big, swelling. Most of the time you're dealing with the herpes simplex cytomegalovirus virus, herpes simplex 5. Not only that, it will give you these ringworm like structures too. But notice the word ringworm. That is a parasite you're dealing with. See that? So if you constantly getting ringworms and candida and yeast, that is most definitely the cytomegalovirus virus. Hold on, I'm not done. Just a few more. See that? That after we get through this worm. So we see that this is known as an intestinal fluke. This is what it looked like in its larva stage. Y'all see that? This is the larva stage.
They are also known as intestinal flukes.
Yep, that's right. Let's keep it going. Anybody that's taking these ingested chemicals, this is how you get them. Because the snail leaves poops and leaves a poop on all these things. Not only is it snails, it's birds, it's pesticides that they spray. We're gonna get into it. But if your lymphatical defense system was strong enough, it will kick it right out of your body. But since these chemicals, these 4 chemicals and metals we're talking about, bring down your actual lymphatical immune system, this fluke can get straight into your stomach, and then it passes its way into your blood capillaries by way of pooping. Come on.
And attached to an intestinal wall.
See that? So it takes 3 months to fully weld itself to your intestinal wall. And it attaches and welds itself through the intestinal wall by way of its teeth and acids. So that's why we have to cleanse the stomach first. Anybody that have herpes, we have to cleanse your gut. Come on.
There, they develop into adult food.
So that's where they get real big and grow. Now, guess what they doing? They eating all your foods that come in, but your food have to ferment first. So they block you from getting your phytonutrients, and then fermentation comes in, and germination comes in, then they eat the food. Many different ways of how you get this stuff. All right. So say the worm poops or something poops, then the egg comes from the poop, right? Then the fecal oral transmission, you will go and touch a plant, or you will touch produce in the store, or you will touch certain types of meat and stuff, and you don't cleanse it properly because they don't properly cleanse the meat that comes from these cows and stuff. And these cows actually eat this stuff that they poop on. So the cows eat the hay and eat the grass, but they're eating these worms. You don't officially cleanse your meat right, or don't cleanse your fruits and your vegetable right, and then you go and you would touch your face and your nose, or you'll go get a cup of water and stuff like that. And since you already have a weak lymphatical defense system or immunological system, this is how the virus is able to enter into your blood. Notice I'm not even talking about sex yet. I'm not even talking about that yet. And then it goes into your small intestines, and then it becomes a juvenile worm. Then it takes hold of your duodenum, and then it feeds off the fermented food because you're not passing food anyway because it's blocking you. Now the fermentation grows into a full-grown adult. That's all right. This is a doctor actually holding these things. See how big they get? These things can get very big, very flat. This is a coryzus worm. Not bisex, of course. These actual worms cause edema too. Swelling lymph nodes, swelling legs, all the water to drain to the legs because the kidneys are not functioning properly. Y'all see that? This stuff is caused by parasites, y'all. The other ones, they will weld themselves together with acids and cause other problems. But today we're just going to speak on the herpes, right? Now, it's 4 metals that actually is in correlation to this parasite that actually weakens your lymphatical immunological mucosa defense system. And when it weakens this system, this is how all of these parasites invade your bloodstream, and then they poop and they leave back their defecation inside your bloodstream, and then this virus actually starts binding to your DNA by way of they protein capsids. All right. The first one is nickel. Okay. Now, nickel was found in 1751, right? Well, by the new people. It was discovered way before that by the ancient Mayan texts and by the Hebrew Israelites. And this is what we find in their blood work, y'all. First thing you're going to see is nickel. All right. Let's read this. This is from the WebMD. And then we're going to get into what nickel does, because it have to be a dermatitis disease that come from it. Check this out.
What everyday things have nickel in them? Jewelry, belt buckles, zippers, bra, hooks. This metal is the most common cause of contact dermatitis.
Of what?
Contact dermatitis.
Oh, don't we read something called herpes dermatitis?
Yeah.
Oh, we. All right, so check this out. This why when we're healing people of herpes, we recommend that they do not wear what?
Jewelry.
Don't wear jewelries. Take off your belts. If your bras are not 100% cotton, don't wear them. See that? Because what happens is the nickel leaches in your skin as an absorption mechanism. Once you absorb this nickel and it goes to the bloodstream, it literally weakens the lymphatical defense system, or what they call a immunological system. And this is how this Fasciolus buski worm penetrate the blood capillaries and able to get through the mucosa membrane. And then it literally poop inside of your blood, and then boom. Now the RNA from the viruses and bacillus attacks itself and attaches itself to your DNA. now you have herpes, or now you have HIV and all these other things. The only difference from herpes and HIV is fasciolus burschi actually invades the thymus gland. When it invades the nervous system, it's herpes. When it invades the thymus gland, it is literally called HIV. When it invades the bone marrow and the lymphatic system, they call it cancer. We can keep going, so on and so forth. When it invades the red blood capillaries and it eats up all the 9 iron nutritions and eats the oxygen molecules, they call it sickle cell anemia. When it invades the liver, you see that? They call it malaria. I can keep going. When it invades the fingernail toes and it eats on the fungus, they call it toe fungus. When it invades the vagina cavity and it lives inside of there, they call it candida or yeast infection. Look, the whole time we are dealing with a parasite, though. The whole entire time. These are facts. I can prove this. I'm proving it. Guess what you got nickel in? Your spoons. That's why it says never to eat your soup with a steel spoon, because it's over 7% nickel in those spoons. And whenever you put a hot steel spoon in there, the nickel leaches out of the spoon into your food. Then you drink nickel. Your belt buckles, your zippers. Yes, most of your jewelry got nickel in it. Your bra straps. 99% of the bra straps got nickels in it. And if you look inside the interior of the bras, it's always a little strip full of metal. Make sure y'all opening up y'all bras and pulling that strip out, because that's also full of nickel too. And why are they purposely putting that there? What are they doing? They purposely putting that shit there for a reason. For depopulation control. Come on. Metal. I remember it's 4 metals that's associated with this. When anybody have these 4.
All right. So a few moments, I'm sharing this right here of 2 points. Yeah, so I personally know, so actually the person who was watching this video has wooden spoons and wooden bowls. Now, me myself, at that point in the journey, I was in the copper. I had learned about copper. So I had my copper mules and my copper water bottle, which I've shared on my broadcast. And the wooden thing, I'm like, why are you being so technical? Just get a damn spoon. Now I know why. And, I watched the video in its entirety, which is how I found out, because that person picked up the knowledge. They was just living their life. The full descriptions in the video, you watch the full video yourself, because you see me, I'm skipping around to points that appear to be personal to me. There are other points in this video that may be personal to you that I skipped over, or that I picked up the knowledge and I'm already working on it, like wearing no panties, like that person just using wooden spoons. And I'm up there talking like, oh, quit being, just get the get another spoon. So, and the whole thing about the using a metal spoon to eat a hot item, I just could see drinking the metal now, so I have to give me some wooden spoons and some wooden bowls and wooden plates. Just crazy. And then the whole pulling the bras. Now, back in the day, and I didn't make this point earlier. So back in the day, my breasts were large R. And sometimes, and it got to the point to where I couldn't do stuff like in high school, run the 1 mile around the track to get my A in PE. I just settled for a B. I'm not running around the damn track and my breast is in my damn space and hurting my back and bothering me. When I went to the military, I discussed with them why I don't have no problem joining y'all. I just got this issue. It ain't an issue no more, but an issue. And they gave me
ace bandages, and they, wrapped me with it. So then I was able to join in with PT with everybody else. And I was comfortable. How they showed me how to strap down. So today I'm here again in the hot seat. I'm the one. I come up here and tell you my issues. We need to discuss them. You having breasts, they too big, sister? Your brother, a sister that knows she talking to you about they too big, they hurting her back. She thinking about getting breast reduction like I was. Just talk to her maybe about some ace bandages. She can wrap them up. You know what I mean? Take them pennies y'all throwing away and just wrap yourself, wrap your breasts with them, strap them down, and do what you got to do in your day. But I didn't have to. I didn't want to get surgery. I'm like, surgery. I didn't have to get surgery. I had a natural breast reduction. One child at a time. My breast cup went down. My breast size went down. Starting with child number 1 right here. I appreciate her existence is so much to me. By way of me though, but it prevented me from going into a surgery, getting a breast reduction. For me, having a child at the time, roll back. At the time of the pregnancy, they actually got bigger. And that's when I was like thinking of breast reduction. But after I had, her avatar came out of my avatar. Oh yeah, them mugs went down a little bit. I was like, oh, okay, this works. I love my baby, this works. But some women don't have that option. And I know some that have had the breast reduction. And with all that the piece that I would get came from, this is on something else. I'm sharing old comments as I go. So if y'all don't want to hear me, you can read a comment. So as a piece of relief, I would pull out the strap in the bra. And the same way, I don't know about y'all, but back when those masks came out that is in fashion right now, and I've seen a video or two and heard people talk about removing that metal wire that's right here on top of the mask, the same way people removing metal wires out the mask, because I don't subscribe to the mask. That's how I was pulling wires out my bra when I buy them. If it was a bra and I found something that fit my cup, because I had to go to Victoria's Secret and get fitted properly. I had to go get fitted properly because my breast kept reducing at the rate of I couldn't keep up what it was. And then being in the workforce, I can't have, how they got that breast spillage in your, your bra ain't quite, you got this spillage. No, nigga, I had to go to Victoria. I went and pulled them damn strips out there, them metal that I ain't been on metals in a long time, them wire bras, but it was my size. And that was before Yaki, I was pulling wires out my bra and before the knowledge and everything else. So I encourage us all, if you're going to wear a bra, to pull the metal out, to pull the strip out. Yaki's video was a little over 2 nights. Grand evening to you, Quantier, as well. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you were here. Gratitude. Worms in wood. I'm having a thinking moment. I'm gonna let Yaki's video finish playing. I got a little bit more to share. I'm gonna work. Okay, in the wood too. Wood. Like wood's natural. Now I'm gonna have this moment right here on the screen. Wood is natural. You know what I mean? Actually, see, this is what I'm talking about. Let's talk about it. Shay Pink 40, I'm glad you spoke on this. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to run it back and see what y'all. I just got like discombobulated right now. Wood, yeah. Anything called woodworms? I don't know, wormwood, which he gonna mention later. I got some wormwood. I already had bought it though, based on something else. I drink wormwood tea, but yeah, it's like okay, Shaping 40, okay.
metals inside of their bodies. And the fluke worm, everybody got the worm, everybody. I got rid of mine. I just pooped the worm out, what, was that 2 months ago? Yeah. I just pooped the worm out 2 months ago. I'm constantly cleansing. We constantly do I mean, I literally just pooped the worm out 2 months ago. So you gonna get the worms. Everybody got parasites. But if you have a weak lymphatic system, that's when you catch disease, y'all. That's when you catch viruses. So the fluke worm ain't that the fluke worm is not that harmful to the body as long as it don't pass the blood capillaries and the blood-brain barrier of the mucosa membrane. The moment it passes the mucosa and goes into the body, you done. If it stay into the outer tube of the body, from your esophagus all the way to your anus, you cool. But the moment it goes into the blood, you're done. Let's keep reading. And their immunological system, and they have chromate, or where you get the word chrome from. Come on. Now check out what this is in. Chromate is actually a food preservative. So anybody that have food preservatives to preserve their food, like cereals, like breads and things like that, you've been eating potassium chromate. This also weakens the lymphatical defense system and allows that fluke worm inside of you to give you all types of diseases. Come on.
Okay. It says used as a food preservative, potassium chromate, which is employed in tanning leather and dyeing textiles.
So hold on. So it's in tanning leather. Is in what?
Dyeing textiles.
Dyeing textiles mean anything that have colors on it. It's called azo dye. Azo dye. Look up azo dye. It's what's in your turns your shirt colors. What makes your furniture colors. It's what is used to dye the colors of your seats and your leather seats in your car.
Absorbed by the lung
and what?
And the gastrointestinal tract.
There you go. Guess what your gastrointestinal tract is? Your duodenum. This is where this worm actually literally sucks onto your intestinal tract here. Then goes through your blood-brain barrier. Well, guess where most of your lymphatic defense system, or where what makes up 85% of your immunological system, is in your gut. So that's what it breaks down first. That's why if you're trying to heal from herpes, HIV, cancer, AIDS, sickle cell anemia, the first thing we have to clean is what, Kawhi?
Your gut.
Yeah, we have to cleanse the gut. Now, everything that we go to and everything that we get into, what I've noticed is in all of our, and so look at this picture, y'all. So everybody want to be bling blinging with the fake jewelry. This is where you get Cuba zirconia from. It comes from this metal. Y'all see that? There go the word right there. Zirconium dioxide. That is killing us, family, and it's weakening our lymphatic system, and it's allowing this parasite in to literally shit inside of our blood and our body, and this is how we're getting this disease, or this so-called virus. All right? Let's keep it going. All right, what does it say right here? All right, here go another one. Now this shows you, this is the last one, and we're gonna talk about it. Benzalkonium, because that's another one that's and this is nothing but chloride, family. Benzalkonium chloride. And this is what you find in your water. This is what you find in the swimming pools. This is what you find in all the industrial machineries that they cleanse out cups, glasses, and everything else with. This is what you find in the clothes sewing machineries, all of that. You're going to find benzalkonium. You see that? So this is how we're getting this actual parasitic. Now, everybody get the parasitic. What's wrong is the everyday chemicals that we're putting in our body, because we're not being holistic, is weakening our lymphatical system, and we're allowing Fasciolopsis buski to actually get inside our blood barrier mucosa system. That's actually where the herpes virus come from, y'all. Not only that, the AIDS
that we really need to. Now, up until the last few years, we've been able to depend on our stomach acid to kill this parasite. But now with the addition of isopropyl alcohol, which Dr. Clark has proven can accumulate.
Now, isopropyl alcohol is actually comes from wooden alcohol too. They use this isopropyl alcohol to cleanse out machines in the laboratories, to cleanse out machines in the industrial systems. And what happens is this isopropyl alcohol literally weakens. Not only does it weakens and dissolve your dissolve your mucosa membrane lymphatic system, but it weakens the hydrochloric acid from your stomach. So now your acid is not able to burn up this bacterium nor this parasite. This parasite literally latches on to the duodenum of your small intestinal tract. And then the moment that the system get weak enough, it allows itself in by way of the blood capillaries. Then boom, you have your herpes. Boom, you have your HIV. Boom, you have all these different manifestations of viruses and diseases. These are the actual chemicals with all of these four metals and elements that are weakening your lymphatical defense system, or what you will call the immunological system. You see that? That smelly Glad trash can with the smelling stuff on it? Stop getting that. The moment you touch that, guess what you rubbing inside of you? Aluminum, chloride, bleach, fluorine. This stuff is getting into your body and weakening your immune system. You see that? The filters that they use from your vacuums. Stop using that. Guess what's in that stuff? Chloride. This is where you find your nickel, your chrome, your titanium, your zirconia, your aluminum, your benzochronium. We can keep going. All of your isodides. Yes, dial, white marble, your crest, your gojo, your baby wipes. And y'all wiping y'all babies with this stuff, weakening their immune system, weakening their lymphatic system, and wonder why they got eczema, wondering why they got chicken pox, wondering why they coming up with all these herpes simplexes. I checked all of these. All of these have this stuff in it, y'all. That's why I have these pictures. All of these have this stuff in it. Your toothbrushes. Yes, your shaving cream, your razors, your lady speed stick. All of the stuff that you think make you smell good. Yes, all of it. But guess what? We make natural oils. We make natural toothpaste. We make natural mouthwashes. We make natural deodorant sticks. We have bamboo toothbrushes. So don't y'all ain't gotta cry, y'all. We can replace that with holistic stuff, because you're gonna need that. We provide all this stuff at the Healing House. All right, let's keep it going. Now, remember I was telling y'all that once the fasciolopsis boyski poops inside of you, that she found that this Phystotolis byproduct that it poops out, it turns into a bacterium that literally starts its own germination and has its own DNA, right? Now, what this Fasciolopsis boyski does is its DNA turns into this, but the only way it can stay alive is by eating. But first, before we find out what it eats, let's find out this actual bacterium that has its own DNA and how it turns into herpes. Let's read it real quick. Let me blow it up for you.
Yes,
we did the research. Oh. All right, here it go again, y'all. Hold on, it gets look, this even give you the cycle of this stuff. Pathogenic shows you, y'all. Toxic vaccines. This show you how they do it in vaccine. They straight pulling this stuff from cows and from sheep and from pigs and from goats and putting this stuff into chickens and putting it into you. You have to take out if you're trying to heal from HIV and herpes, you have to take out your metal fillings, family. Now we have a lot of cases where they don't take them out and they still heal, but we have a lot of cases where it starts to leak off into the blood barrier and get into the nerves, and then it feeds the parasitic because it's weakening the lymphatic system. So you have to take them aluminum metal fillings out of your teeth, y'all. And that is half of your heart diseases too. The metal fillings are very bad. I got a whole video we doing about that as well. So it comes out and it breaks out. Y'all see that? Hold on. Now, this is actually where this parasite lives at. It loves to live in the central nervous system, and it loves to live in the ganglia. It lives through the ganglia. I mean, it loves the ganglia, but you feed it through aflatoxins, or what you call moldy food. So make sure that you're not leaving your food out because a certain bacteria comes from it. All that eating leftovers, no more eating leftovers, y'all. Because what happens with these leftovers, if it's left out for a long period of time, it starts to ferment. This is what feeds the parasite, and it also weakens the immunological lymphatical defense system. This will allow the parasite inside you, inside your blood capillaries, to literally leave its DNA with you. Then you have herpes, HIV, and all this other stuff. But it only lives throughout the ganglia of the nerve system. That's why in every nerve system have an ending in your epidermis. That's why you always see a mucosa skin reaction or response to this disease. And that's why you feel itching or you feel a burning sensation before you actually have outbreaks, because it's inside of the nervous system. Well, the nervous system is where all of your neurotransmitters are conveyed through to actually correspond through the whole body. All right. So that's why you see Parkinson's disease coming from this herpes. You see Alzheimer's disease coming from herpes. You see dementia coming from herpes. You see multiple sclerosis coming from herpes. All of these are long herpes, not long. When you go a long time without healing or treating the herpes, you get these type of diseases from it. Because this is what's feeding the from your mucous membrane, and I mean it loves to eat aflatoxins, and these are germinated foods, foods that rotten, foods that putrefy, food that turns into pus, which will be most of your carbohydrated grains in your meats, your white rice and stuff like that. Let's read it. So hold on. So once it's processed, you see that? So when the contaminated food is processed, not only is you getting all the mold from this food, but then they want to preserve the mold. So they put all this nickel and all this titanium and all this aluminum and all this benzocumium on this already toxic molded germinated food, y'all. So y'all think y'all eating shit that's fresh off the produce, and it's not. Got all types of pesticides and stuff on it to keep it fresh. Or look, what we found out, they will trick us and they will freeze the shit, y'all. They unfreeze it and put it on the thing, and we wonder why it be wet. That's because they will freeze it with the germs on it, then unfreeze it and sell it to you. Especially these meats, y'all. It's all in that meat and in them dairy products. We have to stay away from meat, protein, and dairy products, yeast, fungus, and processed sugars. This is what's causing the weakness of the immunological system, and it feeds the parasites, and this is what's giving you all of your diseases and viruses. It gets deeper, y'all. Then it shows y'all how this stuff works. They go to aflatoxin. Notice what they call it: food poisoning, human consumptions. Notice what you see. You see corn. You see your nuts, or what you call your highly active proteins. You see your meat, your cows, and your dairy milk. You see chicken and eggs. And then you see your fattening butters. These things are aflatoxins. That's why you can't eat none of this with herpes. Don't we take you off all of that when we heal you from herpes?
On a very strict diet. That's the main part outside of the herbs for your healing.
And notice what these things cause. They cause us fungal infections, yeast infections, and all of that. Now remember, you have to stop the food intake. No meat, period. You hear me? No seeds, period. And only a few amount of grains. Now, quinoa grain, that is very full of lysine. This will help you heal your wounds quicker, and the parasite hate the amino acid L-lysine, but it loves L-arginine because it helps us grow things. It helps bring out the outbreaks. You see that? So we suggest you go fully alkaline. Not only fully alkaline, if you're not at the Yaqui detoxification home, then we suggest you go all fruits. Now, if you're with me, you're with Kawhi, Aniyah, you're in the building with us, and we're helping you heal. Of course, we're gonna be cooking some good foods for you that you can actually eat that won't get in the way. But people that don't truly know how to cook and eat these things, go on an all fruit diet and make sure you're preparing and washing your fruits, right? The first, how to properly wash your fruits is you soak them. soak them in cold water for at least 20 minutes. And every 5 minutes you soaking them, cleanse them. After that, rinse them for 2 minutes in hot water. Then you can eat them. If any fruits you have got wax on them, don't buy them. If they don't fall straight from up off the tree and get plucked straight from the roots and then go to the store, you don't want them. So always get fully organic with no preservatives and no wax on them, because these things have these metals that I've been talking about. You see that? You see what I'm saying? Now, after you stop the eating and you start killing the parasite and you're sweeping and cleansing the guts, this is what we get into what I have named herbal amino acid therapy. Messing with things that are chemically processed. All right, make sure if you wear something, it's 100% cotton. Make sure if you brush your teeth, you're brushing it with homemade teeth solutions. You're brushing it with your own toothpaste. We create our own toothpaste. Make sure if you're using deodorants, you're using homemade deodorants from natural products, fully organic. We make our own natural deodorant. You see that? Everything you use absorbs in your skin. Your skin is not only the biggest eliminating organ of your body, but it's the biggest absorption organ of your body as well. Y'all see that? All right, so now I am allowing the floor for questions that have to do with herpes, nothing else. Or would detoxing a child with eczema be the same? Yes, it'll be the exact same, Zoe Davis, but it will be according to their weight. That's why if you look on our if you actually look on our instruction manual, it actually shows you how to do it by weight.
All right, everyone. Now, again, I appreciate Yaki. I appreciate his work, and definitely, I don't know all he knows. I don't do all he does. What I do know is from evidence of his video, watch the full video. We use a broadcast. This broadcast life for me, as I've expressed before, it's nerve-wracking sometimes. I sweat sometimes. Sometimes. I appreciate Yaki for going through what it took to put that information out there. It is a reference, definitely for my children and myself. There are points and parts in there that I actually forgot about because I'm applying other parts to maintain my health, other things in life. I also, even in review for this video, did not hear it that time. There's some things I'm hearing this time, and I'm like, I do need to do that. But right, you know what? Pace yourself. Pace yourself. Do things as and when you see best. I'm not pushing the topic here, but I definitely would like for us all to be in the no panties zone all the time. Stop wearing panties. Peace and love, Shari Berry. Charbay from her YouTube channel. And Charbay, we're not wearing panties. We're not wearing panties. I'm wanting to think you just got here, run a video back, you'll hear me tell them if I see these, they wear them thongs that's on the door. You got a thong on and I see it above your pants line, your bottoms line, I'm gonna snap it. So I'm gonna snap it. That's a PSA. Joy Allen is snapping thongs. Don't let me see them, ladies. Sisters, I'm going to snap your thong. Need to come out the panties. I promote and advertise the no panties zone. I also promote health, wellness to us all. Grand night, Quantea is speaking. And in that regards, I'm about to say grand night to you all as well. I didn't really plan on being here this long. I had thought that if it was going to be this long, I would do a part 2. but there was this flow. I just felt the flow. So I flow. I appreciate everyone that shared out the video and is supporting my move to YouTube and Twitter only these days, because I refuse to be in their fake Facebook jail. I ain't about to sit and talk. They ain't about to restrict my post. They can have that. They can have a little fake platform. I don't need it. And plus, as I was discussing with somebody yesterday, most of the people that I really interact with on Facebook, I talk to them on my phone or I see them in person. Like the event I went to with Quantia and Quantiera yesterday, Twin Healer. Contact them. Their information was here. They are on Facebook, Twin Healer, and Instagram. Check them out. They have an event in Detroit. They will be there. Their event is tomorrow as well. Check them out. Support them. I got this right here. They both gone right now, I think, but they have to tell you what these are. I don't even remember what they told me. I got these from them yesterday. Everything I got on right now came from one of my sisters out there. Twin Healer, Ashanette Hines. Where Ashanette? Ashanette Hines right here. And Shay Yu right here. This all Shay Yu right here. Then I had this matriarch in my life. She gave me this set right here. It's a whole necklace and other earrings. I'm just all this love and adornment, these tributes. I appreciate the matriarchs. I appreciate the goddesses. I appreciate my sisters. I appreciate us all, the empresses. I appreciate us all. I need you to appreciate me and hear me say, stop wearing the panties. Again, welcome everyone to Karmic Dynasty. Where's that? I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you all joining me in this effort and my bravery to come up here on a t-shirt and no panties zone moment. I enjoyed it. It wasn't scary. It wasn't scary at all. It was just the unknown. And I apparently walked into it. It was a great time here with you all. I look forward to bringing some of the topics that came up during this broadcast. We're going to talk about it. And of course, in the discussion as it continues, more will continue to happen. And the t-shirt and no panties zone, I'm liking this. I'll be back with more. Again, I'm on my hiatus. I'm having moments in life. So I don't professional, personal, all that stuff. Social media, that's a whole nother sector. Is there a name for that? Social media life, personal life, professional life, public life. Have things going down, up, all the way up, Okay. So I appreciate you being here. I will update everyone as I did before today's broadcast to give you a heads up on when I plan to broadcast again. I appreciate all of the support. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the endearment. Y'all. I'm kept. I am well kept and well taken care of. It's an honor. It's so beautiful. It's an honor. Gratitude from Joy Allen. Enjoy your evening and your life and your health and your wealth, which is you. You are wealthy. You are greatness. Peace. Peace, everyone, and welcome to Karmic Dynasty. Today, I have with me a Siba of mine, a teacher, Kepra Patah. Kepra is going to be speaking to us. And before we get started, Kepra, again, welcome to Karmic Dynasty. Again, I always appreciate you on the platform. I always appreciate all of your contributions to the platform. And yesterday, actually, now at the beginning of my videos, I always most times share how I came about the video. Now, yesterday, Michael Coles was on here with his comedic tarot Veil of Aset. And you referred him to the platform. I did not say that yesterday. I'll do it on part 2 when he comes back. So I appreciate you for your referrals to the platform. And you actually have referred some other people to me. Next Sunday, there will be a Baba here. And so we will see him. Now, but today you are here. Tell us all who you are, how we can contact you, and in whatever manner you like to open and introduce yourself and greet the audience, feel free to do so. Gratitude.
First of all, thank you. Thank you, Queen Mother Ishram. My name is Kepra Patah. In Ifa, my name is Falowo Fayemi Adeshayo Opayemi. My whole comedic name is Kepra Patah, Ma Nefer Nur Haru Atira Shechem. I give thanks and praise to all the ancestors. I give thanks and praise to my elders and teachers and guides, those who are not just here, but also those on the other side. Now, I've been working in the community for a long time as, you know, a teacher and a healer and so forth. And my whole thing was always to help elevate the community, help elevate my, you know, my family, those who are interested in learning, those who are looking for it. You see what I mean? Because you can't just make anybody, you know, drink the water. But at the same time, you can always present the water. And if people are thirsty, they will drink of it. So how would you contact me? My number is 206-960-7999. I give readings. And I also tell people who their spirit guides are, whether it's through the Netaru or the Orishas. The Orisha tradition is becoming very, very popular more and more as time goes on. A lot of people are literally returning to their ancestors, well, while they're still alive. Their ancestors are actually coming to them and talking to them and telling them about who they are and why it's important for us to recover the legacy of who we are, our dynasty, our ancient dynasties of the past, you know, our family. We're not lost. We're still here. All we have to do is acknowledge what we have. So anyway, you can reach me at 206-960-7999. My email address is khepra.ptah. For those who want readings and want to know what their destiny is, contact me. For those who are interested in knowing who their spirit guides and orishas are, you can contact me. And for those who would like to know more about these traditions, and if they're interested in exploring them, they can also contact me for that purpose as well. I can be found on Facebook under the same name, Kepra Patah, Khepra, Ptah. I have an Instagram account, and I'm also on YouTube for those who are interested in checking out some of my videos. So I'd like to get started. Usually when we any type of prayer or ritual, we use water, which is very important in African traditions. Very important because it helps to deliver an intent. It also helps to cool off the space around you, making it presentable for all the good and cool spirits to come down so that you will have a cool situation and be able to make a cool presentation or just have a cool head. So the way we do it, I'm gonna do it in English. There's a Yoruba way of doing it, but I'm gonna say, cool head. You anoint, see how I anoint my third eye, the top of my head, the back of my neck. These are the 3 spots you want to anoint with water. You want to keep these areas cool. All right. Cool house, cool road, cool ancestors, cool gatekeeper, gate open. Remove negativity of all forms, remove death, remove sickness, remove misunderstandings, remove misfortune, remove gossip. Bring in all that is cool, bring in the wealth, bring in life, bring in the good relationships, bring in the ancestral support. And then we got the Yoruba way. We say, Ori tutu, Omi tutu, Ele tutu, Ona tutu, tutu egun, tutu eshu, Kosi aku, Kosi arun, Kosi ofo, Kosi adina, Kosi akoba, Aiko babawa. We definitely want to dismiss OFO. We want to remove OFO. A lot of people are losing things, losing relationships and everything else. So it's time for us to cool the area off. And then we'll go into the presentation. You can do a quick prayer. One of the prayers I see to water is in the Odu Ofun Irete, where it speaks on how, and I will hold the vessel up in the air. Usually I kind of skipped out on that. You hold the vessel up in the air. We call this a hikara, right? And one of the things I pray, one of the things I speak of about water, we give thanks and praise to the power of water. It is said that water has no enemy. Water was told to make sacrifice so that no one would be able to conspire, boycott water. Water made the sacrifice. It is said, enemy of water and continue to thrive. We give thanks and praise to the power. I say Ashe. Another thing you can also do is do the breath into the water when you're going to sprinkle it, because you see the breath that carries your vibration as well. You see, so there's a lot of things that you can do just with this alone, just when it comes to opening up any type of session, any type of prayer and everything else. There's also the forms of meditation in which you can do with water. We'll talk about that as well, but it's very important, in African tradition. And interestingly enough, I don't know if anybody's familiar with the prophecy of the Hopi Indians or Hopi natives, but they speak on how all these different groups of people have their own element. It talks about the whites being, having fire, the Asians having wind, the Native Americans or the red people having the earth. But it also speaks about the black people being connected to water. Now, of course, because we have melanin, of course, there is a connection to the sun. So I see we identify with ourselves with fire. I can see that. But also, you're going to notice when you get into African spirituality that water is a very sacred element. Okay. Shango is the fire, and even he was adopted by Yemoja, right? Who is the top of the water. She's the spirit of the top of the water. In Nigeria, she goes back to a certain river. We'll get into that pretty soon. But more and more sisters and brothers are becoming aware of spiritual beings such as Yamaya, Oshun, Olo. Me, somebody just called. Okay. Anyway, Yamaya, Oshun, Olokun, Mamiwata, the Nomo of the Dogon tradition, and so forth. And it has survived in various traditions, and it is believed that there is a special relationship between water and spirit. Even for those of us who may have grown up Christian and so forth, it talks about being of water and of spirit. If people may be familiar, remember those teachings. Were used in the rite of baptism, signifying the rebirth and the washing away of what we call sins, and where the individual is now reborn and can now receive the Holy Spirit. Now, in African traditions, one of the most common methods around the use of water is the libation, in which I've just done not too long ago. And this is more than just a symbolic gesture, okay? So what we did when we first started is an opening for a whole lot of different ceremonies. Practitioners from various African traditions, they'll take this water and they'll pray into the water, and they pour this water into the earth. You saw me just sprinkle it. Sometimes they use a plant and everything else. And after this, the water has been imprinted with the intent of when doing the libation. You want to imprint the water with the breath that I told you, and you can pray into the water. You put your prayer into the water, then you pour it on the earth. That's another way. Sometimes, you know, I've seen some people use a whole jug that they'll fill up full of water and pray into the jug of water, and they'll pour out the water as they're doing their prayers, okay? So many say that this is quenching the thirst of the ancestors who have been buried in the earth. And there's more to this. When we pour water into the earth, our prayers and our intent, it charges up the whole area where the intent is directed. So according to ancient Kemet, for those who are familiar with the Kemetic tradition, it talks about how all life rose from out of the Nun. And the Nun, or Noon, is the cosmic ocean of nothingness. Nun is said to be the parent of the Neteru, which are the gods or the forces of nature of ancient Kemet. And we look at water, we're seeing the same water that has been in the bodies of individuals for hundreds of thousands of years. And the same water has been drank by the pharaohs, warriors, healers, and priests for thousands of years. Within these waters remain their memories, because water holds memory. So water may be by far the most mysterious element known to man and woman, okay, or woman, if you may, since the beginning of time. It is this very same mysterious fluid in all carbon life must have in order to exist. And it's believed by the ancients that everything in existence emerged from the primordial waters of nothingness. And we can find this in the scriptures and traditions around the globe. The Cometians believe that the life-sustaining fires of Ra came directly out of the Nun. And even the Hindus talk about Vishnu emerging from the sea of milk. And we see that the rivers where there are many of these civilizations are close to these rivers were established, and they still pay reverence to various deities like Olokun and Yemaya. You know, in fact, the Kemetic civilization was highly dependent on the Nile. You cannot separate Kemetic civilization from the Nile River, okay, who they call Happy. Then you have the Niger, you know, in Nigeria, and the Ganges of the Hindus, and the Jordan, which is the famous river in your Bible, the Tigris and Euphrates, and etc. So in the tradition of Mami Wata, we learn about the various water spirits, including mermaids, right? We had talked about ancient Kemet. You know, every time you open the Bible, you read long enough, it's going to talk about the waters of salvation. Traditions, they all agree that the world started in a watery mass. There's the Bini of in the Yoruba. They call this watery mass Olokun's kingdom. And Olokun is the owner of the ocean. Olokun is the owner of the sea. Edo State is seen as the king, the first son of Osanabua. And the Edo, that is the Edo name for the supreme being. The Yoruba say Olodumare. But it's considered the most important deity among the Edo pantheon. And the Edo version of Olokun is white. You know, the Yoruba, their version of Olokun is blue, and so forth. Coral is sacred to Olokun. Olokun is identified with wealth. And Olokun is also connected to the mudfish. And the mudfish symbolizes peace and prosperity, as well as the ability to adapt to water and land. In this case, the mudfish represents the unification of the two. So Olokun is the owner of all wealth, a keeper of great knowledge and wisdom. The Edo believe that Olokun resides beneath the Ethiopian River, and Olokun must be appeased so that the spirits of the deceased can be guided in and out of the spirit world. That's how important Olokun is. Money, wealth, offspring, and undiscovered truths. This is what we go to Olokun for in this particular tradition. And it's beyond the unexplainable that is sacred to Olokun. Olokun is also the great healer of those who have been through psychic traumas. For those who seek wealth and children, they go to Olokun. Now, some simple things that you can do, you know, this is a side note. For those who would like to connect with Olokun, you can bring Olokun like 7 pieces of fruit from time to time. Olokun also likes sweet things, okay? So if you ever want to just connect with the spirit of the waters, you can just go ahead and take something really simple. Olokun likes sweets, right? You know, you can bring something like oranges, like 5 oranges to Oshun and so forth, and bring her some honey. You know, she likes honey. You can pour a little bit of honey. You always taste the honey first, okay? Then you give it to Oshun. Same with Yemaya. Only difference is with her, you're going to use molasses, okay? So I'll tell you the importance of why it's good to connect with these particular deities, these particular water spirits. You can also see that there's a connection between these deities and Aset, or Isis, if you may. In around their tradition, you'll see that she has a blue-colored throne on top of her head, representing both the lunar aspect as well as the concept of the waters of creation. She's the mother. Within her, the child forms within the amniotic fluid and so forth. Okay, so water is understood as a powerful yet mysterious force. Now, in the Congo mystery, the ocean is known as the Great Kalunga, and it resides in a place where the souls can use as a gateway for departure. Once again, Olokun also deals with the departed. Now, for those who are familiar with Greek legends or the Greek philosopher, I believe it was Thales, Thales also talk about how all things arose from the water. All right. So keep in mind, Thales studied in ancient Kemet. He studied in Africa before going and starting his own school. And he believed that the world started with water. So when you look at history, you'll see that a lot of your greatest civilizations developed around water. And that should tell you that this element is a very special, significant thing. Okay. Yes, we have an African understanding of the underwater kingdom. We call that Olokun's kingdom. If Atlantis sunk into the depths, it is now part of Olokun's kingdom, along with Lemuria and all these other ancient civilizations, because Olokun represents a knowledge that's been long lost, that can only be achieved from the depths of the subconscious of the collective, from the depths and from the Akashic records for those who are really connected. So Olokun is to West Africa what Poseidon was to the Greek. Now let's look at the word Kalunga, because you still see from various traditions that have survived in the diaspora for those who are into maybe Palo and Kambanda, Kamakumba, Brazil and Cuba, you'll run across this word Kalunga. Now, for those who are familiar, there's a brother by the name of Dr. Fukiyao. He wrote a book called African Cosmology. And I think it's back in print. For a while, it was expensive, but they have made recent reprints. Get African Cosmology by Dr. Fukiyao, and he talks about Kalunga. It's a Congo word or Kikongo word. And water, the great Kalunga, the threshold between worlds. It's let us call our ancestors out of the water. So when you go before the water, that is one of the places in which you can call your ancestors from. The souls of millions are under the waters. The bottom of the ocean is an ancestral domain. Okay, so that'd be a good place to do ancestral rituals. I'm telling you, a lot of people think the cemetery is the place where spirits and departed souls are to be found, but that's man-made. It's the waters. That's where you find and connect with the spirits of all the ancestors that go back to the beginning of time, you see. So I want to go back and talk about the Memphite theology just a little bit. We talk about how in the beginning, you know, all these things existed within the cosmological waters of creation. You have Amun, Amunet, Nununet, Kukuket, Hu and Huhet. We're talking about the hidden, the unhidden, right? You're talking about the light and the solidified light. You're talking about the differentiated, the non-differentiated, or should I say the undifferentiated and differentiated. And you're talking about authoritative utterance and authoritative utterance that is sound, solidified. So basically everything is held together with light and sound, and water represents the mirror that reflects these things, you see. So when you're dealing with water, you're dealing with the gateway of connecting with spirit. Let's see, Theban, Anu theology, all that. We talk about the different ways of understanding how these things emerge from the primordial waters of nothingness. This includes Atum, who is said to have risen from the primordial waters, who is followed by Apep, who seeks to devour Atum and bring him back into that state of nothingness, right? And this is the process of creation. Everything it comes out, it emerges, then it returns back to where it comes from. Then it emerges, and then it goes back in. This is how creation works. And then it's also how the breath works. When you're meditating in front of the water, you see the waves coming in, then you see the waves going out. Waves coming in, waves going out. So it'll be a great opportunity when you get in front of the water and the tides are coming. You can go in a trance and meditation, meditating as you're seeing the waves coming in, so the waves going out. And then you're talking to spirits like Yamaya. When you talk to Yamaya, you can talk to her in a way that you have this burden on your heart, and you ask her to take away your burdens, and she'll take your burdens away. Okay, there's a ritual that people may work with when they're having a lot of burdens and they're feeling a lot of pain in the heart because they may have had a bad day or broke up with their significant other. And what I say is, go and take your pain to Yamaya. Take your pain to the water. You want sweetness, then take your June, right, to the river, and give some honey to Oshun and clean yourself off. Leave some flowers there to Oshun, right? All of these river deities and river spirits and water spirits, they are connected. All these spirits are connected to Olokun, who is the owner of the ocean. So you can't deal with water spirits without dealing with Olokun or the Kalunga in some way, either directly or indirectly, you see. So we should be clear concerning the universal story of the power of water and throughout many ancient and modern cultures worldwide. And one very important icon that continues to be addressed is what is called the primordial egg of creation. Now, Eastern traditions, it talks about Hiranyagarba, which is the golden egg within the primordial waters or the ocean. And it is this egg that released the four elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. The Yorubas, they talk about Oyigi Yigi, how in the beginning of creation, this rock, you're right, separated into four parts, right? And that was the beginning of creation, right? Once again, the four elements, the four directions, and so forth. And you see the same story told when it talks about the Dogon, right? And Amma's egg, the four directions, because it's where the birth of creation comes. See, the Queen Mother has put the egg of life, the egg of creation, and you see the serpent around the egg, right? That represents constant movement, constant spiraling and expansion, constant renewal, just as the serpent of the world, or the snake, the boa constrictor, or the python sheds its skin for constant renewal. So it's from this egg the strong force, weak force, electromagnetism, magnetism, and gravity. And this starts the creation, the process of creation. The primordial egg is where all life emerges from. And let us explore the most African-centered beliefs around this cosmology of creation and existence in reference to primordial waters, and how we can each tap into these four elements, because each and every one of us are all connected to this cosmic egg. Now, the Yorubas, they call this cosmic egg the Great Calabash. Okay, the calabash of creation, in which all the four elements can be found within, and they have they have different ways of explaining what these four elements are. We'll talk about that in another, maybe another cast. Now, among the Yoruba, though, Yamaya means the mother of the fish. Fish all thrive in what we call schools. So, in this regard, humanity are the fish, and this life is our education. And as long as we are on earth, we are in school. So the fact is that the atmosphere in which we thrive in still contains water. So in many words, we could actually say we're still in the water. Think I'm lying? Scientists actually have found water in space. And scientists have found a huge cloud of vapor 12 million light years away. This thing is so big, they can't even tell you how big it is. Okay, so there's water in space. Water is like immortal and is identified with spirit. The Yorubas talk about when a person's soul departs, how it rises in the atmosphere and comes down in the rain and ends up in the ocean and so forth. Anyways, now the Dogon also spoke of how Amma had made his first attempt to create humanity. You see, according to the Dogon lore, brought to the ancestors by even more ancient beings called the Nomo. And the Nomo are said to have been fish-like. And these beings need to thrive in a watery environment. And the Nomo are referred to as the teachers and monitors of humanity. So you will go back to Kemetic teachings of the story of Menefer. It talks about 4 male and 4 female entities in the Memphite theology, and it talks about these beings representing renewal and a transformation of energy. The Dogon have a similar cosmology. However, it is also spoken of these beings coming and teaching humanity. And we can see how these aprimordial beings are also echoed in the cosmology of the Dogon, you know. So we still connect with these energies in which they represent, or which represents them. And we use this in our cosmology, and we use this in the various forms of divination that is practiced to this day. Both the Dogon and the Yoruba recognize that creation came from a single point, which we talked about earlier as the cosmic egg. The Dogon speak about an egg or a rock that divided itself into 4 parts, right? And within this egg or this rock contains the 4 ingredients of the creation. And the Dogon understood that this was 266 parts, and 10 of those parts were removed with the splitting of the egg. You know, they were separated, leaving 256. The Yoruba also speak of the 256 different patterns in divination when it comes to working, out one's destiny and their purpose on being on this planet. So the Dogon speak of how Amma made his attempt to create humanity as well as creating the universe, and had an issue because of his attempt to make love to the earth. And because of his violation, the earth gave a jackal, which brought chaos and disorder into the world. In a later attempt, this is when Amma created the perfect twins known as the Nomo. And you'll see various stories, similar stories about the divine twins, the yin-yang principle that is necessary for the creation to be sustained, as well as the masculine feminine or feminine masculine construct to continue to keep humanity, or that is, keep humanity reproducing itself. Now, it's more than just a construct, it's also a natural thing to continue to thrive. You need the yin-yang principle in order for us to continue to sustain ourselves and give birth and to continue to propagate our species. So the Nomo were often described as either being amphibious and without joints. There's a book that you may want to check out called Conversations with Okotomile. And I can't think of the author right now. I'll have it for anyone who has questions later. If they'd like to follow up with me, I'll get that information for you, or you can look it up. I believe it's Ogotomile. It may be Ogotomele. But we see where he actually uses the word nomo and water interchangeably. Okay. And he also talks about water being at the gate of creation, as well as being the blood of the earth. Water is also known as the sacred word of creation. Nomo also takes the form of a fish being called Nomo Simbi. And the story goes on to tell us a very yet strange story. Now, in this order, they had to correct the flaw within Amma's creation. And in order for this to happen, there was a sacrifice to be made of a fish man known as Nomo Simbi. The sacrifice of this particular Nomo would have his flesh devoured, and then his bones were to be thrown back into the water, where 3 days later he is resurrected. Sounds familiar? Anyway, in African tradition, we begin to understand water spirits are considered to be extremely powerful, and it has a lot to do with not only our birth, but our renewal.
All right, everyone. Peace, peace, peace. Louder on YouTube. Okay. Oh, it's louder on YouTube. Okay. Charbay was on Facebook. Gratitude for the feedback. It's apparently louder on YouTube. So if you need louder version, go to YouTube. My YouTube channel is Karmic Dynasty. And Kepra is setting up. He is here again. Stand by. Gratitude.
All right. Sometimes sometimes it's the thing,
Yes, and we got you till you get back. We got
I
you.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. Everything happens in divine time. So we're talking about the power of water spirits. Now, what is it about this element that is so mysterious and considered so powerful? There's a book called The Land of Osiris, Egyptian wisdom keeper by the name of Hakim, who is the mentor of Stephen Miller. He stressed that in the 18th Egyptian civilization, 18th dynasty, I believe, civilization. Hold please, just a second.
Okay, I was on mute. So giving Kepra a few moments, he mentioned the land of Osiris. So this is what I have found there. And right now, as he is returning, I am sharing the flyer for my Silence is Sound tour. Stand by. Gratitude.
That's right. Joy Allen. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The great goddess from the Karmic Dynasty YouTube channel. Okay, so you know she's going to be dropping it. So you got to come see her. And she coming to a city near you. I said, look, listen. I saw the list. I saw Atlanta. I saw Virginia. Okay, I saw Washington. I saw Boston. So she's pulling up. Okay, Silence and Sound event and lecture tour where she's going to be dropping gems and illumination. Okay, I'm going to be tuning in. Each city is going to have its own topic. Each city is going to have its own topic. Okay, very interesting. That's a very interesting format. So I'm going to tune in and we got to check her out. I want y'all to be there. Okay, let's stay on the frequency, stay on their vibration. Okay, and support our beloved goddess. Okay, Wadu.
Okay, so we are here again. Kepra, you prepared to continue?
Yes,
Very good, very good.
All right, so Stephen Miller has spoken about how he had learned from his mentor, Abd Hakim, about the mysteries of water and how this civilization of ancient Kemet functioned. And it talked about the waters of life. So we understand the importance of the Nile River and its annual flooding. It was also believed that there was something more than even that, which is why the pyramid itself was built and surrounded with a great, with a pool of water. And it also symbolizes the primordial hill, which is echoed in many different cultures. And it's also speaking about the stone that is placed on top of the obelisk. It's just like the cap on the pyramid. There's something deeper than that, though, because it not only does it talk about the primordial hill rising from the undifferentiated waters of creation, but it was also a form of technology. And there's a brother by the name of Abd Momin. He wrote a book. It's out of print. It's called the Amen in the Hidden Waters. And he speaks to the Great Pyramid actually being a purification device or a machine that purified water. And he explains how the process went. It's a pretty interesting book. I say check it out and get it. Where we understand about the importance of the Nile River and its annual flooding and how it would actually feed the people, by basically making sure that the crops were irrigated and so forth. So therefore, water was seen as not only a special spirit or the special entity, but water also sustained life. But you'll also see where they had prayers and rituals to water, that you can communicate with water, and water will hold that information. See, we can communicate with water. Water is a conductor of electricity, but is also a holder and conductor of our feelings and our thoughts. So we look at the hieroglyphic writing in the metal netter. There's a glyph that is shaped like a water wave, and this water wave represents more than one thing, not only the flow of water, but also the energy itself. And a few examples of this is the word nefer and the word netera, amen, ra, and ankh. Nefer. Abdul Hakim tells Stephen Mailer to look up and study a certain set of glyphs, and one is called the Askat Nefer. And Askat represented water, and Nefer, harmony, the waters of harmony. So it appears that in the Commission's belief system, water was not only the source of creation, but water was understood to contain the memories of the ancients, and they were not wrong. Interesting enough, we have talked about ancient Abrahamic faiths. Well, the word water is the letter mem, and you can see the word memory. The word mem is hidden in memory. Water holds cosmic memory. So when we look at the hieroglyphics that make up the word, we see the water wave, which makes up the inside of the placenta and the KH sound. This spells unk. And what's also interesting is that we look at the word unk, we see right? Now I want you to visualize yourself being surrounded by water. Close your eyes, and I want you to chant, or I want you to do this. So you want to say, and just say, and just do this for like 5 minutes. Breathe in through the nose. Try this and just do this for like 5 minutes and just see how you feel. And when you do this, what you're doing is you're expanding your auric field. You're making it more solidified. A lot of times when people chant the word Om and Unk or Amun and Amen, they talk about reaching different stages of enlightenment. But I can't stress this enough. When you sound that particular tone or that particular hekau or mantra, it solidifies your auric field and makes it stronger. And the more you do it, you're going to discover when people are around you, they are going to feel your presence. Okay? It's making your aura stronger. Because a lot of times we find ourselves going through conflicts or in difficult situations. We end up losing a little bit of our power or our ashe, or sometimes we give our ashe and powers away, or we may do things, they may actually put holes in our aura, like drink a little bit too much coffee, not get enough sleep, or mess with some type of drug. Sometimes these are from the medical system as well, and they may put a hole or a tear in your aura. So this helps to repair these holes and tears. Okay, so this is the sound of the primordial creations. See, or Amun. So doing these chants is also good for you to focus on these energies being around you. You can take a bath and you can clean yourself off and remove negative entities with just taking a bath of salt water. And just sitting in the saltwater bath, and you're going to visualize all this energy. Just very simple, very easy. You don't have to complicate it and put like 500 ingredients in there. Just take a salt bath and wash away negative entities, negative energies, and thought forms that may have latched onto you because of the situations that you may have found yourself in. So spiritual baths are good. When you take a bath, any type of spiritual bath, you can pray into the water. And you can also remove these negative energies. You could take a bath, or you could just go and bathe in a river or in a lake. Talk to the water spirits. You can talk to Yamaja. You can talk to Olokun. And you can ask these spiritual entities to cleanse you and wash away negativity, especially when you're out in nature. When you're out in nature, it's such a beautiful thing, because what you're doing is you're building up your auric field when you connect with it. See, it's not bad to do rituals in the comfort of your own home, but if you really want to connect with the orishas, and if you really want to connect with the spirits, you go to their habitats, Yamaya, for, the shallow waters. Okay, Yamaya, it's good to work with Yamaya. You don't want to necessarily deal with Olokun and go into the deep waters. You can make offerings to Olokun, okay, at a beach. Some, depending on some situations, at a lake or a river. My Olokun actually likes offerings to be made at a right? So if you're going to take any type of offerings to the water spirits, you can take some fruit to the water spirits. And what you can do is offering. You're going to ask them to take away negativity. You're going to ask them to take away forgetfulness, arguments, misfortune, and misunderstandings. And as they're taking this stuff away, you're going to ask the water spirits to bring you wealth, bring you good relationships, bring you connections with people. If you need a new home or you need something to develop in your favor, ask. Tell them that these are the things that you need. All this around you is conscious. There's consciousness all around us. From the African and indigenous point of view, consciousness and spirit pervades anything, everything. You can call spirit into any inanimate object. In the Congo tradition, once you call the spirit into an inanimate object, this inanimate object is now becoming Nkisi. So now it's a charm. So I think we talked a little bit about this. I was going somewhere too, and I kind of, how we start getting with the spirit, and spirit just takes you any old kind of way, which is a beautiful thing, though. But the teachings of the Dogon also talk about the placenta, a piece of it being stolen by the jackal. Where the jackal had ripped itself from the womb of creation. It said that he stole his home, he stole the center, and began to create from the birth. And then he began to spread more chaos into the cosmos. The placenta had to be considered the first mother of a child developing in the womb. Okay? It's important to understand that this is also a story saying that we have to bring order back into our lives by making ourselves whole. The word heal means to become whole. How do we become whole? You become whole by realigning with your destiny and bringing back those parts of you that may have been lost during you went through some type of traumatic experience. This is why meditation and things of that nature is a good thing. We talk about Olokun, you talk about going to the depths of your psyche, bringing back that which was lost and bringing back those buried treasures. The word educate means to bring that which is within to the surface. So this is what you're doing. You're doing the ultimate form of self-education through introspection. And you're bringing that which is within you to the surface. And your inner world is a very big place. It's just that we have been taught to put limits on it. Okay. So I remember years ago, I watched something on talking about the Hopi Indians and how they spoke about water being the element of Black people, like I mentioned earlier. Interesting enough, they also said that Black people forgot, and it was our assignment to be the masters of water. Now, if you look into a lot of West African traditions, you'll see how much they revered water. There is even a song by Fela Kuti called Water Got No Enemy. In the Yoruba scriptures, Ofun Erete, that's what I basically hold off the Ikara and pray. It talks about how water has no enemy. And even Bruce Lee talks about being like water. How do you become like water? You become fluid like water. Well, how do you learn how to become fluid like water? You go to the masters of water and you talk to these spirits of water. Talk to Olokun, talk to Yemaya, talk to Oshun. I'm gonna tell you something too. All of these, most of the most popular female deities in the Yoruba tradition are actually water spirits at first. Oya, even Oya. Now she's identified with the hurricane, but she's also connected to the Niger River. Okay. Oshun, Yemaya, all these were water spirits. Okay, water orishas and orishas of the water. And if you notice, they all have something to do with wealth, because it is through water in which wealth is attained. And still to this day, with import and export, you're dealing with the movement through water, right? It even has its own law. They speak about maritime law and so forth. So water has is a different world there, right? The Virgin Mary in the Catholic Church, she's called Mary. They have the word marine, right? But she is the patroness of waters, right? Of ships, So before they would go on these boats or they go on these ships, even connected to the Catholic tradition, they'd have to pay homage to the Virgin Mary. Marine, Mari, the ancient Kemetic word for love, waters of creation, motherly waters of existence. So I just wanted to let you know, or that is remind you, that the idea of water being a universal mother is indeed universal. It's all over this planet. 71% of this planet is made of water, which is the same as in the human body, meaning that it is our duty to take care of this planet, as in Black people and everything else. We have to also keep in mind that as caretakers of this planet, we have to be caretakers of ourselves. You see, it goes hand in hand. One of the reasons why a lot of sisters have been angry and upset, we're looking at it from a social point of view and how we've been. But we never stop to think that maybe why these sisters are feeling upset and angry may also have to do with how nature is being treated. You see, when you're out of balance with nature, then of course, those who carry the child, who gestate the child and give birth to the child, they're connected with it as well. Not to say that men are not, but the fact is that it goes like this. The man helps with the form of by when he releases sperm into the woman, but at the same time, the woman is carrying the child within her own waters of life. And she's also close to the earth, and she has a high state of intuition developed so she could be connected with the child. But that's the same way when it comes to the earth that's connected with us. Now, the Kemetic tradition talks about Geb being the lord of the earth, but in most traditions around the world, you'll see how the earth is also considered female. So when we do not respect the earth and we pollute the waters, we're damaging the earth. So it's good to walk on the beach. Walk on the beach, barefooted, where the waters and the earth meet. Pay homage to your mother. Pay homage to the father, but in this case, pay homage to the mother. And say, I love you. Say, I love you to the great mother. And let the energy come up through your feet and into your body and heal you. Let the waters of life heal you. Take a bath in the lake. Walk in the river. Walk on the beach, barefooted, and soak up those negative ions. Now, you're also going to see how it plays an important role as far as initiation, which requires the initiate being immersed in water. This is the origin of your Christian church, what we call baptism, and it is believed that baptism is the rebirth and the washing away of the former self. Interesting enough, once again, Christ is symbolized as a fish. Water is utilized in the first ritual purification. The first baptism is the cleansing of water, and same with the planet, according to the Christian scriptures. And your next baptism is by fire, which includes the cleansing of the planet once again. There's so much more to this. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm running out of juice here. But if it runs out, we could probably pick up on it at another time, you know. So I just want to give you a heads up. I wanted to talk about the power of feeling a little bit before I left, you know. Um, there's research talking about how the human race being in connection with something very ancient, and the fact that we are also composed of water. And remember, water holds memory. It also holds the intent as well as the feeling. So just as we spoke of previously, when I talked about Amun Ra and the power of breath, I also talked about extending and the contraction of the DNA molecule based on one's mood. Like, for instance, when you're enjoying your situation, if you're relaxed, your DNA extends. However, when an individual is in a negative mood, the DNA contracts. And the same is true when it comes to your body, when it comes to your memory, when it comes to your auric field. That same pattern, that same dynamic is at work here. When we understand that our bodies are mostly water, then it would make sense why we would want to have more uplifting thoughts. Because whenever we continue to think and speak negative or to be in a toxic and negative environment, that information bonds itself with the physical body and our physical body temple. And with depression, it is good to focus on the areas of the lungs and make a hissing sound to correct the imbalance with the lungs. Like, so it can kind of be like the water sound. When you go and hear a waterfall, that actually helps to restore the life force. It helps to build us up, okay? It makes you stronger. So this will also allow us to take deeper breaths, which we oxygenate the blood, which in turn brings more life into the brain, our blood vessels, veins, and arteries, and so forth. Just like the Niger River or the Nile River, where we want to continue to cleanse and purify. It would behoove us to purify ourselves both inwardly and outwardly. Water is the first part, hydrogen, and second part, oxygen, H2O. Hydrogen is the primary element on the periodic table, the number one element in which all the other elements are variants of. Remember, the world begins with one, according to the Yoruba teaching in the Dilogun. I believe that's in Okaran. In certain cultures, it is taught that water amplifies your prayers. In fact, it is not even good to argue around water, because when you're going to take a drink, you're taking all that in, because the water will contain and keep these negative vibrations. And due to the fact that water has these negative vibrations, it will soon create disease and illness in one's body. And according to homeopathy, as well as in the Ayurvedic system, when a plant or a stone is placed in a container of water, the water will take on the information of that plant or stone, and therefore the water can be drank, right? And the person will consume the properties when drinking the water that held this object, held this plant, or held this stone for a certain amount of time, because it will continue to keep the memories of that in which the water was surrounding. Normal is the water in the word. Some have translated normal to mean a certain thing of the word, the logos, and so forth. It's the principle that embodies creation. Normal is identified with spoken words, and we can see both air and water elements are within the normal. Same when we look into the concept of Yemaya. Now I'm going to talk about something too. A lot of people sleep on Yemaya. Yemaya is important because she represents one thing that the people need in order to thrive in this world, and that is care. A lot of people talk about how you got to go to Eshu, because Eshu opens up the road for everything else, for all the other Orishas. But you keep on forgetting about the mother. She represents care and nurturing. And when you stop caring, things start withering away. People need to go to the water and need to say, I care. You have to care. Because the reason why things fall apart for a lot of people is they only care so much. See, people talk about what the elites are doing and say what the elites are doing is evil. But here's the thing. The secret is that they care about what they are doing. And this is why they continue to thrive. Yemaya's message to us is that we have to start caring again. We have to care for ourselves, care for our children, care for our elders. We have to start caring, Because the reason why things are beginning to not work in many of our lives is because somewhere along the line, we have taught ourselves that we don't care. Yomoja wants us to care because we're sickening the planet with our lack of care. When you start to care, things will manifest in your life differently, more fluidly, because the mother will whoop your ass. Say, you don't care, but I do. And guess what? I will whoop your ass. That's how much I care, because I care about the planet, and I care about creation, and I care about life. But guess what? If you're unaware of that, I'll send a tsunami and take your city out. She doesn't, because she loves us and she cares. We have to keep that energy of care, because without the energy of care, we're releasing negative thought forms into the atmosphere, and you create this mechanical type of mentality that a lot of people are developing these days. Malidoma Patrice May, the one who wrote the book of Water and Spirit, also wrote a book on ritual, where he talks about that as we become more inclined towards technology, we are beginning to get away from our emotional body. When you are away from your emotional body, you have the robotic mentality that a lot of people have this day. It is the caring that needs to be recultivated. When you start caring about yourself, a lot of us think we're liberating ourselves by saying, I don't care anymore. Really? You don't care about yourself? You don't care about your stomach? You don't care about your environment? If you don't care, then guess what? There's an old saying that says shit happens. You need to have some caring in your life, because the reason why you're here, you could say your mother and father did a crappy job, but your mother cared enough, just enough for you to still be here. She cared enough to give birth to you. Okay? So we must care, because everybody is saying, I don't care. All of a sudden you get mad and say, I don't care anymore. That doesn't make you special. Everybody is saying they don't care. And that's the problem. You have to develop care. And this is what the mother wants to remind us of. Is why caring is important. Pardon me. This is what happens when you get the spirit. I give thanks and praise to the cosmic spirit. I give thanks and praise to the spirit of the mother. I give thanks and praise. Ibashe yomoja, ibashe olokun, mafere fun olokun. Ashe. I think I'm about to go ahead and wrap up, because I'm almost out of juice here. You know, I'm down to like a smidgen. I say I'm about maybe 10%. A little bit earlier, I was talking about, the Christian concept of water and spirit as well. The character known as Jesus Christ talks about how one can enter the heavenly kingdom if they are born of water and spirit. And water is necessary for all carbon-based life. And water being linked to spirit, the character known as Jesus Christ was also connected with the fish and symbolized the fish for the age that they was connect with Pisces, and we're coming into this age that they now call Aquarius and so forth. It talks about being born again through water and spirit, and water is necessary for life to exist. Spirit comes from the Latin word meaning breath, which is why when you're working with water, you want to connect with that water, breathe into the water. If you're going to do a spiritual bath, say your prayers into the water and speak into the water. Within your prayers contains breath, and breath is spirit. There's a book also by the name of Greg Braden. He's well known. He wrote a book called The Divine Matrix. And what he is basically saying is that we actually do live within a matrix. However, we have the ability to create a desired outcome through feeling. And that prayer is connected to feeling. The secret of prayer is feeling. So when you put feeling behind your prayers, things will manifest. The universe is voice activated, and so is your DNA. Words and intent via prayer can be imprinted on water. Water is liquid hardware. You speak good things into a cup of water, and sprinkle it. This is called libation, has been practiced throughout Africa for thousands of years. You will find out on the walls of ancient Kemet priests pouring out libations to their ancestors, as it is today. Remember, we are 71% water. The brain is 80% water. Your brain is mostly water. This is water up in here, mostly. Okay? Just like any form of water, in order for it to be clear, it got to go through the process of purification. So therefore, we must also put ourselves in environments that will elevate our emotional awareness. It is healthy to go near rivers, lakes, and streams. The locations and habits or habitats are rich with negative ions. But because of disagreeable thoughts based on shame, guilt, revenge, and haterism, we have created within our own lives a lot of chaos. And we've also invited sickness and disease into our minds and bodies. And I'm not saying it's necessarily our fault, because you were born in an unnatural situation where there's a lot of chaos, machinery. And you can only imagine those who were born after our generation. Okay, now you got children with cell phones. Back in the day, it was considered a privilege. When we were coming up, you had a big ass phone about this size connected to a power pack, and all the ballers got those. Nowadays, you got 11-year-olds texting and can tell you how to work the phone better than you, right? But we're becoming very dependent on technology, so it's good for us to keep a balance. The doggone would actually say that illness in our lives is directly linked to the wrong words. The words that we use have a direct effect on the waters in our bodies. The things we say out loud has an impact on the water within our bodies. The late Dr. Masaru Yamato, who did extensive works on water, unfortunately, he's been labeled and classified as pseudo. But a lot of things that he speaks on in his books on water actually checks out in African traditions. Okay?
Peace, everyone who is here with me. Peace. I had to do a short intermission. I am here walking, doing my walk today, walking back to the office. I had a banner in here playing. Okay, we all here. So next I'm going to be playing this video of mine called. So you was here and hold on, let me see what's going down. Hold on, y'all. Into Facebook. Okay, so apparently, edit. I don't know. Okay, so looks like Facebook, the broadcast ended, or I don't know. Facebook got some issues right now with my video. Because I didn't end the broadcast, so they ended the video for some reason. I don't know. So I'll be still in a minute and I'll look at that. Right now I'm walking. I am sharing this in a marathon. So it's like a mix of videos, commentary, my life, reality show, just putting everything in a marathon. Trying to please and satisfy the audience and give in and go with requests as catch up on requests actually. So I am here. Oh yeah, so the video I just played with Siva Keprapata, it was a little bit left at the end. So if you missed it originally and you didn't catch the end of it today, you can go to YouTube and see the full video, and or you can go to Facebook and search for the videos. Facebook search is look like a video everywhere catalog when you go on that page. So go to YouTube and you can find it. Kepra Patah has his own playlist on my YouTube channel. So just go to my playlist, maybe go to where it says Kepra Patah, and you'll see that video there. You can finish it and or watch it in its entirety. So soon I'm going to play this food pyramid video I originally did a few years ago, like when I first came on my platform. And it was also when I was getting started. And I'm thinking, if I recall right, it was the first video I did solo. So it's a big deal video for me. There was a lot going on. And actually, it was planned and scheduled to have a guest, but the guest wasn't available at the last minute. So that was some that was some beginner platform, beginner streamer jitters I had. But it looked well, it went well, played over well. So, yeah, no, somebody had an audience member had talked to me about the significance of the food pyramid video. They liked the points of the unspoken background of the food pyramid that I brought forward to share, and they appreciated how I brought the information forward and spoke on the violations of the food pyramid and targeting us and our well-being with the falsehood of this great food pyramid. So that video I'll be sharing next and busting up all the falsehoods of the great food pyramid, the food plate, and all that other stuff. So that video will be coming up. I also know I will be playing the third most popular and the fourth most popular video on my platform. The third most popular video, is the Comedic Tarot, the Veil of Vasset. That video will be playing today, so stay tuned for that, as well as my fourth most popular video on my platform, which is Dune, the movie review with Mentat. So stay tuned to all of that. plus these random commentaries I got and random moments of my life I'm sharing, coming at you live on this marathon. And since I put it out here today, and I'm just going with a flow, I was really like, what I'm gonna do at bedtime? How I'm gonna run a marathon? I guess I'll be setting an alarm for once. I don't use alarms. I just don't. It's very rare I use alarm clocks anymore. So stay tuned for all of that. And we're going to continue to see how this goes. I appreciate everybody being here and the support for where I'm at today and getting this done, getting it in. Peace to you all. I'm going to just walk right now, share some scenery with y'all. This Indianapolis, Indiana, living where I'm at, neighborhood where I'm at. Yep. Walking, and still walking. There's water up ahead, and she holding this hose. You gonna cut this hose? Thank you, because I'm not playing with you. All right, so that's that. Got past the stream of water. I seen one of my Facebook friends in her neighborhood. This lady spraying the water out as she was walking by. The lady just spraying at her. I was like, what? So I had a slight flashback right there. I was like, this lady better cut this water line off before I walk through here, because I don't feel like embarrassing nobody today. I had a moment of sharing my views with some people yesterday. They got somewhat kind of offended because I'm speaking on some truth there. Oh, poor babies. I don't like you speaking on that truth there. Now, I'm about to be heading into my office. Got some moving around to do. Get this next video up and running for y'all. So, I'm going to stay in here with y'all. I'm going to keep viewing these comments. I'm going to mute my mic and turn off my camera. You know what I'm saying? And stuff. So, through the motions with me, y'all. Where's my camera? Let me turn my camera around. Hold up. Settings. Camera. Back camera. That's right. Okay. I think I got that right. Yes. So, I'm going into the office now. A few moments of no sound as I entered this building. And y'all hear a bunch of keys rattling in the door. So hold it. All right, everyone. You've not been here. Welcome to my office, the office space, the building. I have a office I lease upstairs. Now, some of y'all been here for events, so y'all already got the tour. Some of y'all saw portions of this building in pictures and et cetera. When y'all watching me do broadcast sometime, it's because I'm in this room right here, and we got some restrooms here, and my office right here. So again, changing my camera to the front, and still here. Muting, because you're gonna hear more keys if I don't. Stand by for me.
All right. All right, everyone. All right. All right, I had to remove my other self. Now, yes, for some reason, Facebook did not continue the broadcast. So, what is that doing? Hold on. Yeah, Facebook has been trippy lately. I don't know how I want to manage this. Thinking time, everyone, thinking time. And I need to turn my light on. Hold on, y'all. I'm turning my light on. Y'all can hear me though. All right. Now, let me see how to do this. I think what I'm gonna do is just start a whole new broadcast. And include Facebook. And yeah, All right. Ain't on something else. I don't know what to do right now. Either way, I am here on this Karmic Dynasty Marathon recapping what's your favorite Karmic Dynasty video. Let me know and I'll play it, put it in the rotation. And as I mentioned earlier, yes, I'm going to be playing my third most popular video on my platform. And that will be after I play this food pyramid video that's been requested. And sometime tonight, I have planned to share my fourth most popular video. And moving forward, okay. I don't know I'm thinking on what I'm supposed to do right now. Let me see. We thinking mode. Yeah, Facebook ain't getting none of this. I don't know how to add Facebook in. I don't know what to do with this. Let me see if I can add Facebook back in. Well, a post was created. Okay, well, the post can go away, but the video, remove this to delete this stream, delete the stream there. Well, I don't want to delete the stream. I just want to delete the post on Facebook, not on mine. Because if I remove it, then I can re-add it. That's my thought. Boy, somebody wanted reality TV. Here you go. For real. If this continues, try creating a new broadcast from the... that's what I did. Let me see. I didn't do it in the Facebook like they told me. So let me go in Facebook. And then... So hold on, y'all. Stand by for me. I got to take this call. Okay, y'all, I'm here. I'm deleting the Facebook post. And then, so now I'm in the studio on the laptop to remove it. And then I'm going to work on re-adding it. As they said. See how this goes. Yeah, it's got was live. All right, everyone, let's see how this went. Joy troubleshooting. Name it something else. All right, Facebook, I don't see it. I need y'all stand by for me right quick. Stand by for me. Gratitude. Gratitude. Okay, everyone, I am here. I'm here. Now, I'm looking to make sure I am live on Facebook. Facebook, y'all here or what? Or no? Facebook, what y'all here? Yes, Facebook is here. Now, for everyone who on Facebook, you don't know what happened and some stuff. For some reason, Facebook disconnected the live. So on Facebook, this marathon is in two parts. Two parts. Here is my information in the ticker. So if you're watching through a group, which means I got to reshare, huh? In all the groups. So I'm going to do that now. That's something I usually do when I'm behind the scenes. When when my guest is on, I definitely share the video while they're in themselves. And I don't have a guest right now, so this is something I'm going to take the time to do while I am right here with you all. Yeah, all of my, I'm missing some of my comments in the studio. I don't see. Okie doke, okie doke, okie doke. Now, I'm just going to move on forward, huh? Apparently. What else would I have myself to do? Oh, I'm sharing in the Facebook groups my video. All right, so those on Facebook catching up, this is what happened. For some reason, Facebook closed the live. So I had to take it out the studio, then take Facebook out the studio, then re-add it. Okay, so that's where I'm at right now. Hold on, I need to do an edit on the Facebook again because this is part 2 for Facebook. If they gonna let me do this, part 2, Facebook. Saving these changes. Yes, it let me do it. All right, so for Facebook, this is part 2 to the marathon. Everyone else, YouTube and Twitter, we still rolling with the part 1. All right. I don't know how many places, what groups I want to bother with this marathon. I'm about to see. I'm just gonna excuse me, all that noise. And in a few moments, I am going to share. What am I sharing next? Next, the food pyramid. Okay, so I'm sharing that one next. So stand by, roll with me while I get this done. And the tunes y'all listening to right now, they can't block me for that. Because it's original. Something like what's some called elevator music. I call it standby music. And while I'm in Facebook, I guess I'll accept this friend request. Y'all know what? I'm gonna check my messages because we on some Joy Allen reality lifetime. Yep. Returning a message. Few moments, please. All right, y'all. I am here. All right, let's see how everything goes. So yes, I am on. Where am I at? About to pull up this next video. Now, what I want to say. I need to go. Peace. Y'all hear me in this background. I need to go to his. Okay, there it goes. Pull up this video and sharing shortly. Let me set up share option in the studio right here. How are all of y'all doing this evening right now? It ain't even evening for some of y'all. It's still afternoon. And for some of us, it's like going on into tomorrow. How are y'all? How are y'all? I am working on myself in life, continuing to, you know. All right, we're about to go into this video. All right. So I'm playing this video. This is an older video. This video is about 2 years old. To Crumb TV. I am your host today, Joy Allen. Sharing this information. Today I am streaming on Facebook. And we not even doing these stream. Y'all can't even. Yeah, y'all can hear me. So there's an echo or something right now because I need to mute myself. And right now, okay, we got more to share. And I'm only where I was streaming to at that time. My YouTube channel, my content will be coming up shortly. And I am streaming on YouTube. All right, y'all. From TV's and we will continue to stream our content shortly. I am bringing to you some information about this food pyramid that we've been introduced to and the damaged
parts of it. And let's see here. Now to start, you can follow me and or Instagram at MKDTNT. You can also contact me on Facebook at Joy Allen. And also check out my YouTube page, The Memoirs of a Karmic Dynasty.
All of this information is still
a lot of people
up to date.
do
It's
not
correct.
know about Crumb's, our brother Crumb's,
so y'all can do
Branch
that.
of Knowledge YouTube channel.
And so I got on there my Twitter, my Instagram, my Facebook, and my Cash App.
And speaking of our humble
So y'all can do all that there. I appreciate you.
Like to extend appreciation and gratitude for the space that I've been given to come to you and share my thoughts and views on some topics.
All right, so y'all, continue with the marathon, Karmic Dynasty Marathon. Let's go.
TV. You can also follow Crumb on Instagram at CrumbTV_.
I'm not sure if this information in this video is still current, so don't even roll with if it can't be rolled with.
At Crumb TV.
All right, y'all.
And of course, as always, you can support the
Peace,
Crumb
y'all.
TV platform and contact him through his Cash App.
Continuous peace, y'all. Again, I don't know if this information is up to date.
We would also like for you to
if
comment
can't roll
on
with
the
it.
video. I would like it because it adds to the build.
No
and
rolling
we appreciate
with it.
when you share the video so others can be in touch and in tune with what us master students know. And of course, liking the video. And definitely, I know some of you, a lot of you, if not all of you, are in some groups. Share the videos that come on Crumb TV in those groups. And now I'm going to share with you some of the master students here in the room. We have Sirwa Poole, my from YouTube, and she was here earlier, and I'm sure she's here now. We have a peace to her. So we have a Facebook user from, of course, Facebook that says peace, family, peace. We have Cherie Reed, El Messiah Code from YouTube. It says peace, family. I see the Ashe in there. I observed that. Let's get this wise information to the dome. Let's get that. Yes, peace, Sir. I appreciate you being here, as well as everyone else. Shay Yu from YouTube says blessings, sister. Blessings to you as well. And more life. She says peace, peace to you. And we have from YouTube, Kai Creatus from her YouTube page. She says, hi, beautiful Joy. I say hi to you, beautiful Kai Creatus. And to Kai, I appreciate you sharing your art with me. If anyone is not familiar with Kai Creatus's work, check out my Facebook page, Joy Allen, because I share her work there. It's masterpiece, masterful. Let's see. And we have Kathleen Williams from Facebook says, peace, goddesses. And on behalf of all the goddesses, I say peace. So we're going to get started with this PowerPoint here. Now, what I want to share, of course, is how I got to this topic. So one day, and this is just sharing how my mind works sometimes. One day I was in a conversation with someone. We were talking about food, which is a big deal for me because I'm real cautious with what I eat, as well as all things in life. And the food pyramid came up. And with other things I was doing, just something clicked, a bell rang. I was like, pyramid? They put all that disgusting stuff in a pyramid. Fats, oils, sugars. Y'all know the stuff I'm talking about. Meat. Not any, they didn't even classify what type meat, just meat. So all meat is in the pyramid. And I was disgusted. I was like, they couldn't have found any to put all that garbage in. And I know y'all know what I'm saying. So it just bothered me. So I started doing some research. And of course, we know there are different shapes that have been used, such as the circle, which is the plate, and some other things. But in my mind, when I think of food in any type structure and a guide that this system has given, I always think of the food pyramid. I don't think of the my plate or any of that other stuff. So while I was looking into the origins of the food pyramid and why they decided to use a pyramid, I came across some other things and I thought it'd be important to share. So we're going to go into this PowerPoint and yes, Shay, you even the human meat, that part, crazy. So I'm going to share this PowerPoint with y'all right now. Hold on here a few moments. All right. So of course I started at Wikipedia with this one. And according to Wikipedia, a food pyramid is a representation of the optimal number of servings to be eaten each day from each of the basic food groups. The first pyramid was established, the first pyramid was published in Sweden in 1974. The 1992 pyramid, introduced by the United States Department of Agriculture, was called the Food Pyramid Guide or Eating Right Pyramid. It was updated in 2005 to My Pyramid, and then it was replaced by My Plate in 2011. So right here, this slide, this information, let's look at that again. The first pyramid was published in Sweden. Sweden is a long way away from here. So my question was, how did what happened in Sweden get here? And then who did that, et cetera, et cetera. Why Sweden? And some other type things. Just some questions. We about to discuss them. Let's move forward. What's Sirwa says they got professional nutritionists believing it's good to follow it. Exactly, and it's not. And we about to talk about it all right here. And of course, if anybody has some feedback as we go, please share. I appreciate it. Now, this is my question to what happened in Sweden and how it got here. This also is in Wikipedia under the food pyramid search. Amid high food prices in 1972, Sweden's National Board of Health and Welfare developed the idea of basic foods that were both cheap and nutritious, and supplemental foods that added nutrition missing from the basic foods. Anna Britt Angsater, chief of the test kitchen for Cooperativa Förbundet, a cooperative Swedish retail chain, held a lecture the next year on how to illustrate these food groups. There's an attendee, her name was Clems. She suggested a triangle displaying basic foods at the base. Angsater developed the idea into the first food pyramid, which was introduced to the public in 1974 in KF's VI magazine. Now I'm going to stop right there because all this started with a lady in Sweden, and they were affiliated with a religious group. So that's a study opportunity for you. And so she had a lecture, and one of her audience members had a suggestion. So the idea and everything that we know of a food pyramid came from the thoughts of a lady in Sweden. Okay. Let's see here. Moving on. Because it's ridiculous to me. Seriously, which is another instant right here. This is evidence that we need to do what we know is right, not to follow these people. And I'm not going to rant. I'm going to continue to read. The pyramid was divided into basic foods at the base, including milk, cheese, margarine, bread, cereals, and potato. A large section of supplemental vegetables and fruit, and an apex of supplemental meats, fish, and egg. The pyramid competed with the National Board's Dietary Circle, which KF, which is the Cooperative Förbundet, the retail chain, saw as problematic for resembling a cake divided into 7 slices and for not indicating how much of each food should be eating, While the board distanced itself from the pyramid, KF continued to promote it. Food pyramids were developed in other Scandinavian countries, as West Germany, Japan, and Sri Lanka. The United States later developed its first food pyramid in 1992. And of course, the United States is behind in the times. Yes, margarine. And let's look at this again, because how much of this crap that they stored in the sacred pyramid, it's all crap. But what in here do we eat on a regular? Let's see, milk. I don't take part in these milk products. Oh, I'm not even sharing the screen. Hold on here. Milk, and then we have cheese. Yeah, cheese, margarine, bread, cereals, potatoes, none of that. So this is what we grew up on, some of us, because this was the model that was given to parents all the way from Sweden as to what was the right thing to eat. Fish, supplemental fish, and we're gonna address that word supplemental as well a little. So the only thing I see in here worth my time today is vegetables and fruit and fish. The rest of this stuff is questionable. It's to each his own, and do what you may with it. Yeah, the margarine was used to fatten chickens. Yes, and of course, those fattened chickens with their margarine was in the food group, the pyramid. And yes, we're not even Swedish. So if we go back with this comment that Cherie Reed, El Messiah Code has shared with us. So let's recap a little bit. In Sweden, this all came from, let's go back to the first sentence, high food prices. This pyramid, these basic foods were based on cheap items and nutritious items. They're being cheap and came up with this pyramid. We're gonna move on. We're gonna look at this what they call pie shape, what they say, cake divided into 7 slices that they had. And this image is in the Wikipedia article as well. So number 1 here at the top in the center, we have the leafy green and yellow vegetables, and there's 1 or more servings. And they labeled this image the basic 7. Eat this way every day. Down here in the corner, you'll see it says, don't waste food. And at the bottom, it says, in addition to the basic 7, eat any other food. In addition to the basic 7, eat any other foods you want. This is the model that was presented to people. Eat the 7, and after that, you can eat anything else you want. They're being cheap, as Portia Denise says on Facebook, and that's why we have a high carb diet in the inner city, because they was being cheap. Somewhere, though, somebody had a model, because everybody does not follow this food pyramid. Somewhere, when we were coming up, when our parents were children as well, there was a food model to follow. Somewhere we lost it, and we end up under this pyramid that they disrespected by putting cheap items in it, by putting oils, margarines, fattening the chickens. And Cherie Reed is telling y'all. So yeah, I was a little bit disturbed, because again, in my mind, when it comes, so we are people of symbols and signs. And naturally, I would say, when we see a pyramid, we gravitate towards it. And so all of this was designed, from my thinking, as another tool to tear down and destroy who we are. They knew we would gravitate to it. And of course, in the industry, we spend the most money. So anything we gravitate to and spend money on, everybody else is going to follow that example. Now, the United States took a little while to get that. I think they needed time to finish testing out the market and where we were spending our money. And they wanted to know how to introduce it to us. And yes, what we needed grew here with us, as Sister Sirwapul is saying. And yep, they changed it to my plate. We're going to get into that and talk about that as well. Pollution of the temple, pyramid, exactly. So this presentation I've been working on, it's been complete. I was working on some people. I was in the process of working on it with some other people. And I'm at a point where our humble brother Crumb says it's time I do things solo. So I brought it to you all by myself. So I appreciate you all being here because I'm not by myself. Technically, I appreciate y'all. And the basic 7 and why, I'll look at that another day. Shay you. And thanks for that feedback. I'll look at that. Okay, so back to number 1. We have the leafy green and yellow vegetables here. And number 2, we have citrus fruit, tomatoes, and raw cabbage, 1 or more servings. Number 3, we have potatoes and other vegetables and fruits, 2 or more servings. In 4th place, we have milk, cheese, ice cream. Now here.
Okay, so again, I've been asked to revamp, to bring this video back and add in some other. All right, y'all. Apologies. So, in my effort this food pyramid to the platform again, and I'm going to address it in a broader manner. I will be addressing the 7 that Shay you mentioned. So a part of revamping a video for me to bring it with more content to elaborate means I need to look at the original video, which I will do right now. I'm in here moving, multitasking. So I'm not even here. I just happen to be right in here right now. And I heard that part. So yeah, a note to myself to definitely address her comment, her in, and myself right now is taping the note with a post-it note to my laptop. So I for sure don't forget. This post-it note is also going to remind me to get out my notepad before I watch the video, because I'm not going to have my laptop keyboard full of post-it notes. I can't do it. So with this internet interruption, my screen disconnected. So I'm bringing it back. All right, and we're going to continue this video, if y'all don't mind. My bad. I was saying, if you don't mind, stand by. I'm starting the video, continuing the video now. They have specifically for children and adults. So for children, they suggest 3 to 4 cups of milk, and for adults, 2 or more cups. And number 5, we have meat, poultry, fish, eggs, dried peas and beans, 1 to 2 servings. And at number 6, we have bread, flour, cereals, whole grain or enriched, every day. Now, right here, it don't say how many servings. It says every day, as if the rest of the wheel is just for Monday through Friday or something. I don't know. This whole thing is distorted. Is not even any type structure to this other than it's in this circle, which they could have kept there and not moved it to the pyramid. And last but not least, at number 7, we have butter and fortified margarine. It says some daily. Not too specific there neither. So we're going to go ahead on here. And with that being said, then I had a question of, so they mentioned that this food model was carried to different countries. So Sri Lanka was on there at the bottom. I've pulled up the food pyramid for Sri Lanka because I know that the foods that were eaten in Sweden, as somebody mentioned, we are not. There's other places that are not Swedish, so everybody's not eating the food, and let's look at it. So here is the food pyramid that Sri Lanka has. And at the top here, you'll see it says Swedish Cooperative Center. So their pyramid model came from Sweden, and the Cooperativa Kitchen is up here as well. And so, yeah, they have, I don't see any meat in their pyramid. They have fruits and vegetables here in the middle, the produce. They have the grains here at the base, at the bottom, and they have some eggs and cheese here at the top. And that's the model. And that might down here, when it's turned upside down, that might be a drumstick right here next to this glass. I had to look at that closer. But all that meat and junk that they dropped down from this one right here is not in the one for Sri Lanka. So even Sri Lanka did not accept all the crap that was put in this basic 7 wheel. And moving on to Australia, because Australia adapted the food pyramid suggestion as well. The food wheel, the basic 7 as well. So from the Australian government Department of Health, it lists in an article, what are the basic food groups? And it reads as follows. Foods from the basic food groups provide the nutrients essential for life and growth. These foods are also known as everyday foods. Each of the food groups provides a range of nutrients and all have a role in helping the body function. In particular, vegetables and fruit protect against illness and are essential to a healthy diet. And the basic food groups are bread, cereals, rice, pasta, vegetables, fruit, milk, yogurt, cheese, lean meat, fish, poultry, eggs. Let's see. And a balanced diet includes a variety of foods from each of the 5 food groups and offers a range of different tastes and textures. It is important to choose most of the foods we eat each day from these food groups. All right, everyone. We're taking an intermission. Now, from what I know right now, y'all will hear from me after this point. I'm not sure if you will see me, but definitely you'll be hearing from me. I am moving forward into the next part of my day, which will be at home. So We are taking an intermission. And after this point, unless I sleep through an alarm through the night, I plan for this marathon to continue uninterrupted well into tomorrow. And I have a broadcast. I got I don't know yet about tomorrow. A guest, an in studio guest. I don't know if I have an in studio guest tomorrow, Friday. Tomorrow's Friday, the 1st. Okay. Yeah, I got some appointments, but I don't have any in studio guests tomorrow. So we steady moving. We steady moving. My backgrounds will change often tomorrow. I plan today's changes. I had not planned them. So I did my best with my changes in my day. And now I know how to move around on a marathon on my platform in the event location needs to change. So we're going into intermission. We're taking a break. You need a snack. You need to regroup. You need to plan to come back and run it back. This is a point to take that break. And I will be here again shortly. Definitely within the next half hour is my plan. So y'all stand by with me. And I would like to see that Facebook don't end the broadcast. I don't know. Um, yeah, I don't know. If so, it just be a part 3 on Facebook, just like that. Just like that. All right, y'all. Stand by. Peace until next time, which is in a little while. And stay tuned. And yeah, what's your favorite Karmic Dynasty video? Let me know. Let me know. I'll play that thing for you. Let me know. All right, everyone, I am here again. Let's get this marathon continued on, huh? Let's get it going. Stand by a few moments, please. All right, so moving on, discussing this word supplement, as I mentioned earlier. So here I shared the etymon and the definition of this word. So the etymon of supplement is from the late 14th century, from Latin supplementum, that which fills up, that with which anything is made full or whole, something added to supply a deficiency, from supplere, to fill up. And this etymon reference I took from the etymon online. And now to the definition: something that completes or enhances something else when added to it. So we must be mindful of that word supplement. I will stay away from it because we do not know what they are filling up to supply the deficiency. We are not aware of what they are adding when attempting to feed a great population, such as in this country. And again, they are doing things such as the sister mentioned earlier, adding margarine to the chickens and some other type things. So be mindful of what you are putting into your body, and be aware that it may look like one thing and it's very possible they have supplemented and added to it. Oh, goodness. Let's move on here. All right, so next, I wanted to look at this cooperative retail in Sweden that funded this food pyramid in Sweden. And this is also from Wikipedia. This cooperative is a federation of consumer cooperatives in Sweden and a retail group with groceries as its core business. KF was founded in 1899 by 41 local consumer cooperatives in order to support them with information and education of store managers and board members. Soon, KF also became responsible for common procurement of goods. Now, these people, they are definitely in it for the business. They saw this as an opportunity, this food pyramid idea as an opportunity to get more people in their stores. And they took those measures to make that happen. Tragedy. Let's move on here. Next, I looked at the My Plate, which was mentioned earlier. And this also is from Wikipedia. Now here, I went further into the different models, and there are some other parts I'm going to talk about later concerning commercialism. So we on a scale bigger than the cooperative here in Sweden, when it comes to them seeing an opportunity to work the system and destroy us in the process by feeding us a bunch of garbage. We're going to look at some of the different models here. And again, I did this to show how things will change. And by the time generations from now, all this stuff will be history, and they will have a whole nother model in place. Now, the My Plate is a current nutrition guide published by the USDA Center for Nutrition Policy and Promotion, a food circle. So we back to the circle. They've at least taken it from the pyramid. At this point, the damage is done. I'm going to continue reading. A place setting with a plate and a glass divided into 5 food groups. So originally we started with 7 portions of the circle back here. Now the system has reduced it to 5. Just observation. It replaced the USDA's My Pyramid Guide on June
2nd, 2011, ending 19 years of USDA food pyramid diagrams. 19 years. My plate is displayed on food packaging and used in nutrition education in the United States. My plate is based on the recommendations of the Dietary Guidelines for Americans. Some background on my plate. My plate is the latest nutrition. Did I read it? Okay, guide. Let's start over. My plate is the latest nutrition guide from the USDA. The USDA's first dietary guidelines were published in 1894 by Dr. So now we bringing in the commercialized players, and the farmers are one of them here. Since then, the USDA has provided a variety of nutrition guides for the public, including the Basic 7, the Basic 4, the Food Guide Pyramid, and My Pyramid. So this structure has changed at least 4 times, and I'm going to bring you some other ones here later. Again, as an example of not to attach to what the system throws out to you, to guide yourself and be aware for yourself what is best for you. Continuing on to read. Many other governments and organizations, right here, have created nutrition guides. Some, like the United Kingdom's Eat Well plate, the Australian Guide to Healthy Eating, and we already looked at the Australian article, so we know they're in this, and the American Diabetes Association's Create Your Plate system also use plate diagrams. In December 2018, the USDA released plans to modify the My Plate limits on milk, sodium, school breakfast, and school lunch options. And so, yep, let's move on. Guidelines. The My Plate is divided into 4 sections of approximately 30% grains, 40% vegetables, 10% fruits, and 20% protein, accompanied by a smaller circle representing dairy, such as a glass of milk or a yogurt cup. My Plate is supplemented with an additional recommendation, such as make half your plate fruits and vegetables, switch to 1% or skim milk, make at least half your grains whole, and vary your protein food choices. The guidelines also recommend portion control while still enjoying food, as well as reductions in sodium and sugar intakes. In unveiling My Plate, First Lady Michelle Obama said, parents don't have the time to measure out exactly 3 ounces of chicken or to look up how much rice or broccoli is in a serving. But we do have time to take a look at our kids' plates. And as long as they're eating proper portions, as long as half of their meal is fruits and vegetables, alongside their lean proteins, whole grains, and low-fat dairy, then we're good. It's as simple as that. And I'm going to stop right there because it's not as simple as that. Also, with this food pyramid, and then I'm going to use the lunch time at the schools as an example. To say that there's lunch is to suggest that there is breakfast and dinner. That's at least 3 meals in a day with these portions that they suggest, that they hint, that they put on display, which we know is them telling us how many times to eat a day. And 3 times a day to eat that much food is not necessary. And we know that. And for those that need the study opportunity, we don't need to eat 3 times a day. That's stuff that they're sharing with us. Moving on here. Let's see, guidelines. Now, we're going to discuss the national strategic partners. The USDA has created partnerships with a number of organizations to help promote the messages of My Plate and spread the reach as far and wide as possible. These partners consist of companies, organizations, national in scope and reach, that have agreed to promote nutrition content in the context of the entirety of the dietary guidelines for Americans. Let's look at this right here. Dietary guidelines for Americans. So if you're not American, these guidelines, diet, DIE with the T on the end, is not for you. Observation, study opportunity. All right, moving on. Reception, and this reception is of the My Plate. And we already said before, we know My Plate replaced the USDA's 2005 My Pyramid icon, criticized as too abstract and confusing. Right there. Abstract, confusing is the whole system altogether. It's not just this, what is this My Plate? The My Pyramid icon. It was too abstract and confusing. What it was disrespectful to put this garbage in a pyramid shape. Period. That's how I got here. I thought it was disrespectful. They could have put that again in any other object. So I'm glad they moved it on, moved it along. And D Calico, brother from Facebook, peace to you. He says, I feel like I'll be fasting. After this event, I want to fast. I want to do something else. And yes, it's very disrespectful. Moving on here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Reception. My Plate was widely received as an improvement on the previous My Pyramid icon, which had been criticized as too abstract and confusing. The 50% emphasis on fruits and vegetables, as well as the simplicity and understandability of the plate image, were particularly praised. Some critics said the protein section is unnecessary, given that protein is available from other food groups and Americans on average already eat enough. Already eat enough. With that being said, let me mention this right quick. In the description of this video, I linked some videos that our humble brother Crumb made. And what I'm discussing today is just a subtopic of what he has already addressed. This proteins, these words they're using, he has addressed those. So if you would watch those videos and comment and like and share our brother Crumb's videos, gratitude. Share the knowledge, spread the knowledge. Let's get back to this article. Where are we at? Already eat enough. Okay, right here. However, meat would not fit in any of the other food groups. The dairy section was criticized by some as similarly dispensable. An additional critique was that the icon is too simple, missing opportunities for additional dietary advice, such as distinctions between healthy and unhealthy proteins or guidance on good fats and bad fats. The Harvard School of Public Health released their own adjusted and more detailed version of My Plate. So here is where I'm giving you an example of someone else making a food guide. And there are some people following this Harvard food guide. It is called the Harvard Healthy Eating Plate in response. Harvard's plate features a higher ratio of vegetables to fruits, adds healthy oils to the recommendation, and balances healthy protein and whole grains as equal quarters of the plates, along with recommending water and suggesting sparing dairy consumption. The Harvard School of Public Health chair of the Department of Nutrition, Walter Willett, criticized My Plate, saying, unfortunately, like the earlier USDA pyramids, My Plate mixes science with the influence of powerful agricultural interest, which is not the recipe for healthy eating. The Harvard Plate also contains a recommendation for physical activity. Now, that is the first food guide I've seen presented by this system that supports physical activity. Just an observation. Study opportunity for others. We should be active. Our children should be active. They should not be eating just anything at any time of the day and becoming more and more unhealthy just to struggle later to get it right, and or just to pass it down to their children, and it continues to be a generational issue. Moving on here. Let's see here. According, down here to the last paragraph, according to Dr. Marion Nestle, former chair of the Department of Nutrition, Food Studies, and Public Health at New York University, quote, there's a great deal of money at stake in what these guidelines say. Her work as an HHS and USDA expert, she said, I was told we could never say eat less meat because USDA would not allow it. And so here we go into the money issues that come up when you remove meat from the food guide, because now the meat industry, the dairy industry, they suffer. And we know that these people cannot let their partners suffer. So somehow they're going to find a way to put it all back together so their pockets can stay fat. Let's move on here. Let's see where we at. Controversy. Certain dietary choices have been linked to heart disease, such as an 8-ounce serving of hamburger daily, serving of hamburger daily were technically permitted under the pyramid. And someone already mentioned this earlier, a sister did. That stuff leads to issues, health issues, and it was permitted, it was allowed, and they knew it. They knew the issues with offering meat to the public in those serving amounts, and then not even classifying what type of meat, just any meat. So hot dogs, bologna, pig's feet, hog. Yes, D-calico, even the doctors benefit because but we all know why because when people have heart disease, most of them go looking for a prescription. So then that's where the doctors benefit from. Let me get back here to this article. So we talking about servings of hamburger permitted under the pyramid. The pyramid also lacked differentiation within the protein-rich group: meat, poultry, fish, dry beans, eggs, and nuts. So in April 1991, the USDA halted publication of its Eating Right Pyramid due to objections raised by meat and dairy lobbying groups concerning the guide's display of their products. Despite the USDA's explanations that the guide required further research and testing, it was not until 1 year later, after its content was supported by additional research, that the Eating Right Pyramid was officially released. This time, even the guide's graphic design was altered to appease industry concerns. This incident was only one of many in which the food industry attempted to alter federal dietary recommendations in their own economic self-interest. Self-interest. Some of the recommended quantities for the different types of food in the old pyramid have also come under criticism for lack of clarity. For instance, the pyramid recommends 2 or 3 servings from the protein-rich group, but this is intended to be a maximum. The pyramid recommends 2 or 4 fruit servings, but this is intended to be the minimum. Now, right here, they are clearly blaming the pyramid. The pyramid didn't do it. The people that put that crap in the pyramid did it. But did they reference anybody's names? No. They didn't even mention any people. They blaming the pyramid for the disruption to their industry and for the lack of clarity and so-called accuracy of the servings that people are supposed to have. Continuous disrespect. First, they put the crap in the pyramid. Now they're going to blame the pyramid. The pyramid did it. Pyramid did not do it. Yes, greed, not breed. Okay, you got breed. Pure greed due to the U.S. corruption is bankrupt. Facebook user said, wait, what? Okay, Facebook user, clarify. Gratitude. Let's move on here. Moving on. The fats group as a whole have been put at the tip of the pyramid under the direction to eat as little as possible, which is largely problematic. Under the guide, one would assume to avoid fats and fatty foods, which can lead to health problems. Exactly. For one, fat is essential in a person's general sustainability. Research suggests that unsaturated fats aid in weight loss, reduced heart disease risk, lower blood sugar, and even lower cholesterol. Also, they are very long sustaining and help keep blood sugar at a steady level. On top of that, these fats help brain function as well. Several books have claimed that food and agricultural associations exert undue political power on the USDA. Food industries, such as milk companies, have been accused of influencing the USDA into making the colored spots on the newly created food pyramid larger for their particular product. The milk section has been claimed to be the easiest to see out of the 6 sections of the pyramid, making individuals believe that more milk should be consumed on a daily basis compared to the others. Furthermore, the inclusion of milk as a group unto itself implies that is an essential part of a healthy diet. Despite the many people who are lactose intolerant or choose to abstain from dairy, and a number of cultures that have historically consumed little, if any, dairy products. Joel Fuhrman says in his book, Eat to Live, that U.S. taxpayers must contribute $20 billion on price supports to artificially reduce the price of cattle feed to benefit the dairy, beef, and veal industries, and then pay the medical bills for an overweight population. He asked if the USDA is under the influence of the food industry because a food pyramid based on science would have vegetables at its foundation. These controversies promoted the creation of pyramids for specific audiences, particularly the Mediterranean pyramid in 1993 and some vegetable diet pyramids. So here I show you the other options for food guides. How is one supposed to know the max and minimum? Yeah, how is one supposed to know? When they introduce what slide am I on? Okay. When they introduce and start out with an example that looks like this, and again, this example just says 1 or more servings. So was that 10 servings of vegetables a day? 1 or more servings of fruit and vegetables, citrus, fruit, tomatoes, 1 or more servings a day. So that means you can have 10 servings of that a day. So and then back here, over here on number 7, where it says butter and fortified margarine, it says some daily. So some is a tablespoon of margarine or butter, a pound of butter or margarine. When people say things like some, that leaves great room. It leaves a ton of room for interpretation. So yeah, how would one know what is the max and minimum? And it's all an individual type event. No one can tell you what is your max. No one can tell you what your minimum is. So it's been madness from the beginning. Well, their beginning. We was fine before they had their beginning. And for real, this stuff is upside down. And the last part, this last slide that I read goes back to show how these people are playing tug of war at a conference table, and they are concerned about whose product shows best on the pyramid, whose product sells more. This is all they're concerned about. They are not concerned about who is eating this stuff. They are not concerned about people at all. They're only concerned about what they about to go buy next, what vacation home, what car, what vacation. So when these things is brought up, these things from the master students are brought up about these drugs from these troglodytes, when things are brought up about the doctors benefiting from this, that's all it is. It's a business. It's a corporation like everything else here that we are witnessing. It's all about the Benjamins. Yes, sir, Wapul. We're going to move on here. I appreciate y'all's feedback. So, next. So we're going to calm it down. We're going to bring it down some levels here. And we're going to talk about this news article, why nutrients are lost in cut fruits and vegetables, because we've identified the issue. We've long time identified the issue is them. Now, what I like to do is when I take things from people, when I ask people to disassociate themselves with the system's antics, I do my best to give you something to put in its place. So, of course, some of us have went to eating more produce items. And I would like for those who don't know to know that when you buy your items cut up in the store, they have lost some of their nutrients. So if you can, buy the produce whole, take it home and cut it up and eat it. Do not buy the chopped up stuff at the store. And again, that's a study opportunity. Next, I want to talk to you about eating your produce that's in season. And this article is from the seasonalfoodguide.org. And with this, it's interactive. So as you see here, California is the state, the location. You put in your location. Underneath, you put in the month that you're interested in the food and what type produce, if any, in particular. And this article goes on to tell why you should eat seasonally and what the seasonal food is. So seasonal food is produce that is purchased and consumed around the time that it is harvested. For example, purchasing fresh fiddlehead ferns in season in New York means buying them in the spring shortly after farmers have harvested them. Why it's important to eat foods that's in season. Seasonal food is fresher, tastier, and more nutritious than food consumed out of season. Even though we all like to eat strawberries year-round, the best time to eat them is when they can be purchased directly from a local grower, shortly after harvest. Seasonal fruits and vegetables produced on local farms are often fresher, as they do not require long distances for transport. Also, unlike out of season produce, which is harvested early in order to be shipped and distributed to your local retail store, crops picked at their peak of ripeness are also better tasting and full of flavor. What's more, studies have shown that fruits and vegetables contain more nutrients when allowed to ripen naturally on their parent plant. I also want to share some information and another study opportunity on juicer versus blenders. Now, master students, before I get done with my little spiel, will have already read this screen. I'm going to say this anyway while you read the screen, and then I'm going to read the screen. The heat that is in the motor from these juicers and blenders affect the produce, the items that you put in the juicer and or blender. So that's a study opportunity for you as well. I'm going to read this juicer versus blender screen here for you. Juicers and blenders are appliances that are seen commonly in kitchens around the world. The two appliances confuse many homeowners as they do not know which of the two to purchase for their purpose. There are also people who want to know if there are significant differences between the two important appliances that warrant their separate purchase. Juicer and blender can perform some tasks that are similar. However, there are many differences between a juicer and a blender that will be highlighted in this article. So the blender is an appliance that is designed to chop everything that is thrown inside and make a smooth liquid. It creates tiny pieces of vegetables and fruits and finally converts these pieces into a smoothie. Blenders have rotating blades and move very quickly to chop the products, not leaving anything behind, even the seeds, skin, and the pith. There are hand blenders that need to be immersed in the container and operated to produce a blend of fruits or vegetables, though there are also blenders that contain a motor at the base and a jar at the top, which has the fast-moving blades inside. Blenders crush ice, make mixture, smoothies, make purees, and powder solids like herbs and spices and so on. Now, that is the end of my presentation, my PowerPoint. And again, what was it? Hold on here. Juicer. Okay, yeah, juicer. So study opportunity. Last part of the homework I'm gonna give you all today. Look and see what the juicer is if you're not aware, and then compare the two and see what works best for which purpose in your kitchen. And let's see here. I'm going to address the audience, the master students right here if necessary. D. Calico says the food pyramid is the first pyramid scheme. You're right. Thanks for sharing that. All right. And the last comment I'm going to share here from the master student is from Shay Yu on YouTube. She says, indeed, separate ourselves of what has been adapted from cave dweller. This thing got me so messed up. I can't even read today, right? Okay, let me start over. Indeed, separate ourselves of what has been adapted from cave dwellers. All right. Well, I'd like to thank everyone once again for joining me here. I am your hostess, Joy Allen, and you can reach me at Facebook. You can also follow me on Twitter and or Instagram at MKDTNT. I appreciate being able to come to you once more as a master student and to continue to build with you each time. I send peace, wholeness, and wellness to all of you. I'll see you next time.
Wow, y'all, wow, dang, I have grown. Wow, I'm setting up this next video. People have been telling me, commenting to me about my growth, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what you mean. All right, I don't, okay, thank you, gratitude. I hear you, all that good stuff. I see now for myself the amount of growth, but along with the growth, I definitely see the support. Some of those people that was in that video, they still rolling with me today. Those who are not, I love them anyway. What's to do about it? What's to do about it? So right now, I am bringing on the Comedic Tarot, the Veil of Aset. This is episode 1. Michael Coles has mentioned that he will be on the platform again, bringing more new information about his tarot set to you all. I am going to go ahead with this video. And again, this video is the 3rd most popular on my platform. And I'm going to continue to eat. And I should be done eating before this video is over. Peace, y'all. Peace. Hetepu, Hetepu, Dua, Duau, Anezarek, Ramech, Em Hotep. Greetings and divine greatness, divine excellence to the first families, to my Nagas, Shimsaharus, Nesubitis, Mutnatart, Sebas, Sebats, and Hamets, the immortal ones of Ma'at cherished, of the phenomenon of precession, New Age order, great golden age of Ma'at Hapia Sar, and to all citizens, descendants of the Nile Valley Cultural Cosmic Collective Consciousness Spirituality, and to all of you here today, new and returning to Karmic Dynasty. Today, we are looking at the Comedic Tarot, the Veil of Aset. Now, I had a previous broadcast and I shared the set. Hold on, where's everything's back? Okay. The set, I have some parts. I shared the set briefly. I have the creator of this set here and a guest. They will introduce themselves to you as they see fit with their opening. And again, we're going to dive into this. And this is a planned series. So stand by, stay tuned for the series. At this time, I'm going to have the creator introduce himself and share his opening and welcome with you all. And then our other guests will do the same. Gratitude to you all. Welcome to Karmic Dynasty. If you would introduce yourself to everyone, and share your opening and greeting as you see fit. Gratitude.
Well, thank you. My name is Michael Coles. I designed and put together the Comedic Tarot, and I guess we'll get into it.
Gratitude. And now we have Kaya here. Kaya, if you would introduce yourself and share your opening welcomes with everyone. Gratitude.
Hello, my name is Kaya Walton. I am a board member in the Comedic Tarot business that with my father, heir to the dynasty. And I am here to hopefully help to teach some things about this kit too.
And we welcome you both here, and we are excited to have you here today. And let's see, Michael, if you would go ahead and get us started. This is you today. I am here to support you in you delivering your message, and you have the floor. Gratitude.
Okay. So I guess we can start. I don't know if you have the presentation. can show that. Yeah, today we'll
Yes.
walk through the presentation. We're going to show you all the cards. We're going to talk about them, and I'm out of focus. This camera's not. There we go. Basically, we're going to walk through the cards. We're going to talk about everything, and we're going to we put this presentation together to kind of discuss all of these things, the meanings, and you know, the history, the mythology, the tales, the ancient religion, everything behind it. So, and there it goes again. I don't know why. Just a second. Making me all fuzzy. Sorry about that. My camera's like not focusing. So basically, we're going to talk about the religion. We're going to talk about the ancient stories. We're going to talk about the meaning of the cards. We'll look at some of the cards. We're going to show you all the cards, but we're going to do a deep dive into a handful of them because there's 81 of them. So it would take us a very long time to go into a very detailed, you know, analysis.
Hence the series.
Yeah, there you go. But today we'll just highlight some cards and kind of talk about them and where they come from, what they mean, what the meaning is, you know, all that kind of good stuff.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm ready.
All right. So the first, the title page, Comedic Tarot, Veil of a Set. The inscription. So if you look at the hieroglyphs on the left side, those hieroglyphs are actually from a famous statue at Sais, the city of Sais, S-A-I-S, which was an small Egyptian town. But there's a famous statue that was documented, and it was a statue of a set, and it literally says, "I am all that has been, all that is, and all that shall be. No mortal has ever lifted my veil." And of course, the picture to the left is a set, the goddess, with her husband Asur, and she's sitting over his mummified body. She's basically holding his body in repose and protecting him with her wings. And next slide. All right, so in this set, the set, Comedic Tarot Veil of a Set, comes with jumbo tarot cards. They're about 20% larger than normal cards. They're gold foil stamped and gold gilded. There's 3 bonus Tarot or major arcana cards in it. So instead of major arcana, we call them the Tarot cards because they're represented by the Tarot deities. The minor arcana are called remit cards. Remit is the word for the people or mortals. There's 2 full-size books, an embroidered double-layer card bag with velvet and satin. And there's a natural red jasper stone taillette that comes with it, which is referred to as, let me grab this real quick. It's referred to as the girdle of Isis, or the knot of Isis, the veil of a set, or the knot of a set. It's made out of red jasper, natural stone. And you get a designer storage case with it, which looks like this. Magnetic flap. All right, so that's what comes with the kit. Nice. That's what comes with the kit. So next slide, please. So one of the questions that we get all the time about this tarot set, the Comedic Tarot, is why did we create it? You know, there's a lot of tarot sets out there. Why did we?
And I asked that same question. And the story, y'all got to hear this. Y'all got to hear the story. Michael, tell us.
So I was researching tarot cards. I've always been a researcher of mythology and ancient religions. You know, the ancient Neteru, the ancient gods and goddesses, really all around the world, but specifically the Neteru really had an attraction for me. So I was doing my study on that, and around that same time, I was researching tarot, and I realized that there was a huge overlap in there. And one of the things that I saw was that the tarot, they claim, like the Rider-Waite Tarot, which this Chariot card you see here on the screen is from, the standard European tarot decks. They claim they're based on, quote unquote Egyptian magic. So when I started researching this, I decided I wanted to put together a deck that's actually based on Kemetic magic. I mean, actually based on real Kemetic magic, not just with some random symbols thrown together with other symbols that don't mean anything. So why did I create the Kemetic Tarot? And if you look at this card right here, this card is the reason. This card is what made me do it. This card is what really set me off and said, I just have to absolutely do this. If you look at this card, the anonymous charioteer, the guy in the chariot, is subjugating two sphinxes. The sphinxes are the fiercest creatures of the Netero, right? And the card description, if you read the card description, it actually says that he subdues them with his willpower and his mind. He doesn't need any weapons. He just, I have a big brain. I'm gonna, subjugate these people, these creatures. The description also says the black sphinx represents the negative and the white sphinx represents the positive aspects of duality, which another problem for me. So when I look at this, I don't see anything based on Egyptian magic or on Kemetic magic. What I see is a European claiming that he can subjugate an entire, foreign race of people, an entire foreign race, an entire religion, with the power of his will, the power of his mind. And to me, that's a problem. I really, that just annoyed me so much that I said, I absolutely have to do this. And I have to represent the Neteru and the Kemetic, the ancient Kemetic religion in the correct way. So that card is why I did this. That card was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. Okay, and the next slide. So this is the Kemetic Tarot Chariot card, the one you're seeing on the screen right now, the Atet, the Chariot of the Gods. The Atet is the boat of millions of years. It's called the boat of millions of years. Amun-Ra rides the Atet through the sky during the day, pulling the sun behind him, and through the Duat at night, fighting all the evil in the world. Basically, he keeps the world in balance. Uses the Atet to travel as he keeps the world in balance. He travels with his Council of Neteru, and the Atet is the vehicle he uses to provide daylight during the day and fight Isfet, or chaos, evil, at night. The Atet allows the Neteru to provide stability to the world and basically he maintains the cosmic balance. He keeps the world from being destroyed. All right, and to me, this is the real meaning of the chariot. This is, it's not about subjugating other religions or subjugating other cultures or anything like that. It's about, using it as a tool for good, as a tool for my eye, to really sort of keep that balance and maintain the balance of good in the world, maintain the good in the world. All right, so the next slide, please. Another card that really annoyed me a little bit. And this theme kind of runs through all of the cards, right? With this card, we have, this is the Magician card from the Rider-Waite Tarot deck. With this card, this guy's anonymous, right? You can't tell me anything about him. He's nobody. He's just some guy who knows some magic tricks. Great. It could be David Copperfield or who knows who he is, right? But he knows some magic tricks. Great. What does that give us, though? What does that actually mean? How powerful is he? How intelligent is he? How smart is he? How much, how much real power does he have? Does he just do parlor tricks, or does he actually have real power? And where's this Egyptian magic that this is supposed to be based on? The only Kemetic symbol that I see in here is the infinity symbol at the top above his head, which was the earliest version of that. It actually represents the snake eating its own tail, which the Greeks called the Ouroboros, which the earliest example they've ever found was actually found on an Egyptian coffin of that symbol. but it represents infinity, and it actually comes from, you know, Kemet. But other than that, where is the Egyptian, you know, or the Kemetic magic in this card? You know, there is none. And what's so special about this guy? He's just a guy. You know, some guy knows a couple tricks. Pick a card. Who cares? So you can take me to the next card. Show you what the Kemetic Tarot Magician card looks like. On this one, we put the goddess Aset. She is the greatest sorceress or magician the world has ever known. She was trained in magic by the Netero Tahuti and Khonshu. She tricked Amun-Ra into giving him his power, into giving her his power. She was called cleverer than a million gods, more devious than a million men. We know her story. We know her. We know all her stories. We know all about her. We know who Aset is. We know how powerful she is. We know what she's capable of. She's not some anonymous, you know, street magician, right? That we don't know anything about. Also, the card is full of Kemetic symbols. If you look at the symbols, for instance, inside the card in the actual image, she has the Tayet on her crown. She has the horns, which are the classic Kemetic symbol of the cow horns, or the classic Kemetic symbol of maternity. She has her wings, because she's closely associated with the bird, with several birds actually. She has the sword, the Kopesh sword, on her right armband. She's carrying the Was scepter, and the Was scepter is a scepter that has the head of an animal on it, possibly a jackal, or they never identified what the animal is exactly. Could be a jackal or a set beast, or any number of animals, but it actually represents the ultimate in divine authority. So it's the scepter that you'll see most of the Netero carrying. She also has the Shin ring on her chest. The Shin ring represents eternal protection. She has the scarab around her waist belt, her sash, which represents resurrection and the earth. She has the Ankh in her hand, the Ankh being the hieroglyphic symbol of life. She also has the Amun-Ra's solar disk on her crown. And that's just in the picture. If you go around the edges, you'll actually see that each of these cards has hieroglyphs all around the inner frame of the border on the front side. Those hieroglyphs actually spell out verses from the Book of the Dead, or spells from the Book of Coming Forth by Day. If you lay them side by side, it spells out complete verses, each card. So these cards, we really tried to imbue them with all of the Kemetic magic from the Book of Coming Forth by Day, or the Book of Dead. So why do we create it? Basically to share the knowledge that the ancestors left us, which is, you know, it's all of our universal inheritance. We've inherited this. This is our inheritance. So we want to share that knowledge with everyone. And to me, that's important, to get that information out there, get all that knowledge out there, and let people understand, you know, what we've been left, what we've been given. We do that by sharing our research of the ancestors' writings, you know, completely unfiltered. You know, there was a really bad movie a few years ago that I made a mistake of watching it. It's called The Gods of Egypt. Terrible movie, terrible. They filtered, they whitewashed it, they filtered, you know, the ancient stories through a Hollywood lens, and it just came out pure garbage. You know, I just want to get past all that, right? And that's a big part of this. Also, we're trying to show the receipts for the ancient Kemetic magic. So what is ancient Kemetic magic? Where did it come from? What does it actually mean, right? And we did that by going back and finding the stories in a lot of the old scrolls, a lot of the old papyrus. We compared modern, you know, different translations that we found to some of the originals. We did a lot of that kind of research to kind of pull it all together, and kind of bring some of these different traditions together. I mean, even back in ancient Kemet, there were different traditions depending on which city you were in, right? There was a Memphis tradition where the Neteru Ptah was the highest among the gods. He was higher than Amun-Ra, but eventually Memphis was kind of taken over by other, larger towns, larger cities, and Amun-Ra, came out on top, but Ptah was still important to the pantheon. So we kind of brought some of those traditions together and, tried to make them, make sense where they didn't contradict each other flat out, right? And also, provide an introduction or additional understanding of the tarot. If you're going to say it's based on Egyptian magic or Kemetic magic, make it based on that. Don't just throw a bunch of random symbols together and say, oh yeah, no, that's not going to work. All right, so that's our reason for doing this. So, do we have any questions so far? I know we've gone almost 20 minutes, and
You're good.
Okay.
And the great thing is, I told you, that's why there's the importance of planning for a series, because there is so much to learn, to know from this deck and the books. I have been in them myself, studying since I received it, the package, and it's a learning opportunity. So I know, let's talk about what we have planned as far as the series right quick. If Kaya would speak to us about the guests that will be joining us for the tarot readings in the future, and then also speak however you want to speak on how you feel fit to speak more on the set. And then I'd like to talk about the giveaways. Michael, you're giving away sets? Okay. Let's talk to Kaya first. Kaya, again, welcome to Karmic Dynasty. Thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. The person that is coming, her name is Lady Ma'at. She is very deeply, like my father, into ancient Egyptian history, and she is very into tarot reading and just spirituality. She's a very spiritual person. She's excited to meet you and to meet your, you're following your base. I'm kind of trying to find the right words to speak. So yeah, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
So we had talked, and we kind of had thought about bringing in a professional reader in, and Kaya knows Lady Ma'at well, and she's just gonna come in and basically show us how to use the cards and really, how you can get the best possible readings out of them.
Okay. And Michael, you were talking about giving away some of these sets.
Oh, did I say that?
And the amount that you said, I said, hold up. We give them all away in one episode. How about a series? So everyone who has the opportunity today to get a free set during the live video. Now, you would have to be, of course, everything's not free, huh? They say that. You have to be willing to contact me during the live and give me your shipping address. Oh, and the trivia question, you have to answer it correctly. So, as far as free, those are the terms. Now, but yeah, I was like, so the people who are joining today will have an opportunity to come back and try again on another broadcast, and or invite a guest, a friend, someone would be interested, so they can have the opportunity to tune in, listen carefully. There's going to be some trivia, answer the question, send me, my information's in the ticker below, your shipping address, and you will get a set for free. Now, Michael, can you talk to us about, let's not say value, how much somebody have to pay for this when they order from you versus getting one for free today or on another episode?
Yeah. So right now they're $89.99, about $90 on Amazon, which is actually
Amazon,
on Amazon. Yeah.
your product, your gift to us, this treasure is on Amazon.
Yep.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's absolutely on Amazon. I'll tell you what. Before we go into it, real quick, we will definitely be giving some away. Through the different episodes. We'll get everything going. But I actually have a website that I'm in the process of setting up right now. I have the major arcana cards, and I have some of the tarot cards, and I have some of the minor arcana or the remnant cards on there as well. That gives complete full descriptions of every card with full images and everything else. It's KemeticTarot.net. 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 I'm setting up the website to have just all the information that I can possibly put together about these cards, stuff that I couldn't fit in the book. There'll be additional information in there, definitions for different words that you'll run across that, the old Kemetic words that you may not be familiar with. It's all going to be on this website.
I'm glad you shared that because yes, someone just asked about the website. I typed it in the comment section and I don't know where it went. Again, it's KemeticTarot.net.
Yeah.
I'm going to add it to your banner. And so have you decided?
It's still under construction, so please be kind. It's still under
construction. All
but
right.
I'll have it done shortly. But there is a lot of information up there already.
Okay. Have you decided when we're going to have our first trivia question to give away our first set today?
Today, I assume.
I mean, what time? Like now or 5 minutes from now?
Well, we haven't really put any information out, and I was thinking that we probably want to talk about the cards a little bit, and then put out a trivia question about the cards, if that's
all right. Let's do that. Yeah, it's okay. That's what you say. Right. I'm for what you say.
All right. So this right here just really quickly talks about the back of the cards, right? The card backs, the fronts and the backs are gold stamped. The edges are gold gilded. The card back has a lot of symbolism on it, as well as the front. The back, you have the Tayet symbol at the top and the bottom in the middle. It's a symbol of fertility and protection associated with the goddess of Set. You have hieroglyphs around the border, and the hieroglyphs around the outer border are actually the activation spell for the Tayet. There's actually, in the Book of Going Forth by Day, or the Book of the Dead, there's an actual activation spell in there that actually imbues it with power, that imbues it, kind of recharging the battery on it, right?
And it includes rose water.
Rose water?
I did mine.
Nice.
I
actually did mine too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly. You do. In fact, well, you know what? I'm not going to do it right now. I'll do it on maybe the next episode. I'll actually show the activation spell and how it works. But yeah, you just put rose water in a little bowl and wash the Tayet in it while reciting the spell over it. It's a very short spell, but it's supposed to recharge it with the protective powers of a set. The shin rings, or the little circles with the sticks tied to the bottom, in the center part are symbols of eternal protection. And they also have hieroglyphs inscribed on them, and those hieroglyphs are the same hieroglyphs from the statue of a Set as Seus. I'm all that has been, all that will be, and the right eye of Heru is in the center of the shin ring. The right eye of Heru actually is the Wajet. It means the complete one. It actually represents the sun. His left eye actually represents the moon. Apparently, the left eye was the one that was damaged. That Set actually took a swipe at him and damaged his left eye. So it represents the moon. But yeah, that covers the back. So if we can go to the next slide. The full card, the most important card in the deck. The full card is in this particular deck is Ani. Ani is a Kemetic scribe who actually had a personalized Book of the Dead written. And I don't know how familiar everyone is with the Book of Coming Forth by Day, Book of Going Forth by Day, or the Book of the Dead, but it's kind of like a Kemetic religious text, a burial text, almost like a Bible, right? Like a Kemetic Bible, you could call it. There you go. And the thing about the Book of the Book of Coming Forth by Day, or the Book of the Dead, and the translation that Kai is holding up is actually the best translation I found yet. The Budge translation that's free on the, it's free to download or whatever, total garbage. This one is actually very good. They really do a good job. But basically, this book was like a personalized Bible. If you imagine a Bible or a religious book, and you went to a scribe or a priest and you said, look, I want you to write a personalized Bible for me. I want you to put my name in it. I want you to include this chapter and this chapter and this chapter, leave out these other chapters. That's what the Book of the Dead really was. And that's why you'll find basically no two copies are the same. Whenever they find a copy, there's overlap. There's chapters and verses and spells that are the same. There's a lot of stuff that's different. And also it's personalized to each person. So your name would appear all over the place in this thing. Wherever there's a spell, they just put your name right in the middle of the spell. Wherever there's a verse about, praise to a deity, to the Netero, they would put your name in there. All right. So we can go back real quick. So the best copy that they found is the one of Ani, the one that Ani left behind, that he had personally made for him. Next slide. So Ani is the hero of the Kemetic Tarot. He's the fool. He's the hero. He's the mortal traveler, traveling the underworld, traveling through the world, traveling through the underworld. And his goal is to get to paradise, to get to the Aru, the land of reeds. As you can see, again, you have the hieroglyphs all around the outer border on the front that spell out verses from the Book of the Dead. He's stepping out onto the path. He's actually, in this scene, he's actually just entering the underworld. He's come down the mountain. He's come through the first gate, and he's beginning his journey through the Duat, the land of the dead, on his journey to get to the Aru, to get to paradise. And of course, there are dangers that he has to get past on either side, whether it's man-eating crocodiles, poisonous snakes. The only thing he carries with him is a scroll and a small bag of scribal tools, because he was a scribe, and that just represents his wisdom and his copy of the Book of the Dead, or the Book of Going Forth by Day.
Okay, question right quick. Is the set available in the UK, Amazon?
It should be available. Well, it should be available for shipping to the UK, but we don't have any on Amazon.com.uk.
Okay.
I don't think Amazon puts them on there.
All right. And we are moving forward to the next slide. Okay.
Okay, so the Netero cards are the next important cards. The Netero cards are, Netero means, as everyone knows, divine energies or forces of nature, and they're personified by the Kemetic deities. Netero cards represent sort of the big picture concepts: nature, divinity, the supernatural, just the cosmic level things that we have to deal with. Each Netero card features divine entities, supernatural forces, spiritual concepts, and they're personified by Netero and by supernatural forces and objects on the cards themselves. And all the Netero cards have an inner border that's bordered in purple. Can you go back one real quick? So on this card, if you notice, the inner border on the Ani card is gold foil. The inside thick border is gold foil. That's just a visual indicator that this is the full card, right? Okay, so if you can skip ahead one more. And one more. There we go. On the tarot cards, the inner border is purple, it's royal purple, to indicate that these are the tarot or the major arcana cards. It's just a quick visual indicator so you can tell the cards apart, like really quickly. And in the case of the minor arcana, you can, as we'll get into, you can tell which elements they represent. So we already talked about the Asset card, the Sorceress card, which is equivalent to the Rider-Waite Tarot Magician card, but much more powerful. The High Priestess card is Nebet Het. She's standing in a temple, and there's a lot of things built into these cards. A lot of things that are taken from, where we actually taken the original meanings of the hieroglyphs and the various things that are built into it and sort of incorporated into the cards. For instance, Nebet Het, she, like her sister Aset, she's closely associated with birds. So she has feathers as well. She is the High Priestess, so she's standing in a temple, as you can tell by the columns behind her. The columns behind her have hieroglyphs on them. Those hieroglyphs actually spell out the names of the Ogdod, or the original eight primordial deities. Around her headband, you see in her crown, she has, her crown is in the shape of her hieroglyphic symbol, which is the house with a bowl on top, or a basket on top. That bowl or basket that's on top actually represents sort of the cornucopia, right? What we call the cornucopia, the horn of plenty. It represents a bounty of food, lack of want, a great harvest. It really represents all of those things. So we've actually gone the next step and actually shown that this is what this represents by filling it with actual crops that the ancient Kemetic people would have harvested, their normal crops. Okay, she also has the Bennu bird on her crown, and the Bennu bird is a sacred form of Amun-Ra, which Nebet Het is sworn to protect. And she carries the lotus scepter. By the way, if you notice, there's different scepters. There are actually dozens of scepters that the pharaohs use, ceremonial scepters that the pharaohs use that were associated with different Neteru. And you'll see those represented throughout the cards, just dozens of different kinds. Each one has different meanings. They all ultimately represent authority or power or, divine right to rule or, various aspects of that. But they all represent like different levels of that. So you'll see these scepters represented all throughout the cards, just literally all over the place. All right, Mook, the Empress, and she has her vulture, her sacred vulture on her head, as well as the double crown, the red and white double crown, the red Deshret crown, and the white crown of, I forget which one represents which, but it basically represents rule of upper and lower Kemet, the rule of the two lands. All right, next one, please. Okay, Amun-Ra, the Emperor. You can see all the symbolism that's in here. We have his solar disk on top of his red crown. He has the...
Right quick for me, if I could.
Yes.
Okay, when I see the Emperor card, especially after all the preparation for our video,
yes,
for the presentation,
yes,
could you right quick speak about the importance of the cards looking like us and how you placed in there some figures, some public figures?
Yes, very good. Yeah, if
okay.
you just, Yeah, go back in there and we'll
All right.
up real quick.
Okay.
So Amun Ra, Amun Ra is the emperor. He's the emperor card. You'll notice through these cards that there's a theme to these cards, right? You'll notice the theme is that they are ancient Kemetic deities, but they are largely based on African American sort of inspirations, right? So you're not going to see a lot of European influence in these cards. With Amun Ra, his image is actually inspired by a younger picture of Martin Luther King Jr. Now, it's not an exact, I didn't try to do like an exact, copy of his image or something like that, but it's inspired. It's meant to be inspired by the image of Martin Luther King because, to be honest, who else could be the emperor? I mean, literally nobody. There's no one else that could be the emperor. That's literally it. And if you go back one slide, because I did skip over that one real quick. Mut, the empress. Mut actually means mother, right? In ancient Kemet, it's the word for mother. The empress is Maya. Is inspired by Maya Angelou, by an earlier picture of Maya Angelou. And again, it was another question of who else could be the empress. I mean, literally who? It's like there's very few people on that level that can really reach, that have attained those levels, right? And there's a few other cards that are inspired by popular figures or historical figures that you may not have ever even heard of, right? Like, for instance, well, we'll get to it when we get to it, but okay. So we just go to the next card.
Yeah, we're on Tahuti now, or you were still on, the Emperor card, actually.
Yeah. So the Emperor card, you see he's carrying the Wa scepter, he's carrying his Ankh, he has a solar disc, all of the symbolism that represents Amun Ra is there, the falcon on his shoulder. It's all in there, right? He's sitting in his essentially in his temple / palace on a golden throne with plenty of jewels on it to sort of indicate his level of glory. And then we have Tahuti, who is standing in the Great Library of Alexandria. Tahuti is a moon god. He's the Hierophant. And his titles included Tahuti 3 times great, which the Greeks actually stole. I don't want to get too far into this, but once I start talking about it, I can't stop. The Greeks, when they went into Egypt, right, because they actually assumed rule over Egypt or over Kemet for like 300 years. When they went in, they actually assimilated all of the Kemetic deities. And the way they did that was they said, okay, we're going to take these Kemetic deities and we're going to say, this is the same as a Greek god. This guy's the same as a Greek god. This guy's the same as a Greek goddess, right? With Tahuti, with Amun Ra, for instance, what they did was they combined him. They said, this is Zeus. This is the same guy as Zeus, right? The guy we call Zeus, that's Amun Ra, same thing. So they started calling him Zeus Amun because they combined the two. With Tahuti, they sort of did the same thing. They said Tahuti is as far as we're concerned, Tahuti is Hermes, the Greek god Hermes, right? God of communication and travel and whatever, right? And they actually came up with a new name for him, but instead of calling him Hermes Tahuti, they called him Hermes Trismegistus, which some of you may have encountered that, online, running across stuff. But Trismegistus means 3 times great. One of Tahuti's titles, the 3 times great. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Once I start talking about this stuff, I can't stop.
It's all right. That's what we're here for. I promise we have our listening ear. We have the pen and paper. We're taking notes in some manner today. You're doing excellent. I'm glad to have you here. For real. So I'm glad you're sharing, because everyone knows you're here, you're new. We're definitely not scripted here. So when my guests come on, sometimes they're like, what questions will you ask me so I can prepare? I don't prepare. We flow, we go. So if Michael, if you like to, I bring up the PowerPoint, we can continue with Tahuti.
Yep. So, and by the way, that's a good point to remember. One of Tahuti's titles was Tahuti, the 3 times great. Just keep that in mind for later. All right. Let's go back to the slide.
For later. Okay, so just trivia time. Gotcha.
Keep it in mind for later. All right, a Set and a Sor, the lovers. Of course, a Set and a Sor is, or as the Greeks knew them, Isis and Osiris, but a Set and a Sor, the greatest love story ever told. I swear to God, the greatest tragic love story ever told, and one of the first tragic love stories ever told, right? For those who aren't familiar with it, a Set is killed by his brother. His son grows up in the wilderness. Mother raised the son out in the wilderness at Heru. Heru has to come back. The son has to fight the evil uncle for control of the throne, to recover the throne. It's the Lion King, right? If you've seen the Lion King, this is the story of a Set and a Sor, right? The only difference being in the Lion King, they downplayed the role of the goddess and elevated the fight between the father and the son and the uncle. But it's literally just ripped out of history. They ripped that movie out of history, put their own spin on it, turned it into animals. Boom. There you go. Set and a Sor. So the whole story is just tragic, but it involves a lot of magic. It involves a lot of powerful themes. It involves the resurrection of a Sor. It involves, well, let me put it this way. It involves resurrection. It involves divine birth, right? And I guess I could ask, where else have you heard these kind of stories before?
Sure.
There you go.
The pastor at the pulpit.
Exactly. Divine conception, divine birth, resurrection. These are all themes.
Speaking of which, ain't that Easter on its way? Resurrection. I just thought I have a calendar that I refer to these days.
Nice.
Refer to. It's not that. Easter. But you said resurrection story came. I said, and Asar is
resurrection.
Has to do with the resurrection story.
Yeah. The
interesting.
The Kemetic people changed what it means to be a god, what it means to be a deity, right? If you go back and read Greek mythology, right? What does it mean to be a god, right? What does it mean to be superpower? Well, it means you just have a bunch of powers. You can do things normal people can't do. That's great, right? Wonderful. Basically, you go out, you do things that people can't do. You cause a lot of trouble for people. I mean, in Greek mythology, that's what the gods do. They cause problems, right? They don't help anyone. They just literally go around causing problems with everyone. They create monsters. They punish people who they think have offended them for some reason. They destroy people for no reason. I mean, it's just ridiculous, right? The Kemetic people, when the Greeks went into Egypt, they literally changed what it meant to be a god for the Greeks, for the Romans, and literally for all of Western civilization. In Kemet, what it meant to be a god was that you had power over death, that you could resurrect. That is what a god can do. Gods have power over death. So that kind of bleeds into, Western religion, Western culture, and you kind of see that sprouting up. What does that mean in Western religion when they start picking up those little things? Well, to be a god or to be a relative of a god, like, I don't know, a son of a god or something like that, you have to have power over death. You can't just, do a card tricks. You have to actually have power over death, which means you can resurrect. Otherwise, you're not as powerful as the Kemetic gods. If you're not as powerful as the Kemetic Neteru, then, why should I be worshiping you? So they literally changed what it meant to be a god for all of Western civilization. All right, but yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go off on another tangent. I do that. Joy.
And we enjoy it. We enjoy it. We do.
Oh man. Okay. So in this one, we have the Atet, the chariot. We've already talked about this one briefly. One thing I will point out is you notice that when Amun-Ra rides on the Atet, he carries a crew with him, and the crew changes, depending on who drew the hieroglyphs at the time. But Tahuti is almost always with him, and Mayat is almost always with him, right? Occasionally, you'll see some of the other deities with him, but they are almost always with him every single time he goes out on the Atet. If you notice Mayat, right? If you look at Mayat, look at her picture. This is another one that's based on a historic, inspired by a historic figure. She's actually based on a woman named Jane Bolin, who was the first African-American female judge in the United States. She was appointed to the to be a judge in family court in New York in, I don't know, the 1940s, I believe. But she was the very first female African-American judge in this country. All right, we go on to Sekhmet. Sekhmet, also known as the Eye of Amun-Ra or the Eye of Ra. She is one of what they would call the Uraeus gods or goddesses. Sorry, Uraeus goddesses. There were certain Neteru goddesses who were closely associated with the Eye of Amun-Ra, the Eye of Ra, right? They were closely associated with him. And Sekhmet was one of them. She actually was known as the Fury of Ra, or the Vengeance of Ra. She would go out and literally, destroy. She was sworn to destroy all his enemies. As you can see, she has the Eye of Amun-Ra and the Uraeus Cobra on her crown. She's carrying the Sekhet scepter, and of course, she has the standard Kemetic sword, which is the Khopesh sword, which is the sword that when you think Kemetic swords or even ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet swords, weapons, this is the sword you think of, the sickle sword. It's the sword that was the preferred sword. It's a sort of a hacking, slicing sword. It's not really for like pointy, stabby stuff, but it's very, very dangerous, very deadly, and it was the preferred weapon of choice for the Pharaoh's armies. All right, Nun is the hermit. Nun is the watery abyss that surrounds all of creation, and it's from the Nun that Amun-Ra literally pulled up the Bin mound and self-created himself and created the world and the universe and all of the people in it. He literally pulled up from the Nun, pulled it out of the watery abyss. The Nun was personified. He started out as being alone in the universe because he was literally just alone. Now, one of the things about the Nun is Nun actually, it means, it's a reference to the watery abyss, but it means things like inert, unmoving, just, all of these things that basically indicate that, he's sort of asleep, right? Not really awake or alive or anything like that. But Nun was basically alone in the universe. His hands are raised because he's generally pictured carrying the Atet. He's generally pictured carrying it in the air with his hands raised like this. So he provides the path for the Atet or the Atet to travel. All right. Okay, and the next card. Shai and Rena Nutet, Wheel of Fortune. Basically, Shai was fate or destiny. Rena Nutet was the goddess of the harvest, the cobra goddess of the harvest. And she basically, and the goddess of luck. So she determined your luck like day to day. So together, you have Shai. There you go. You have Shai, who basically says, this is how prosperous you're going to be over your life. This is where you're going to end up. This is how your destiny is going to go, right? And then you have Rena Nutet saying, okay, well, today you're going to have good luck. Tomorrow you're going to have bad luck. The next day you're going to have good luck. So you have that combination of the two determining exactly what happens to you throughout your life and day to day. And of course, in that image, Rena Nutet is using her tail to spin the wheel of fortune. And Shai is actually using an ostrich feather, the feather of Ma'at, and a sundial to actually mark off the span of a man's life, because he determined when you died as well on a sundial. All right, Amit represents, there you go, the feather of Ma'at. That's it. So Amit is the devourer of souls, they call her. She was the ruler of Amenta, the lands to the west. She basically lived in a lake of fire, or near a lake of fire. She was part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus. The three most dangerous man-eating animals known to the Kemetic people at the time. Her role was at the final judgment in the Hall of Two Truths. If your heart weighed more than the feather of Ma'at, then your heart would be fed. Anpu would literally feed your heart to Amit. And when your heart, your Ib, is fed to Amit, you're done. That's it. It's like you never existed. You go back to nothing.
Now, before we move forward, this is one of my favorite cards. And we discussed the why, the how. Now, whenever I've seen this image, it's not, to me, this it shares feminine qualities to where it's, not just, there's like everywhere so far until I seen this, it was like a generic representation. To me.
Yeah, well, Amit
it looks like a whole outfit. You know what I mean? I've not seen a wardrobe when it comes to the personification, to the representation of. I've not. Yeah. So I appreciate this card.
Yeah. Well, Amit is very special in that she is a Netero. She is a force of nature, but she wasn't really counted as one of the cosmic deities, right? With the power of Amun-Ra. She was considered more of a demon, but her job was not really, to spread chaos or evil like I don't know, Apep, right? The great snake that Amun-Ra fights every night in the Duat. Her job was literally to dispense justice. If you were a bad person, she ate your heart. That's it. You were punished. That's literally her job. So she's not really a bad person. She's not really a bad guy. She just has a bad job. All right, the Sphinx. All right, we talked earlier about the Sphinx representation on the the European tarot cards, which I wasn't really happy with. Kind of annoyed me. The Sphinx was the Sphinx is a threshold guardian, right? He literally guards the boundaries between the land of the living and the land of the dead, right? Between Kemet and the Duat. He guards the boundaries between the subconscious and the conscious mind. He guards the boundary between reality and dreams. He's a guardian that basically his job is to keep the unworthy from ever entering, right? And to do that, you have to be pretty powerful. You can't be subjugated by some guy in a chariot to pull his crap around. The Sphinx also, famously, one of in the old stories is to stop travelers along the way, test them, usually with riddles or some sort of test of skill, and then basically, if they failed, the Sphinx would kill them. The Sphinx literally would just kill that person. So you either passed or you died. Now the thing about threshold guardians is if you can defeat them, and you can't defeat them by force, right? You can't defeat the Sphinx by force. He's too powerful. You can't beat him up and run off. You can't kill him. You literally have to outsmart him. You have to know the answers to his riddles. You have to know, there you go. You have to know how to outsmart him. But once you outsmart them, and this is true of threshold guardians, many types of threshold guardians, once you have defeated him, they become allies. They become powerful allies. They'll actually help you in your journey. All right. So the next one. Okay, here we have Anpu, who the Greeks knew as Anubis, the Netero of death. And he is he's standing near his scales, about to weigh a heart. He's carrying his Ankh scepter. You have Mayat, who represents temperance in this deck. And she's holding her scales. And Ani is bowing before her. On 15, you have Set, which is the devil card. Of course, the devil card doesn't really mean like the Christian devil evil thing or whatever. I mean, even in the standard tarot, it doesn't mean that. What it generally means is that you're being bound by something, right? So it's a card that means that you're being held back, right, for some reason. And if we look at the card real quick, you'll see that in this case, the devil is Set, the god of chaos, the Netero of chaos, ruler of the red lands. And he's binding those two people. Yeah, he has the rope around those two people. He's holding the rope. He also has a scepter with lightning. The man is on his knees crying. The woman is flying around, just in sort of a state of ecstasy, And what that indicates is that these two people are bound by their emotions, right? Their extreme emotions are what's really binding them, really holding them back at this point, right? But if you look at the card closely, you can actually see the ropes around them are actually pretty loose. They can slip out of those if they wanted to. They're not being held very tight. So really, it's just a matter of, okay, you're being held back, but you're sort of holding yourself back. So that's sort of the meaning behind that card. And as you can also see on the card, there's a lot of chaos in the background, a lot of, crazy stuff going on with the small wind tornadoes and all that kind of stuff going on. The pyramid. The pyramid actually replaces the tower card in the Rider-Waite Tarot. We have the Eye of Heru at the top. We have lightning striking and cracking it. You see there's a lot of destruction, a lot of chaos going on there. And that's what the pyramid means. It's sort of a chaotic scene. It's an upheaval. It's a major change, right? Something really big is happening. Something major is really causing issues or potentially could cause problems if you don't avoid it or figure out how to deal with it. The Newt card is the star. Newt is the goddess that represents the Netero goddess, who represents the galaxy, the cosmos, and the sky. She's generally pictured in hieroglyphs. You'll see her in paintings. You'll see her stretched out, sort of on her hands and toes, stretched out, arched over over the world, over the land, and really over her husband, Geb, who we'll get into later, who represents the earth. But she plays an important role because she provides the passageway for Amun-Ra's Atet to travel through every night. He literally flies the boat, sort of, Atet into her mouth and then is reborn every day through the other end. And that's how he travels to the Duat. She provides the portal for him to get to the Duat and allows him to be reborn every day. All right. Khonshu, the moon. Of course, there's a lot of symbols here. On his belt is his name. He's carrying the crook and the flail as well as the Waz scepter. A lot of symbolism representing the unconscious. The water below represents the unconscious. The little crab down there is a water animal, water representing the unconscious. You have a domesticated dog as well as a wild jackal down there, both howling at the moon. That represents, sort of the wilderness and and civilization in conflict with each other. You have the towers in the background. So there's a lot of symbolism built into this card. Oh, around his neck is a sacred symbol of who is it? Hathor, sacred symbol of Hathor, which represents protection. All right, and of course he's a moon god, so he has the moon in his crown. All right, the next one, Aten, the sun. Aten is the sun disk. Literally, he was the sun disk. They declared him a god. The pharaoh Akhenaten declared that he was the one true god. There's no other gods at one point. He turned around and, of course, people didn't really like that. So after he died, they kind of reverted back to the old religions. But for about, 30 or 40 years, Aten was the only god. The worship of Aten was the only state religion. He's always depicted as the sun disk with rays pointed out with hands reaching down at the end of the rays. And in this case, you can see this card represents peace, tranquility, sort of a mildness. You have a couple guys on the river fishing, having, just relaxing, and the sun's coming down and the hands are coming down, kind of warming up the scene. So 20, the Hall of Two Truths. This is the Judgment card. This card actually depicts the entire scene of the judgment in the Hall of Two Truths. Yeah. Now in the Hall of Two Truths, you have Amit down at the bottom waiting to eat the heart. You have Ani standing there. His heart's about to be weighed on the scales by Anpu. You have the sons of Heru on the sides, sort of in the hieroglyphs. They are all advisors to Asur at this point. A little higher up, you have Mayat standing observing the proceedings to make the final pronouncement. You have Tahuti, who is standing there. He actually acts as the prosecutor and the scribe during the proceedings whenever you're being at the final judgment. When you're being when you're brought to the final judgment, he literally has to basically argue against you as well as write everything down that happens. You have Asur sitting in the middle, just waiting for the judgment to be pronounced so that he can basically sign off on it and send you on your way, either send you into the Aru, which is, the Aru is shown in the back. Can you go back to the slide real quick? The Aru is shown in the back. There's a door open, and you see there's palm trees back there and a little river going in the background. That is the Aru. That is Asur's paradise, the land of reeds. And if he passes this test, Ani will be on his way there. So this is sort of a complete scene of the final judgment. 21, Geb, the world. He represents the world, and his, behind him, you have the, sorry, my head is, the cartouche, right? The cartouche is just, it's a long shin ring. The shin ring is the little round circle of protection with the sticks tied to the bottom and the lines on it. the cartouche is sort of a same thing, but it's an oval, right? So that's what you have here. It's an oval, and the cartouche is used in hieroglyphs to represent, to enclose and protect names of important people, names of pharaohs, sometimes names of Neteru. Just my camera's going crazy. But Neteru, basically, right? So basically important people, important deities, important people. You have on this cartouche, you have in the four corners, representing the four corners of the earth, you have humans, you have goose, you have snakes, and you have bulls, which are, sacred animals of Geb. There's also plenty of plants growing up there, plenty of crops growing on it. They're all represented because he's the god of the harvest. He's holding grain. He's also holding his wise scepter, and he's literally flying up in the air towards his wife, Nu. All right. Now these cards, these Neteru cards, have no comparison in the Rider-Waite Tarot. There's nothing equivalent, nothing exists, right? These are additional cards represented in the Kemetic Tarot that just do not exist over on the Rider-Waite side. So first we have Bes, and Bes is the lion dwarf god who is the guardian. Now he was not a cosmic deity like Amun-Ra or some of the others. He was more of a household deity, right? And they had amulets to him. They would draw his image on walls. They put his picture on everything. They found more images of him, of Bes, than of any other deity, in all of Kemet. They literally found, and in fact, they found his, he was actually sort of worshipped, I guess, or used as a protective deity all the way through the Middle East, all the way through the Middle East, out into Asia. They found his images literally everywhere. So he was very, very popular. He was a lion dwarf god, wasn't very pretty. He's one of the few deities that they actually showed facing forward. If you notice in hieroglyphs, they usually face sideways. He was one of the few that they actually consistently drew facing forward, looking at you. He had the face of a lion. He was a dwarf, so he had very short legs, and he had just all kinds of protective powers. You might think of him today, the equivalent today in our world might be something like a lucky rabbit's foot or something like that, just sort of a lucky icon. But they put his image on literally everything. They found his image on weapons. They found his image on tools, on walls and nurseries, and cosmetic kits that women use for makeup. I mean, you name it. Bastet, the comforter. Her name literally, Bastet, literally means ointment jar. She is the comforter. She's a protector of women and children, primarily. But she also brings comfort. As you can see, she is carrying her instrument, which she uses sort of a rattle, sort of metallic rattle that she uses to the sistrum, right? It's called a sistrum, with the lion head on it. That's her sacred instrument, and she uses that to sort of entertain children or to calm people down, help people relax. And she's carrying the Ankh, the symbol of life. She's actually considered a sort of a distinct personality of Sekhmet. So Sekhmet is the fierce side, and Bastet is the more comforting side of the same deity. And we have Weret Hekau. Now, the ancient Kemetic word for magic is Heka. That is also the name of the deity that they personified magic with. It's Heka, right? However, Heka, you can think of it like a giant battery, right? Okay, it's a lot of magic and it's stored up, a lot of power it's stored up. What are you going to do with it? What can you possibly do with all this magic? It's just sitting there. It's not doing anything. That's where Where It Head Cow comes in. Where It Head Cow means words of power. And words of power is how you actually invoke magic, how you use magic and control it, right? And Where It Head Cow is a snake deity, snake goddess deity, who basically, with wings, by the way, but she basically is how you control magic. She is sort of she's sort of the source of useful magic, right? She actually controls Heka, which was always interesting to me, that you have the Where It Head Cow, who's a female deity, and she's controlling the male deity, the magic. Of course, the magic deity Heka, he totally useless without her. Without some way to use his powers, which is what Where It Head Cow provides, he's not a useful person, not a useful deity. You can think of her as sort of the power behind the sorceress card behind a set. A set has to invoke words of power every time she wants to use magic, every time she wants to invoke it. And I'm about to get sidetracked again. So an interesting thing about magic, they believed, the ancient Kemetic people believed, spoken words or written words were equally powerful, right? So it didn't matter if you were writing it down. It didn't matter if you were saying it out loud. Words are words. They're just powerful by their nature. And in many cases, they've actually found on coffins where they had to draw the symbol for a dangerous animal like a crocodile or a cobra. And they would literally change those symbols slightly, just change them a little bit to make them less dangerous, because they believe that those symbols could actually come to life and harm you. So they were very careful to take a lot of steps to make sure that stuff like that didn't happen. That alligator is not going to come to life and kill you. If it does come to life, okay, we messed up his teeth. He's not going to hurt you. All right, sorry, I didn't mean to get sidetracked with that. I just
No such thing as sidetracking on Karmic Dynasty. No such thing. Not at all. And from you, and this is your creation. I stay in awe. This is a lot to accomplish. A lot. And for me, a lot of people talk about what's wrong. They talk about things that's not right. They don't do near what you've done to replace the violations of the tarot decks that I've seen until I saw your creation. So you call it sidetracking. I call it continued knowledge is a gift. Now, speaking of gifts, continued knowledge, would you and Kaya speak about you're passing this to her for her to continue?
Oh yeah.
Generational.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm teaching her the business side of everything, and the creative side, and everything else as we go, and sort of trying to give her some of that knowledge that she can kind of pick up where I left off. Obviously, I'm not going to live forever, so she's going to have to do that for me.
Definitely a lot.
That's good. All right. Did either one of you want to speak more on that?
No, I think I don't think there's much to say. It's just it's a lot of tedious work. There's a lot of tedious work involved. It's really not exciting. The creative process is exciting, right? The research, learning stuff, that's exciting. The actual business side of it, like, okay, we have to order inventory, we have to package it, we have to do this, we have to do that, unloading boxes off of containers. There's nothing exciting about that. It's just tedious.
And Kaya?
I'm still in the learning process of everything. From the knowledge about the ancient Egypt to the cards to the business. I'm still learning. It's a very tedious process, as he said, even just from the learning side, like trying to take it all in and get it down, and just I'm still learning. So I'm thankful that you guys have me here with you guys today. I'm thankful that you are keeping me in tune with this and showing me everything. I'm just grateful.
Yes, and one day you'll have your own platform sharing the knowledge. She said yes. Okay, I'm listening. All right. Anything else?
No, I think that's
In regards to,
basically it for
okay.
me.
All right. And are we continuing with the presentation?
I would say we could just show the rest of the cards, but I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on them. So the
Okay.
Remit cards, the minor arcana cards are called the Remit cards. Remit is the Kemetic word for humans, peoples, or mortals, right? The Remit cards represent the mundane world, the mortal world, just the everyday physical world that we're in. There is an exception though, which is the aces. The aces actually serve as the bridge between the spiritual and the physical world, and the immortal and the mortal worlds in this deck. So they're actually represented by Netero. So we'll just show these cards. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but as you can see, Ace of Scepters is Ptah, represents fire, and you notice the red border, red inner border. Ace of Ankhs is Khnum. And by the way, Ptah, the reason Ptah was chosen is because he is god of architects and what's the word I'm looking for here? And craftsmen. And craftsmen use fire when they're building things, right? He's literally a direct line to fire. Ace of Ankhs is Khnum. Khnum actually molded people's bodies. He molded the bodies of all living things from the clay of the Nile. Heru, the Ace of Swords, is, well, you notice the blue border on Khnum. The white border, which represents air. And because he is a falcon god. And the Ace of Scarabs is Khepera, which, if you look, the inner border, Khepera. If you look, the inner border is black, representing the Kemetic soil, black Kemetic soil. So you have fire, water, air, and earth represented. And that theme with the inside border colors continues throughout the cards. So you can easily identify which element each of these is identified this with. For the kings and queens, we actually went back and found real historical figures. And we tried to reproduce their images based on what we could find. But in a lot of cases, they just didn't have a lot of good images available, right? There weren't a lot of good drawings, like pictures, a lot of, But for instance, King Narmer, the King of Scepters, was the first ruler of unified Kemet, of the unified two lands. And he was a warrior king. Pharaoh Djoser was the pharaoh who actually built or had the pyramid built, the first pyramid, the step pyramid at Giza built. King of Swords, Ramses the Great, great conqueror, warlord. And King of Scarabs, Amenhotep III, actually a very prosperous pharaoh. He was personally worth $6 trillion in today's money. All right. And for the queens, we did the same thing. First, we have Queen of Scepters is Pharaoh Sobek-Neferu, which Sobek-Neferu means the beauty of Sobek. She was a famous, actually the first attested female pharaoh. We also have for Queen of Ankhs, Tedashiri, Mother of Kings. She actually gave birth to and raised like 3 generations of pharaohs, and she advised them all. She outlived, her sons and her grandsons, and she just kept advising her descendants. So she was just known as the Mother of Kings. Pharaoh Hatshepsut, who was she was a very good pharaoh, very prosperous, had a great reign. But after she passed away, she actually built some of the greatest, just some of the greatest structures ever seen. She actually built temples and you know, some monuments that were just on a level that were completely much higher than anyone before her. But after she died, the male pharaohs who followed tried to erase her name from history. They tried to take her name off of everything she had built. They didn't succeed, but they sure tried. And of course, we have Queen Nefertiti, Queen of Scarabs, one of the most famous, iconic images of a female queen, Kemetic female queen. Literally, you see her face everywhere. I mean, literally on any sort of, it's on T-shirts, it's on just everything, just everywhere. But her name means, Nefertiti means the beautiful lady has come.
Now, I'm going to take a few moments to share some personal moments, some personal developments since having this set. Now, actually, I have two sets. I have mine. I bought one I have one for me. I didn't say I bought one. I have one for me, and I have one for my grandchildren, the dynasty, the ongoing line, like Michael and Kaya working together to continue the knowledge. I am working as well. Now, in reference to the Queen's cards and in preparation for today's presentation, I spoke with Michael about how pharaohs and women, I don't see that as much as I see and hear the men pharaohs. For me, and especially with promoting homeschool, I homeschool, my grandchildren are being homeschooled so far. I am able to pass this on to my grandchildren, and they can see women pharaohs. Thanks to Michael. You know, I've seen my share, but to see them and know them, they're labeled and they look like me and Kaya and Michael and us. This is the curriculum. This is now the part of the curriculum for my dynasty. And I appreciate Michael for sharing that. I appreciate the way you've expressed it. And you could have did it any other kind of way. Like how, let's say, Barbie at one time was color, just the color changed. No detail, no representation truly was represented. The representation is here. I have I want to say now, okay, I ain't gonna talk about, anyway, I was gonna talk about, I have mostly girl grandchildren, but I don't, about half and half now. But either way, I need them to know, and I had at an early age at school, first grade, I had an interest in this culture. I've had an interest for a long time. And the only reference I had were the books in public school system. And we know what those books share. Now my grandchildren at an age earlier than myself have access to this gift, to know and see beforehand, and to know if they ever see the Cleopatra movie, that no, she was not Elizabeth Taylor. Who did not, that's a falsehood. So I appreciate Michael being here. I appreciate Kaya being here. And I definitely look forward to what else Michael and Kaya have to share today. I appreciate y'all listening to me for a little bit.
Thank you. No, that's exactly right. I mean, that was one of the important things for us, right? Was, like when I looked at those queen cards, well, the king cards and the queen cards, but really the queen cards, when I zoomed in on that, I really wanted to represent, powerful female, rulers and important, queens and matriarchs, just important, powerful women. And there's plenty of them in history, right? We don't have to make them up or leave them nameless. We can literally go in and show who they are, what they're about. We know their history. We know what they did. Hatshepsut, when I was researching her, it was crazy to me that the men who came behind her tried to bury her legacy. They literally carved away her name on the temple walls, on the giant temples she built, right? The statues she made, which engineers, architects, and scientists all agree these are much higher quality, much better than anything any men had ever built prior to that. So when some jealous man came along and just said, I'll just take that, chipped it off. Well, fortunately, we have X-ray technology, and we can see, oh well, someone just chipped this away. We can see what the original name was here, right? It's like it's not that hard now. But they literally just tried to erase her completely from history, which was absolutely insane. Sobek Neferu, right? When she became emperor, she had to, or emperor, I'm sorry, became pharaoh. To become pharaoh, Sobek Neferu, she literally had to play this political game where she literally would dress in men's clothes at different times, right? She had to hide her feminine side in order to take power. I mean, it was insane. Just the stuff that these women had to go through to get to a level of power and retain that power. So yeah, they definitely deserve credit.
And one more thing, while I'm holding up this box, because we've already showed the box, I need us to know that this is just the shipping. It says ready to ship. This is just the shipping box. It appears as the box that the set is in, but the box that Michael and I shared with you, it's inside this box. So when you receive this, and it's probably got the little, the plastic damage from, the postal service, and it's being handled and thrown around, and you see how this is just the shipping box.
Yeah, that ready to ship thing is an Amazon thing. They if you don't, they're weird at Amazon. I've had lots of problems.
Share that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I've had lots of problems with them where they rip boxes open, and if you don't put something on it, so. All right, so the next one is the Warriors cards. Now, the Warriors cards are equivalent to the Knights in the Rider-Waite Tarot. Knights are a European concept. They don't have any place here. So we replaced them with Warriors. In this case, we have the Mace Warrior. In this case, the Warrior is holding the Scorpion Mace, or Scorpion Mace head. Basically, a mace is a blunt instrument with a big stone on top that was used to just, beat. We have the Warrior of Ankhs, as what they call the Patati Archer, who were well-known archers in the Pharaoh's army. The Warrior of Swords, the Naktua Warrior, Naktua means strong arm boys. So they were the infantry. They would go in and literally just hand-to-hand combat the tough guys in the army. And we have the Warrior of Scarabs, who is the Marianu Charioteer. Marianu Charioteer. The Marianu were pulled from the higher classes of society, right? They were the sons of princes and noblemen and high officials, and they would go out and ride the chariots and fight from, basically fight for the king or for the pharaoh from the chariots. One interesting thing about the Kemetic army, right, the pharaoh's armies, was that the pharaohs were one of the first people to actually divide up their army into separate units that had different functions, right? So you have a unit of archers, and you have a separate unit of infantry, and you have a separate unit of chariots, right? And they're all kept separate. They're trained separately, but they're trained to work together as one big army. Prior to that, it was just all kind of mixed up, right? These guys actually pioneered that. The pharaohs actually pioneered separating the army into separate units and then fighting, right? Actually fighting as one big army, using their different specialized training. And we still use that today in modern armies. All right, scribes. Scribes replace the pages in the European tarot cards. We don't have any use for pages. Scribes are essentially the wise men. Some of them, they were the men who could do the writing for you and, record transactions for you, write holy text for you, read for you, just whatever, all that kind of good stuff. They were basically the wise men. Many of them ended up being, a lot of them were political appointees or actually worked for the pharaoh. Some of them were actually priests. So it varied. But we have, in this case, we have Setka the scribe, who was an ancient scribe. We have a little bit of information about him going back in the past. And his various duties. He worked for the pharaoh. He was doing a lot of different. He was he was a prince, and he was also a scribe in the house of Pharaoh Jededfri. Imhotep the Wise, of course. I think everyone probably knows who Imhotep is. He was the architect of the first pyramid, the Step Pyramid at Giza. He was one of only 2 people who were actually deified or declared to be Neteru after his death. He was only one of 2 people that received that, but he was a lot of stories about him and his abilities, right? He was just like a genius. And they said he could heal people and he could even bring people back to life. So very powerful. Viceroy Setau. Viceroy Setau is he was a viceroy of Kush under Ramesses the Great, and he had to basically assess the entire kingdom under Ramesses. And of course, under Ramesses, the kingdom was sort of expanding, so a little bit harder if you have to keep track of something that's growing. Vizier Pintu, chief physician to Akhenaten, and vizier under Pharaoh Tutankhamun. All right, then we get into just the numbered cards. So you have the 10s, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about them. They're equivalent to their Rider-Waite equivalents. I will say one thing about the 10 of Swords real quick. The 10 of Swords in the Rider-Waite deck is just death. It's it. I mean, it's the real death card. The death card in the death card in tarot doesn't really mean death, right? It's not like physical death, right? It means like the end of an era or something like that. The 10 of Swords actually means physical death. It's done, right? And that's, as you can see, the guy has 10 swords sticking out of his back. That's pretty dead. But if you notice on this card, we also have the falcon flying over and he's carrying the Shinri. We also have the sun coming up from behind the mountains in the clouds and peeking through the clouds. It sort of represents that, okay, this is the end of the physical, but in the Kemetic tradition, the end of the physical is not the end. It's the beginning of the next phase, right? It's the beginning of the spiritual journey through the Dua. So it's not final by any means. All right, so I just want to point that out real quick. That whole death thing. All right, and the next one is the 9s. Yeah, you'll notice again, it's very similar. One of my favorite cards is this one right here, 9 of Scarabs. She's treating herself. She's earned it, right? And the next one, the 8s.
That's my favorite card too, as of today, because I've been treating myself really well. Since yesterday. Oh boy, I tell y'all some stories for a future broadcast. On to the 8th.
Yeah, well, that card really symbolizes, sort of, you've made it, right? You got there. We started from the bottom, now we're here, right? It's like, this is it. This is you have your servant waiting on you, feeding you figs. You're lounging on a chair. You have the nice house in the background, the estate. I mean, it's like, you're at the top of your game on this one. All right, next one, 8. 8 of scepter. So the 8s, again, very similar. I do like the 8 of scarabs. Again, I tend to gravitate towards the scarabs cards because they're about money, right? And wealth. And hey, how's it going? Nice. What's his name?
What's your name? He said, "What's your name?" What's your name?
I don't know. My name's Mike.
That's Mike, and that's Kaya. That's Kaya's dog. And I'm Tisher. He calls me Tisher. What's your name? Christopher. Okay. This is Christopher.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Christopher. All right. So yeah, the 8 of scarabs, it represents craftsmanship. It represents taking pride in your work, and it also represents passing on knowledge to a younger generation, right? So the craftsman is working, and he's doing a good job. You know, he's a master at his craft, and he's just passing that knowledge along to the younger apprentice. So yeah, I really gravitate towards the scarabs just because, you know, they're about money, wealth, success. So, but anyway, so the 7 cards, same type deal. Everything relates back to the Rider-Waite tarot cards. Okay, and the next one, the 6s, same deal. The 6 of scepters on this one I really like. She is coming in sort of in a celebration, a jubilee. Everyone around here is cheering her on. She's been victorious. She's riding the Apis bull, and the falcon is flying towards her. It looks like it's about to land on her scepter, her second scepter. So. All right, the 5s tend to be a little stressful, but all right, and the next one.
That's what I was looking at, and I have I've seen, you know, of course I went through the cards, but today, right now, when the 5s came up on the screen, that 5 of Ankhs, he looks like he's in distress.
And he is, but he's in distress because he's paying attention to, the Ankhs that have fallen over on the ground in front of him. So he's completely ignoring everything behind him. He's ignoring the Ankhs that are behind him that are still upright. He's ignoring the boat that's floating down the river. You notice there's no one on the boat. You know, in theory, that's probably his boat that he could use to get across if he was paying attention. But now it's going to go down the river.
Down river.
Yeah. He's getting stuck.
It means focus.
Exactly. He's paying too much attention to, the stuff going on in front of him and not enough attention to everything around him.
And to me, it also appears to be like he's paying attention to something that's already happened. It's already done.
Yeah, exactly.
They failed. It's over. Pay attention to the ones that are still standing, or they're going to fall. And then you're going to be just staring at all 5 Ankhs laying down.
Yeah.
And then you still can't get home because your boat gone. Come on now.
That's it. Spilled milk off the bridge, right?
Or it's taking longer to get home. It's taking a little while longer. Yeah. Okay, and we're going to the 4s.
4s. Again, just related back. The 4 of scarabs. The guy's just greedy. He's being stingy, and I really like this one because he can stand up, but if he stands up, he's probably going to drop his scarabs, right? He's going to drop his coins. If he walks away, he's going to leave one on the wall. So he's stuck. His greed has got him stuck there. He literally can't move. So that one seems to be a sign that if you're too greedy, you're gonna just make yourself stuck. The 3s, same thing. This one I like the 3 of Ankhs, just because they're celebrating, they're enjoying themselves. But I also like the 3 of scarabs because you have the 2 older possibly wiser guys, sort of helping out the younger guy, with his work. The Three of Swords is an interesting one. That jar, the red jar that we're seeing on the screen right there with the little plumes on top and the wings, that is the hieroglyphic symbol for the ib, or the heart. Right? So what you have here is three swords sticking through the heart, of the ib, or the heart. Now, in ancient Kemet, the heart was more than just a blood pump, right? They actually believed the heart was where all of your intelligence was where all your emotions were. It was where all of your, everything, everything that made you a person versus an animal was in your heart, right? Your heart's what made you smart. Your heart's what made you think. The heart's what made you feel. In fact, we still carry that tradition forward now when we say things like, you broke my heart. You have a broken heart. You didn't really break my blood pump, right? I mean, you just hurt my feelings. That's completely different. But because they believed all that, they also at the same time believed that the brain was, that's in your skull right now was pretty much useless, right? Basically, the brain was supposed to be a giant air conditioner to keep your body cool, right? And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense if you don't know anything, if you don't have the technology to understand brain cells, know what a brain cell is, right? Or how nervous system works, that kind of stuff. If you look at your car, your radiator is kind of coiled, right? It kind of goes loops and loops and loops. And that's because that helps it cool more efficiently. Well, when you take the brain out, a lot of coils, a lot of loops. So the thought was, well, that just helps the brain cool efficiently, which is why they had no problem, although they would preserve your heart when they mummified you, they had no problem just, churning up the brain and ripping it out, because it was like, oh, that's just useless. Get rid of it. So, all right, next one. Sorry, I sidetracked. The twos. Right, here we have the twos, two of scepters, two of ankhs. I like the two of ankhs here, and I also like the two of scarabs. Like the two of ankhs, it's two lovers, basically, maybe a husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, or potential whatever, and they're sort of almost making a commitment to each other here. And then you have the cobra, which is facing outward. The cobra can be a symbol of protection, or in the right circumstances, it can actually be pretty dangerous. So, it's one of those things you have to be careful. And the two of scarabs, again, we have the infinity symbol, which shows the cobra biting its own tail, which, as I mentioned, is a Kemetic symbol that was first found on coffins. And this one's all about, keeping your focus even when there's crazy stuff going on around you.
And right quick, now this is something I share with Michael as well in studying the cards and getting to know them myself. So I have the set. I talk with Michael, and every time I speak with him, he just shares another story, different, something new. He shares more knowledge. And then as I'm going, and every time I talk to him, I pull this deck out, or the books, depends on what's going. And if I'm looking at the book with him, I'm looking at the deck as well. And each time, even though I've looked at these, I see something different in them. So in regards to the card, I remember you mentioning the biting its own tail.
Yes.
The serpent biting its own tail. I heard you, but today I'm just seeing it.
Yeah.
There is, so like you said, there's so much in these cards, the layers. That's what you were calling the layers in these cards. And this is not like an overnight event. This is something that's going to need to be studied to have full knowledge, and anywhere near full knowledge of it. And actually, it's right here. Yeah, the two of scarabs. Very interesting. Beautiful card. Beautiful card. And of course, I have the infinity sign on my logo, Karmic Dynasty. So definitely taking notes. Definitely taking notes. And so now we are going on to
Okay, yeah, and you're right on that. It's there's a lot of layers built into the cards, a lot of things that are kind of built on top of each other. But I designed it originally to be sort of backwards compatible with the Rider-Waite Tarot, which is the most popular tarot deck around ever, mostly because it's out of copyright. But basically, I designed it to be backwards compatible with that, so that so that people who know the tarot, right? They know how the tarot cards work. They understand the system. They know all this stuff. They can learn the comedic side of it without having to, throw away all that other knowledge. So you can sort of build on top of what you already know and just learn new stuff. But there's a lot of layers in there, and you can, sort of look at the cards and tell what they are. So you can do what they call sight readings, where you don't really have to explore in too much detail what this card actually means or anything like that. Although, personally, I think that's the most fun part. But you just kind of look at the cards and get a mood from the cards, right? Like the Aten card, you can tell that card just peace, tranquility. It just, it just feels good and peaceful and soft and warm and wonderful, So you pull that card, okay, yeah, it seems like things are going to go good, right? So it's sort of like that. You can sort of do readings by feel, or if you want to dive deeper, that's why we have the layers built in. You can sort of dive deeper and start going into more and more symbols and figure out what those symbols mean and how they interact with each other. And so there's always more levels for people that really want to dive into it.
Very good, very good. He said there are so many. I said so many what? I said, oh, pages. He said, yeah. So there are so many.
There are.
Okay.
Yeah, and the reason there are so many, that's a good point. The reason there are so many, there's about 226 pages in this book, which is the guidebook to the tarot. The reason there's so many pages is because we've added a lot of the original stories to the book, right? So one of the things that people say to me or said to me originally a lot was we're going to, after they get the tarot deck, they say, well, I'm going to have to go research this. I'm going to have to go study up on this. I'm going to have to go learn this, right? Well, we kind of went and did that for you. So we went back to the original scrolls and we got all the stories and, the tales. And behind all of the tarot cards in here, the 23 tarot cards, 24 tarot cards, we actually added stories about each of the deities in here, so that you don't have to go through 20 different scrolls and then try to figure out what the stories are and all that. We took all those and added them to it. And then with this one, the Veil of a Set book, we actually added a bunch of tales just about a set in her life, like from her birth all the way through her life with the king Assur, the pharaoh, to being resurrecting, to having her son Heru, resurrecting Heru. In fact, she resurrected Heru. She resurrected some random boy who died from a scorpion bite. She resurrected Assur. I mean, she has proven at least 3 times she can raise people from the dead, right? So there's a lot of those stories. All of those stories are included in this.
So are we prepared to have the giveaway now?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So how would you like to proceed?
My favorite part. I know everybody's
right.
favorite part too. Everybody like, wait.
The giveaway. The giveaway. All right. So the rules. You have to answer the question correctly. Michael will let you know if it's correct or not. And then contact me. My information's in the ticker below. And so then provide me with your shipping address. This information is needed before the broadcast ends. And then we'll get that set to you. So Michael is guiding us right now.
All right. You want me to ask the question?
Yes.
All right. So
Drum roll.
how do you want him? How do you want him to give you the question? You want him to the answer? You want him to email you the answer, or you want him to?
Oh, they are apologies, gratitude. So I've given away items before, and my audience is aware. They type it in the comment section.
Okay. Okay.
So it's public record if you got it right or not.
Okay.
Now, yeah, they're not emailing. Yes. So yes, Michael, good question. Your answer. Michael's going to ask the question and type your answer in the comment section. And who is this here ready? Look, I told you my audience, stay ready. Kathleen. Come, Kathleen.
Okay.
All right.
What is so? We mentioned earlier that Tahuti had a title. What is the title that we mentioned for him? And it means in Greek it's Trismegistus, right? But what is the title that we mentioned for Tahuti earlier?
Yeah, what does Trismegistus mean?
Trismegistus, yeah.
Trismegistus. Okay, what does that mean? Translate. What's that mean? 3 times great. Shante. Until this, we stay ready. I see you. All right, Shantae, I need you to send me your shipping information. We'll get that to you. If I need that information before the broadcast is over. Michael, how many giveaways we doing today?
We do 2.
2? Okay.
Yeah.
Next question. We with Michael. Michael got us. Listen.
Let me make up a question real quick. This is gonna be harder because I didn't tell you to watch it. So, okay, here's one. This is a card that we didn't spend a lot of time on, right? But we did cover it briefly. So the Empress card is goddess Moot. Right? What does Moot mean in the ancient Kemetic dialect?
Interesting. Jeopardy music.
We mentioned that, and I mentioned it. I did it pretty quickly, though. We kind of went by it pretty quickly. But
Moot, M-U-T.
M-U-T
means what in English? Translation time. Okay. While we wait for an answer to come through, I don't know if Michael's going to do a backup follow-up question, give us another opportunity. Now, while we were rounding up, preparing for the giveaway, I was going through the screens to, again, some people came in later, so they didn't see why Michael created the Kemetic Tarot. And so I was
actually before you do that, you want to show them the Moot card again real quick, just so they can see it? Oh, never mind. We got a winner.
We got it, but that's a good, we're going to share it. And the answer, Mother Goddess. Yes.
It literally means mother, but she is the goddess.
Mother.
Her name is Mother. Yep.
AKA Kes-El on Facebook. Yes. All right, so send me, Katrina Kess on Facebook, send me your shipping information. And also Shantae Norvell, send me your shipping information and I'll make sure you get the set. And now back to the panel. And Michael, how do we proceed?
Yeah, well, one thing about Moot, right? So Moot was Amun-Ra's wife. So they were married, and they had a son, and his name was Khonshu. And together they formed the Holy Triad in Thebes, the Holy Trinity in Thebes. So, sorry, another off-topic thing.
Yes, it just put me in the mind of another biblical reference. That's all. There's
a lot of biblical references that you can trace almost directly back. So yeah.
Yes. Okay. And Katrina says gratitude and love. Gratitude and love. And let's see here. Okay, so while I'm getting their information, again, I'm gonna remind everyone who's here, and for those of who didn't hear it, we in the series we are preparing to have another guest, and she will provide live readings with this tarot deck. So we're looking forward to that. And Michael will be here again, and Kaya, to discuss more in detail the set, maybe more about the stories, the origin of the stories. And
Yeah, the stories are
oh, and Michael's gonna do this spell. He's gonna show us how to.
Yeah. I did the spell. Well, in fact, that's in the book. That really talks in the book about how to do it. But I'll basically show you exactly how to do it. We'll go through it. We'll talk about some of the stories, and we can also talk about the. I think we're going to talk about in a future episode about how a lot of the stories, a lot of the themes and stories that were found in ancient Kemet, right? The ancient Kemetic tales sort of found their way into the Western world, right? Like we were talking about the fables of Aesop's fables, right?
Yes, and we're because I actually, excuse me, right quick, if I may.
Yeah.
I have already presented a nursery rhymes broadcast, and I promise my audience I will follow up with another one. So Michael and I are planning to have a Kemetic nursery rhymes decoded presentation. Stand by, y'all.
I can't guarantee they're gonna rhyme. I can't guarantee they're gonna rhyme, but
we definitely sharing. We're sharing. So you were saying about Aesop's fables.
Aesop's fables, right? It's just like we were talking about the Lion King earlier and how it's based on the story of a Set and a Sore, right? I mean, literally the same type deal with Aesop. Aesop was a Greek servant or slave or whatever in ancient Kemet, right? He was in Kemet, and he actually heard all these stories, this oral tradition of all these stories where animals could talk and animals behave like people, and he wrote those stories down and sent them back to Greece, and they became popular, and they call them Aesop's fables, but they were Kemetic stories that he heard. And we have other examples that he never wrote down. And I actually put a couple in a PDF that I sent out. I'll actually put it on this website as well, these stories on this website. But there's a lot of these stories, the Greeks never had stories, for instance, with talking animals. They never did until they went to, Kemet, until they actually met the people there. Then they said, oh, that's a cool kind of story. And then they started copying. So we'll talk about some of that stuff. But yeah, there's a lot there.
It is. And again, I'm looking forward to this series. Definitely, there's a lot, as Michael said. I've said earlier, there's a lot. Kaya mentioned the ongoing processes and learnings of sharing this knowledge and getting this set out to everyone that either purchases it, or gets it from the giveaway during one of the broadcasts. And also for me myself, it becomes a part of my curriculum, and I will share this with my daughters and my son so they can share with their children. And actually the set is sturdy. We looked at the cards, and somebody already referenced how fire they are. There is the quality. So this is I plan to, yes, my grandson right here, he's gonna share with his children. This set is not cheap. Why you?
Yeah.
Why you what?
You gave me that card.
I gave you this card?
Yeah.
2 of scarabs? I did. I pulled that out the bag, huh? We're gonna do a live reading right now?
No.
No, okay, no.
Oh,
all right. So
scarabs, that means he's about to get paid.
Okay, you better to get paid.
No.
He said no.
Make some money.
Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely there's quality here. And I know Michael spoke to me about original set you had, and it was okay. You know, people accepted it, but Michael was like, "No, it needs a little more. That's not acceptable." Yeah, he's of the this is the no excuse zone on my platform. This is the no excuse zone. So Michael lives by that code, and he continued until it got to its perfection. The box again is sturdy as well. It just is not. You see, he's actually kid tested, mama approved. He's had these. He's looked at them. Y'all seen him. He's had the books in his hand. Did he go grab his cup? Did he go grab his crayons that he had earlier?
I didn't see that.
No, he said no, I did not see that. He is not going to color in these. A child knows the value. He didn't go take this in there and go color in them. And actually, he didn't go he just set it right back down here. And he said, that's not for the crayons. You can pass this on. And yes, I'm glad he's actually here. So yeah, he's is precious. It's not for Crayola. That's my piece right now. He's getting some money soon. That's what Michael said.
Getting paid. He pulled a scarab. That's money. That's all money.
Yeah. That's all right. So yes, I'm not sure if you received the feedback from the audience. You were very busy giving us this knowledge. Yeah, they are sharing that.
Sorry,
this
I wasn't even looking at the comments.
Yeah, because you was teaching class. You was teaching that class.
I get caught up. Sorry.
We know, and we look forward to next time you come, because you were one of the times when you will be here again. You spoke about a class and actually teaching, having classes. Yeah.
That was you. That was you.
Dang, did I just try to put that on you?
You did.
Dang shame. I think that was Kaya. Kaya's teaching classes. I heard classes and I heard teachers, so that's what I know.
I'm still learning.
You're still learning. Okay.
That'll be my excuse.
Yes, and definitely gratitude. Amazing. Yes, everyone is appreciating you both being here, and we look forward to the future broadcast of this series. And Kaya, anything you like to share right now? I have your contact information in the ticker below.
Only if you're interested in looking for the products, they are at Amazon.com, at the comedictarot.net website. Also, you can reach out to my email, kaya@abracax.com, or reach me by phone if you're unsure of where to find it or if you have any questions. And thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. And I know, was it Katrina Kess earlier? Hold on, was it?
Oh, there was one thing
about the cards in the UK. No, that was Katrina Barr, I think. Yeah, so Katrina Barr, you have concerns about getting not concerns, but questions about the cards in the UK. Contact Kaya for that information. And Michael, you were saying?
So also, well, just real quick, I'm working with some guys right now to try to get the cards into a bookstore in the UK. There's a couple bookstores I'm trying to talk to right now. I got a bookstore to carry the older set, which was the smaller set, but they haven't been able to get them together to carry the larger one yet. So I'll keep you updated on that as well. But Kaya, your background there. You want to tell them a little bit about that?
My background is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get out of the way of it, figure out which way to get out. It is a scene from The Day of the Dead.
The Book of the Dead.
The Book of the Dead. It is where they are going. Would you mind giving a little?
It's the judgment scene.
The judgment scene.
Final judgment scene. As you can see, they're weighing Anpu is weighing the heart on the scales. Amit is down there. Tahuti is standing there recording everything. And you see on the left side, you see Ani. This is actually Ani's. You see Ani being carried in by Anpu. And then on the right side, you see Ani being hosted into the final, being hosted into the presence of Asur by his son Heru. And that's as far as that goes. You also see the Council of the Neteru sitting on top, and they're actually the deities that you have to pass. There's sort of a gate, to get into the final judgment. You actually have to recite the 42 negative confessions, the 42 laws of Ma'at, to these Neteru and convince them that you're not a sinner before they'll even let you in. Okay, yeah, that's it. And I'll show you my background as well. So let me see if I can. Okay, so my background is it's from a coffin text. It's one of the coffin texts, and it's literally, this is Aru. This is heaven. This is paradise, right? Up here at the top, you have the people coming through, and they're the people over here, and they have to basically worship the gods, worship the Neteru, and then once they worship, they get to get on the boat and cross the other side. You notice all the water here underneath, and that this is a separate island right here from this one. There it is. So in other words, they have to worship the Neteru in order to get on the boat, in order to cross the other side. And then once you're in Aru, the thing about the ancient Kemetic heaven was that it wasn't quite like the Christian heaven. You didn't sit around, singing all day or whatever. You worked, right? Basically, if you were a farmer, you would go in, you'd harvest your grain, and then you would eat. Down here, they're harvesting and they're plowing with a cow to raise the crops. And then over here, they actually store the crops. Down here, you have a bunch of, where is it? Right here. Right down here, you have a bunch of trees, fig trees, date palms, just a lot of different trees that bear fruit. But the general idea is in the in the Aru, in the land of reeds, it was just like our world. It was just like the physical world, just like everything that you already know. But when you get there, there's no death, no disease, no pain, and you basically would continue doing what you enjoy doing. You'd still have to do some work, although they could bury you with a little clay people called Shabti. And if they buried you with Shabti, they would come to life in the Aru and they would do your work for you. So if you're lazy and you really don't want to do anything, just get them to bury you with a bunch of little Shabti. And when you arrive in the Aru, well, the Shabti go to work for you and you don't have to do anything. So that was the conception of paradise. That was the idea of the Aru.
And another thing I meant to share earlier that Michael I would like for him to share one day is in getting this in the set, you faced some obstacles.
Oh, yes.
You walked through all of those obstacles to get this quality amulet in the set.
I did. I ran into a lot of issues with finding people that would produce it, finding people that could do it well. When I finally found someone that could do it well, he still messed up a bunch of stuff, and I had to throw a bunch of them away and make him redo them. So yeah, it was a little bit of a process.
Yes, definitely. I appreciate you moving forward through the obstacles. My grandson appreciates it, and he, yeah, I got in the city last night. So my other I have, let me see, four grandchildren I will see today. Today and Tuesday, I'll see all of them at the same time. And I will be sharing the set with them as I have with Christopher today. And we appreciate you, Michael. We do. We do.
Thank you.
On behalf of my grandchildren and my children, the dynasty, I am speaking. We appreciate you and your work and your efforts. Well done. Well done. And would you like to speak to us about anything else today?
You know what? I kept everyone for over 2 hours. I should probably, save some for the next show.
Okay, we could do that. So we'll schedule the next show. I'll post it and everyone will be there. And looking forward to that. I would like to have on the next show Lady Ma'at. So for we can be a part of the live readings. So today, Christopher gave you a preview of a live reading. Him and Michael, Christopher and Michael shared a preview of the live readings.
There
Look,
are
I
no
can't even
mistakes.
get Michael's name in there.
There are no mistakes with the cards, I'm telling you.
No mistakes.
When professional readers read them, if a card accidentally
Mhm.
falls out, boom, that's part of the reading. The card wanted out of there.
Yes. So, and we look through the live reading. We look forward to we look forward to the live readings. We look forward to more information, and we look forward to the giveaways.
Yeah.
So again, congratulations. And that's what's up to Katrina and Shantae for answering the questions correctly today. Those sets, will get those out to you and keep you posted on those. And Michael and Kaya, on behalf of Karmic Dynasty, which includes my audience and the viewers, we appreciate you being here today. We look forward to you being here again. If you would, Kaya, once more, share with everyone who you are and your contact information before we go.
I am the daughter of Michael Coles, the creator of the content, and you can reach me at 256 with the number that you see below. I'm sorry, I'm getting ready to recite my number, but it's there below. Or at my email, kaya@abracax.com. And if you need, I can send you the link to the actual website to where you can order the card, where you can order as well. And just if you have any questions, just reach out.
And we will be doing so. And Michael, if you would once more share with everyone who you are and how we can contact you.
Yeah, you can reach me at abracax at abracax.com. I'll have links up at the comedictarot.net website as I build it out. Like I said, please feel free to visit that site. There's lots of information on it. There's a lot of detail in there that we didn't get a chance to cover today. A lot of detail about all the different cards. A lot of stuff that we didn't even cover today about the card, even the ones we went in detail about today. There's just so much more information about them there. Definitions for different words. A lot of there's going to be some additional information up there, like I'm going to talk about all the different types of scepters, all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, feel free to visit that website, comedictarot.net, and I'll have all the information up there, contact information, everything else.
Thank you. Thank you. And let's see. So Anouk Astma Atef Newt, Anouk Karmic Dynasty, Anouk Joy Allen, for those who know. Anouk, he would say Anouk.
Nope.
Christopher.
Christopher.
All right. And if you all would stand by, I have a commercial.
What?
I have a flyer I need to share with you all for my tour. Gratitude. A few moments, please. Oh, where am I? Hold on, y'all.
Huh?
That's right. Joy Allen. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The great goddess from the Karmic Dynasty YouTube channel. Okay, so you know she's gonna be dropping it. So you gotta come see her. And she coming to a city near you. I said, look, listen. I saw the list. I saw Atlanta. I saw Virginia. Okay, I saw Washington. I saw Boston. So she's pulling up. Okay, Silence and Sound Event and Lecture Tour, where she's gonna be dropping gems and illumination. Okay, I'm gonna be tuning in. Each city is gonna have its own topic. Each city is going to have its own topic. Okay, very interesting. That's a very interesting format. So I'm going to tune in and we got to check her out. I want y'all to be there. Okay, let's stay on the frequency, stay on that vibration. Okay, and support our beloved goddess. Okay, Wadu.
Sun Ra for the representation in my flyer. And also, again, Michael and Kaya for being here today. Michael has shared the Comedic Tarot Vela by set. This shows what is in the set when you buy it, when you purchase it, and or receive the set here in a giveaway as Katrina and Shantae Norvell has done today. So once again, I appreciate you all being here, and I will see you all next time. Peace and gratitude to you all. Dua, Duawu to the Ramech. Greetings to all of you. Dua, Duawu, Nazareth. And I am here today with Karmic Dynasty's first movie review. We have Mintat here with us today to give us a movie review on the movie Doom. So this movie is from, I think, 1984, 1986, and we will be covering that today, as well as some other topics. You know, here on Karmic Dynasty, we don't stick to the topic, so we will be addressing all sorts of things. And right now, also, of course, I want to say, those of you who have children, viewer discretion is advised, as always, here on Karmic Dynasty. So at this time, I'm going to bring on Mintat and have him speak with us and introduce himself, share with everyone something that you want us to know about yourself. Tell us how we can reach you if we want to contact you, and however else you'd like to introduce yourself. Gratitude. Dua.
I appreciate that. I say to you all, Ashuk Wu Nuwa, which means divine love and divine light. Rao back, Wu Nuwa. Rao back, Wu Hotep. Greetings, peace, divine love and divine light. Okay. Thank you, first of all, to Karmic Dynasty. Okay. I feel that goddess vibe energy booming. Okay. And it got me excited. Okay. It's important that we as so-called Black people, we gotta start paying attention to these movies. Okay, they're these science fiction movies. Okay, no more Next Friday, no more Love and Basketball. We gotta be we're in the age of enlightenment, okay? We're returning back to our divine self. And they've been dropping all of our sciences in their movies, okay? Because they need to fulfill a law, a galactic law that states that they have to tell the truth. They've been telling the truth, right? But instead of putting it in a history book, they put it in a movie. So that fulfills that that law that they need to adhere to in order to tell the truth in science fiction movies. So I'm excited to do this Dune review. Dune, let me tell you something about Dune, or about me, and this ties into me. I've always loved science fiction movies. That's my biggest secret. You know what I'm saying? No, not that I'm homosexual. Usually people's secret is, oh, I'm homosexual. No, my biggest secret was when I was growing up. I grew up, you know, I was into a lot of street activity. Okay, so after we got done doing our activity on the street, we would come back to the headquarters, right? When everybody would be asleep, I would turn on like Star Trek, Star Wars. Okay, so I've always been into sci-fi. Then I finally got into I was at home one night and this movie Dune came on. Long story short, this movie Dune has been so resonating to me personally, number one, because I have a Christ archetype. Okay, if you haven't seen the movie, check it out. If you have a Christ archetype, meaning a savior type mentality, meaning you're interested in the saviorship or the resurrection of your people, then that movie's gonna resonate with you. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I got into that. So on that note, I don't want to make the end. I could ramble. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna start the ramble after I got done with the introduction. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yes, we discussed that before. So yes, we will continue now. So first, before we continue, now that we have more people in the room, I want to say, speak peaceful, respectful greetings to everyone. Islam, Rahubet, Assalamu alaikum, Ola, Hotep, and
Shalom.
Again, shalom, peaceful, respectful greetings to all of you. So now this how I always share how we came to this moment, to a broadcast. So
okay.
On social media, I actually, I've followed you for a while. I've been observing. I'm not going to go into how I first came across your page. That's something for another day.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to share. I'll share. So
yeah,
I was somewhere, and I was somewhere where someone watches the same social media outlets that I watch.
Okay.
And I was in another part of the house, and then I heard Patah secret sword, Patah secrets, Patah. I'm like, who is that giving all that energy towards Patah secret sword? So I ran there, and it was you. And you was in Little 5 Points. You was at Little 5 Points, and you were there with Crumb TV, and you were sharing a moment, some feedback in regards to what was going on during that time. So since then, we've made connection, and I have reached out to you for different things in regards to knowledge and sharing some insight on some things. So moving forward, I have also observed that you watch a lot of movies, sci-fi. It's your thing, like you mentioned. And
yes.
The feedback you give on not only the movies, but all types of other subjects. So again, we will not only be talking about this movie today. I would like for Mentat to be comfortable and speak freely and speak and share whatever's on your mind. I know I have one thing in particular that we discussed that you will be speaking on, so I can't wait for us to get to that as well. So for now, at first, we're going to talk about this movie Dune. So I know, so we're preparing, and of course I watch the movie. People know me, I don't watch TV, I don't do movies, but if it's something, and for me to reach out and want to hear about this one is big to me. So in the first 2 minutes of the movie, I had to pause. Within the first 2 minutes, and it took me a whole day to get back to the movie. Because you mentioned the spice melange, and I went and Googled the Wikipedia of the movie and some background on their their perspective, what they want to put out to the world of Spice Melange. So it took me down a road, and it took me a whole day to get back to the movie. Talk to us about Spice Melange and melanin and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and right quick, y'all know me around here. I got my popcorn today. This is my first movie review on Karmic Dynasty. I have my popcorn, so I'm gonna be munching and stuff. I'm going on mute as Mintet speaks. Peace, y'all. Peace.
Okay. Woo. Doom. So like I was saying in the introduction, okay, I have a Christ archetype. So that movies like that are gonna resonate. Then I love science fiction movies. That movie, just like she said, even when I seen it as a child or as a kid, it was very heavy, very deep. You know what I'm saying? It just captivated me. So let's fast forward past me being a child. Let's fast forward to me being now at my current state of consciousness when I revisit this movie called Doom. Number one, I like to deal with keywords. The first keyword was Spice Melange, right? And I've been going in on this for the past couple of days. I'm just getting a activation or a signal that, oh my God, you got to revisit this movie because now today is the most prevalent time to be dealing with it. And then also because you have another one coming out, you have a new one coming out, a remake coming out in October, but we'll get to that later. Spice Melange, what does this do? Long story short, if you have not seen this movie Dune, okay, I'm gonna do my best to break it down right quick on what it's about. Simply put, there's a galactic European empire. Okay, the system is a feudal house system, meaning it's an empire that is divided into houses. Okay, each house runs a specific business. So it's just like right now you have Walmart, Target. You know what I'm saying? The Walmart, I can't remember their names, but the Walmart family runs Walmart, right? Long story short. So in the movie, this galactic European empire, it's ran the same way. In this universe, in the Dune universe, okay, the most important substance, period, the highest, most valuable substance is not crystals, it's not gold. It's a substance called Spice Melange, right? So immediately you hear the word melange, okay? I'm all about etymology, you know what I'm saying? So melange, when you break that word down, mela, that's that Greek word for black, okay? So that's the first way they get you with these words. You gotta look at these words. So spice means, spice melange is saying spice black or a black substance. You see what I'm saying? Okay, what is this substance? What does it do? In the Dune universe, Spice Melange, number one, it increases your consciousness to a cosmic level. Okay, so in the Dune universe, okay, listen to this. In the Dune universe, they have outlawed computers. Okay, without getting too deep, they don't want any artificial intelligences rivaling natural divine mind power. So they started a war. They exterminated all the machines. So a lot of people will be like, okay, if they got rid of the machines, how are they going to be computing and doing all the data processing and all that, right? The substance Spice Melange, once it expands your consciousness to a cosmic level. Once you have a cosmic type of consciousness, you don't need no computer for nothing. You can do all that. You can do all the data processing and computing in your mind. So in the movie, they had an intergalactic, interstellar, commercial transport, kind of like how we got Delta and how we got all these other airlines. But this in the movie, it's called the Spacing Guild. The Spacing Guild is basically an intergalactic airline, put it like that. Okay, the pilots who fly the starships that are transporting cargo and people across the universe, the known universe in the movie, the pilots do not use any type of computers to make those computations on how to travel to another planet. They use Spice Melange. Matter of fact, They use a matter of fact, the Spacing Guild pilots use such a high number of a high abundance of spice melange that it has mutated them to like a monstrous form. Okay, because they're overusing it. So they're like on a hyper cosmic level worth of spice melange. I'm glad you pull up these pictures too.
Yeah,
I was just gonna tell you to do that. I'm glad you're doing that. So we're
because I remember.
Huh?
Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
No, I'm saying we're synced. We are definitely synced because
yes.
I was about to tell you to do that. Okay, so real quick, I want to get to who this guy is right here. So keep that guy up. Real quick, spice melange. Okay, it grants hypercosmic Christ consciousness. Go Google Christ consciousness to understand what that is. That's what spice melange does. So these white folks are ingesting this. So where are they getting it from, right? Are they getting it from black people? Apparently not. When you watch a movie, you don't see not one nigga.
Not one.
But anyway, but before we get into that, and we know why that is, but before we get into that, spice melange is found on one planet in the known universe. So in the galactic empire that the Europeans are running, this galactic empire is made up of several thousand planets. Okay, but with spice melange is only found on one single planet in the entire universe. It's a planet called Arrakis. Sound like Iraq to me. And Iraq is very sandy. It's a desert-like area. But you know what? Matter of fact, Iraq is actually North Africa. Let's keep it real. That's Africa. Okay. Iraq is Africa.
It is.
Ain't no such thing as the Middle East. All right. I'm gonna do a video on this, but ain't no such thing as no Middle East. That's part of Africa. That's Africa. Long story short. So planet Arrakis, aka Dune, is a desert planet, and this is where spice melange is found. Okay, so there's a big power struggle over this substance because listen, you cannot make it anywhere else. You cannot artificially manufacture it. Okay, so that ties into what's going on in this world with so-called black people, so-called Nubian people. That melanin we call kamim nakut, that black dot. You know what I'm saying? And once you activate it, it gives you, it's the Stargate. You know what I'm saying? So it gives you that heightened consciousness, you know, allowing you to unlock different hidden dormant abilities within your avatar body. Okay. So in Dune, you know, oh God, and they're dropping it. Okay. Then they get into genetic memory. Now this is interesting. I want y'all, whenever y'all check out Dune, Google genetic memory. Okay. Because they getting into that. And that's deep. That deals with us too. Genetic memory is the ability to tap into all the hidden powers and knowledge that's stored within the bloodline ancestral DNA of the body avatar that you have incarnated in right now. Meaning your body is a humanoid Akashic record, right? But you have to be able to tap into that using genetic, you know, by tapping into genetic memory. So in the movie, I'm thinking in my head, why is genetic memory so important to them? When their ancestors were in the caves, why would you need to tap into that? It seems to me that at your current state as a galactic European empire, you might want to just deal with the memory you got going now because you're booming right now. Why would you want to tap into the ancient memory of your ancestors when your ancestors, you know, were coming out the caves? Okay, that's how I look at it. Okay, because it says it's the year 10,000, blah, 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 blah. That means they're on that Adamite calendar. You know what I'm saying? So that means they're dealing with, you know, the year one. Go watch that movie starring Jack Black when they was in the caves, right? So you're on the year one calendar, okay? So why would you want to tap into genetic memory? Again, that's because they're dealing with our principles and our concept with the genetic memory. If we can tap into that, no, not if, when we finally are able to tap into that, once we get our, you know, vibration and all our chakras aligned. You know what I'm saying? Then we'll be able to tap into that genetic memory. Okay. And then that ties into that white boy that she put up. His name is Paul Atreides. Okay. Who ends up being the Christ. Okay. You know, whatever. But it's a movie. So I you know, whatever. I don't want to get into that. Paul Atreides, what makes him so special and how that ties in. Okay. First you have spice melange, which is melanin. Then you have genetic memory. Then you got this white man. You got this white boy, Paul Atreides. in Dune, okay. I'm gonna do my best way to explain this. So in Dune, they kind of reversed it. They're saying that it's the masculine ancestral memory that's the most powerful, and that's what needs to be tapped in. The white man plays a supreme being known as a Kwisatz Haderach. A Kwisatz Haderach is a masculine supreme being that's able to tap into both masculine and feminine energy, power, that's a Ma'ashin. Come on, that's Ma'at right there. Ma'at. That's Ma'at. Point blank, period. That is Ma'at. Being able to vibrate on both masculine and feminine energy. That's what I am. I'm Ma'at personified. So in the movie, they call it Kwisatz Haderach, which is a Hebrew meaning the shortener of the way, okay, which is basically a man who's tapping into both masculine and feminine energy, making him a masculine supreme being in the body, okay? So they are dropping it, and they got him as it's called the Mahdi, or Messiah, and Mahdi, that's the Arabic word for Messiah, because what's going on is on the planet Iraqis, aka Iraq, aka Africa, you know what I'm saying? There's indigenous, right? The indigenous, okay, they're native to the planet, right? Long story short, this galactic European empire is very oppressive and very intrusive, okay, because they're basically stealing the spice melange and not making equal deals with the natives. You know what I'm saying? Instead of doing business with them, saying, listen, we'll buy it from you. They're just down there, just mining it, not caring about what the natives. You know what I'm saying? Going to war against them. Does that sound familiar? It does. Okay, but long story short, Paul Atreides, he's oh God, this is deep. He is a royal son of a royal galactic house, and that ties it. Let's deal with that right quick, and that also ties to us, because a lot of us are reincarnated royal princes and queens and princesses of a Kemetic ancient Egyptian Kemetic Tamarian galactic empire. That's how deep that is. That's a whole nother subject. But a lot of us, many of us we're down here in school, we're down here on Earth, and enduring a type of spiritual school. We're enduring some type of spiritual training to prepare a lot of us to assume posts as princes and governorships or star lords for other worlds. Okay, real quick, we're not real quick because now I gotta explain that we don't just have a African empire. We don't just have land or empire that's restricted to one continent or even to one planet. Remember who are the ancestors? A lot of y'all are in the ancestral worship. Okay, you got to understand who these beings are. Where are these beings? They're not on Earth, so where are they? And who are they? Okay, we call them there's many names. Okay, in the Bible, they're known as the gods. In Quran, the Alihat. In Hebrew, the Elohim. Sumerian, the Anunnaki. Native American, they're called like Thunderbirds. And then once you come all the way back to the Kemetic doctrine, they're known as the Nitarat or the Netaru, okay, or the Nazdaru. We know them as the Netaru. Okay, that's when you're doing your deep studying, that's the most ancient name for these beings, the Netaru. So long story short, we are the children of the Netaru. And the Netaru, they are our ascended ancestors, okay, because they didn't exist before us. They are existing above us. So they're up in the galactics, and they rule. Listen, number one, they created the universe in a etheric form, and they currently rule the universe. Meaning, so they have many star lords that are system lords that are controlling various galaxies, controlling various star systems, running a galactic economic system. Law of correspondence, as it is above, so it is below. Okay. So with that being said, that ties into the movie because Paul Atreides is a royal prince of a galactic house. And a lot of us are royal princes, queens of royal houses. Go watch the movie Jupiter Ascending. I don't want to get off into that right now. Go watch that, but that gets to that. But Dune gets to that too. So Paul and his family control the entire planet, and they've been given the contract, the very lucrative contract of mining the planet Arrakis for spice melange. So long story short, the house, Paul Atreides, he ends up being what you call the Kwisatz Haderach. He ends up being the masculine supreme being, able to tap into both masculine, feminine energy. And instead of going along the lines of ruling Arrakis in the name of the empire, he decides to be a Mahdi or a savior for the natives of the planet. So that really resonated with me. You know what I'm saying? I do have that type of archetype, to be honest. I've always dreamed of being like a superhero for us. You know what I'm saying? Not to save the planet, not to save the world, but to destroy the world. You know what I'm saying? For us to liberate us. Now I know I've been rambling for a little bit. You want to add anything? You want to say something? You over there tearing it up?
Yeah, you're not rambling. It's very knowledgeable. You're sharing the gems. Now, when you were speaking first, we were talking about the main character and his blue eyes. Now, for me, in the very beginning of the movie, in the introduction, who is she? The Emperor's daughter. This lady right here.
Yeah, that's the Emperor's. Yep, exactly.
The Emperor's daughter. Okay, yep. So she opens the movie and does this introduction, like in Star Wars, where all the words go up the screen. She does the narrative, but you see her face. And she spoke of the blue eyes. I think she spoke of the blue eyes, but it came in the movie real quick. And in my mind, like you said, for one, there were no niggas in this movie. We already know they bringing it and they want to take away from us. So what's going on is, soon as, okay, in my mind, they in some part consumed the spice melange, the one that's and it was mentioned, like, how did they survive? And it was based on their absorption of the spice melange. And then a trait of the absorption is the blue eyes. So also, without going further into the story, but near the end and talking about the main character and his Christ consciousness and all this stuff he come into, he gets the blue eyes too.
Right.
So to me, it's this stages of leveling up. And the blue eyes is like the first trait characteristic that come into leveling up. Now, from where I'm from, what I know is blue eyes is a sign of deficiency.
Right, exactly.
So in my mind, they want to highlight blue eyes like it's a big daggone thing.
Exactly.
Even this was back in 86, 84 when this movie was made. First, they start out with this chick, the blonde hair, brownish image, however they want to downplay it. And then they come with these blue eyes. The blue eyes is the focus for a good building movie.
Right.
Okay, so for you, this is a favorite movie. For me, this is too. Can you talk about how I'm looking at this melanin deficiency, but how they broadcast it like it's a big deal to have blue eyes?
All right, so you're on point as usual. You're on point, man, because I was gonna get into that, and that's exactly what I was looking at, because okay, in our doctrine, okay, and I'm gonna say it as nice as possible, okay, but in our listen, when you get into the ancient Kemetic, ancient Egyptian orders, blue eyes is the trait of the devil, and I'm just being honest. I'm just sharing information. That is a recessive trait. Okay, you're supposed to have dark brown eyes because your eyes are solar panels, right? And you're supposed to be absorbing as much light into the body via your eyes as possible. So the darker your iris, the darker your iris, the more light you're absorbing. Okay. Now, during the time the movie came out, there's a lot of lecture and speech about how, calling them the blue-eyed devils. So what they were trying to do is they wanted to reverse that demonization of blue eyes and make it God-like, and make it God-like. You know what I'm saying? Make it God-like. Okay. So that's what was going on with that, because that, you know, that blue eye stuff has been demonized. Like Elijah Muhammad, blue-eyed devils. And then once you get into the scientific, see, I like dealing with scientific stuff and religious stuff, because then it makes more sense. I can make it make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's a recessive. That's a ghost. That's a ghost-like trait. Okay, it's not when you're ingesting. Okay, if you are going to be ingesting a substance like spice melange, if it's going to be increasing your lights, what's going to happen is your eyes are going to be shiny, kind of like a goldish color. It's going to be goldish because your soul is going to be activated. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like if you have a cat or a dog, you see how they got that green glow within. That's their spirit. When you're looking, I want y'all to try. I have 2 felines, so I do it all the time. You shine a light into their eye, and you see a green glow. You see their spirit or their soul glowing. Or spirit, sorry. You see their spirit glowing. Same thing when you're ingesting a substance that's going to activate you on a hypercosmic celestial level. Your eyes going to be glowing gold and, you know, in a orange color. But again, this is their movie. Okay. Do you expect them? You're not gonna come on. I do understand. You know what I like doing? I'm a Gemini. There you go. I love that. That's shiny. I'm a Gemini, so I like to see both sides of it. If I was them, I would do the same. I would do the same thing. I'm not gonna. I'll be glorifying shit. I'll be glorifying. You know, they glorify the fur. That fur they have in their head. They glorify that. You know what I'm saying? That's why and that's another. You know, that get off to a whole nother subject. But they're into glorification of how they look, because that builds confidence. You know what I'm saying? And when you're not, I don't mean to be mean, but when you're not an attractive race, you have to kind of build confidence.
Mm-hmm.
So you're on point, sister.
All right. Because I was wondering, I meant to ask you that beforehand when we were preparing, but it escaped me. Also, I know while we're speaking about them, the spice melange extends life.
Oh God.
Yes. You know, we already know they have issues with, you know, their life expectancy. And before that, some of them can't even get to the life expectancy because they can't bring life forth. They can't even have babies. You want to discuss that as well?
Oh God, we were just talking about that yesterday. I was just talking about that yesterday. Again, that goes back to the whole melanin. Okay. We understand. Hold on. We understand that this right here, all these unks I got on, you know, it's a sacred symbol to me. It is. You know what I'm saying? I got the unk tatted on me a long time ago before I even knew what it was. So that's how I knew I had some type of sacred connection, because, you know, it's a long time ago when I was a rock star nigga. I didn't know nothing too much about ancient Egypt, except the fact that it was just really cool. You know what I'm saying? The unk has 2 meanings for us and for them. Okay. It's kind of deep. Okay, so I do my best to try to explain it. Okay. They seek internal life in the body. Okay. Because they understand, the ones that are elite understand that they cannot achieve true immoral life, which is hyperphysical, metaphysical. It's ethereal. You know what I'm saying? Once you get into like the 8th and the 9th dimensions, or the 7th dimension, where it's pure ethereal, only etheric beings, aka a soul, can exist in that level. So the ethereal supreme being of the soul, that's the true unk, or true everlasting eternal being. That's what we are, incarnated in a body, or a star in a body. That's why our skin is dark, because we burn it. It's burning the skin. It's a star. The melanated human avatar is holding a star within, so it's always gonna be, it's burning. We burning. Okay. They understand that that's not what they are.
Right quick.
Huh?
Speaking of burning, right quick. Can we address him?
Oh God.
The burning. They can't absorb the sun.
Look at, you know, I'm so glad you put that image up. Matter of fact, oh God, I love you. I'm sorry to love you. I'm so glad you
It's
put that
all
up.
right.
I'm gonna screenshot that and I'm gonna make something about that because that's what the sun is doing to them. And I'm not. And this. Listen, if we have any European members in the audience, this is not us being mean. We're not trying to attack you. This is scientific fact, and you know that. Your elite know this. So everything I'm saying, they're probably watching right now because they're tracking us. But without getting to the, so they're probably watching right now, and everything I'm saying, they already know this. So I'm not being mean. I'm not being an asshole. I'm just being honest. The sun is baking their ass, and it's very sad because this little baby sun, it's a baby sun, the one that Earth is orbiting. I want y'all to go on go on YouTube and type in sun comparison to get it to, and you get an idea that our sun is so tiny compared to other hyper sun, galactic sun. But the Europeans on this planet, they cannot deal with that sun, and it's baking them, it's giving them melanoma. You see what I'm saying? That's why they're gonna have to go under. They're gonna have to go underground. Okay, they can't leave the planet. See, a lot of people are saying they're trying to leave the planet. That's not true.
Right.
You cannot leave the planet. You're gonna go to another planet that has a bigger sun, and you can't deal with the sun down here. So where you gonna go? So that's what they're facing. Without getting but again, that's a whole nother subject when we do with the end times and what's really going on with them. But I want to continue that point. That's why the melange is very important too, because you did remind me it extends their life. I was watching the movie Jupiter Ascending, and y'all gotta check that out because it gets to the same thing. How a galactic empire royal house is mining people. They're mining people from with the substance, and it gives them they can live in a body for 10,000 years. Now that ties into immortal living. To them, eternity means being in the body as long as possible. To us, eternity means leaving the body and returning to a higher ethereal state, right, as a supreme being. Okay, so they are desperate because a lot of them it's deep. They have an understanding that they don't know what's going to happen next because they don't have higher beings that are overseeing them. Our ancestors are the universal rulers, so they know that our ancestors, they're not going to bring them up or ascend them beyond this plane of existence. So their best bet is to stay in the body for as long as possible. Okay, go watch the movie. Go watch that show, Altered Carbon, on Netflix. That's a great show. I'm gonna tell you about that. Yeah, it's a great show. It's about how long story short, the elites, they're able to live forever. How? Because they have downloaded their spirit consciousness into a disc, inserted into the back of their head. So if the body expires, they can take the disc out and put their spirit consciousness into another body, so the elite or the rich, they have like warehouses full of very beautiful bodies because they can afford it. Because each body is like it's very expensive. Okay, it's like buying a Lamborghini when you try to buy a new body. So only the elite and the wealthy can afford it. So same thing in Dune. That's what the melanin is doing. It's allowing extended life for them. Not only is it giving them hyper consciousness, it's extending their life way past that little punk ass 100 years you get down here. It's giving them a couple 1,000 years in a physical form without having to dwell in a ghost form. So now we're gonna get spooky. A lot of them end up having to dwell in a ghost form because their form is deteriorating on this world. So that long story short, their reincarnation privileges has been revoked because long story short, their cycle ended 21 years ago. And now we're in the sun cycle. So this cycle is the ascension cycle. So it is not the reincarnation cycle. So we will not be reincarnating. We will be ascending. So a lot of them, they can't ascend. So what happens is they get trapped on Earth in a spirit form. That's why Earth is so haunted. Okay. When the last time you see a black ghost when you're watching a horror movie? I can't really think of that. That was hard to think of that. Because they're dropping it on you, they're showing you that they know that they're gonna be trapped down here in spirit form. Okay. So their best bet is to try to stay in the body as long as possible. So melange does that.
Okay.
That makes sense. Did I make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay.
All sense possible. Now speaking of travel, and another thing Spice Melange does is
it makes safe interstellar travel possible.
Right.
And then another thing I know, which I saw that they put in the movie, was when Paul, the main character, near the end, was going through his transformation. Because they talked about how you could travel without moving. You were folding time or something like that. Could you talk about that as well?
Right. Okay. Back. So, like I mentioned earlier, okay, in the Dune verse, they don't use computers. Okay, they don't use computers. Okay, because in order to travel to a destination, in order to travel to another planet, remember the universe is rotating. So if you want to go to Mars, you cannot calculate going to Mars in a straight line. You got to calculate it to where it's gonna be at by the time you get over there. You know what I'm saying? Because it's moving. So let alone trying to go to another part of the universe, you're gonna need some major computation power. You know what I'm saying? So spice melange, that's why this substance is the most valuable substance in the universe. Spice melange, like I told you earlier, it gives you hyper consciousness. When you have hyper consciousness, you can make those computations easily in your head, just like walking down the street to the corner store. You can go to the other side of the universe at will, using your computation. Now, you were saying that you can travel through space, you can travel through the universe without moving, because what happens is you can fold the space around you. Once you have the mind power that spice melange allows, again, it goes back to hyper cosmic consciousness granted by spice melange, right? You can once you have that type of divine nine mind power, or God mind power, or the divine power of the God mind, right? You can fold space and go anywhere in the universe you want. Okay, I'm not the best scientist in the world, so I don't know the exact physics on folding space. But you can, from my understanding, you're folding the etheric fabric around you into a bubble, and then it unfolds to wherever you want in the universe. So you physically did not move. Only the space around you moved. You know what I'm saying? You move the space with your mind. That's what's going on with that. But that company called the Spacing Guild, and their pilots, they got to use that stuff to make, because when you're trying to transport a bunch of people as a passenger ship to another side of the universe, you know what I'm saying? The pilots, they ingest spice melange to make that computation. So spice melange gives their mind the power to make that incredible galactic computation processing power happen in your mind. That's why spice is very, 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 they going crazy over this like it's crack. Oh God, and you see why. I want you to understand the power of it, because there goes the Bene Gesserit or the Reverend Mother. It's allowing them genetic memory. The spice melange, they take that. Listen, on the spiritual side, it allows genetic memory, meaning you have access to the power and knowledge of the entire ancestral bloodline. So imagine if you have access to knowledge to the entire ancestral bloodline of the bloodline that you have incarnated. Remember, the bloodline, it goes beyond Africa. It's intergalactic. It's extra solar. It's a galactic bloodline. So honestly, we have no idea how many millions and billions of years old it is. It gets very deep. I'm still doing my research on that. The bloodline is millions and billions of years old. So you have no idea, motherfucking idea what type of, oh God, I'm getting overwhelmed just trying to think about that. The level of knowledge and memories that you can tap into. That's scary in a good way. You know what I'm saying? So that ability is allowed for them, for the Reverend Mothers, and allows the physical abilities. The Reverend, what they didn't really explain to you in the movie, so there's a sacred priesthood of hypernatural, supernatural women. Okay, not only are they tapping into genetic powers, it has enhanced their physical powers. So if you get in a fight with one of them, they will fuck you up because they can move quicker, like in the Matrix. The Spice Milan levels to move quicker. They can move quick. They can be right behind you, right before you know it. So they're warriors too. It didn't tell you in the movie, but the Reverend Mother, they're actually skilled combatants too, using the Spice Melange.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't catch that. Now what I will say there's a part in the movie when Paul and his mother go to Arrakis.
Okay.
And the people there embrace them, and in exchange, they teach them the war, the fighting tactics. So they apply it. Yeah.
Right. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. So you're on point. You're absolutely right. They do show you because his mother was part of that sacred order. And you see how fast she was. You see how fast she was. So you're absolutely right. I'm glad you said that. Mm-hmm. They do show you that those females are very skilled combatants. Our women, listen, if you want to translate that to our world, our women, they're not Barbies. They've been Barbified. Okay. They've been Barbified, but women are not Barbies. Our women, they're warrior goddesses, like on Wonder Woman. Okay. So they show you that they show you that aspect, that warrior goddess aspect in that movie.
And also in this movie of Doom, right quick. So the little girl, right here, that's Paul's sister. And she was in the womb, and her mother was coming into, what is that status she was gaining? The new Reverend Mother or something, what they call it?
Yes, exactly. You got it.
Okay. So then, while in the womb, she took on. They showed her her grandmother. Was it no? Because the mother was a servant of the original in the movie, whatever they call them.
You on point? Now you on point? You on point?
So the original, the main witch in the movie, Paul's mother was a servant to her. So the servant was the mother of Paul of that royal line. And so when she was taking on the queen mother status and she was going through the ritual, she was taking in, I think they thought she was going to take in the power. But actually, a lot of them probably didn't know she was pregnant.
Exactly.
And the little girl took on all that power, and she was born earlier. She developed quicker, and she was rambunctious. She's a little creature. She was a little creature.
I'm glad you brought that up, Aaliyah.
Yes.
Her ass achieved. She achieved Christ consciousness at the age of 4.
Yes.
Woo! That's a good. Aaliyah, that was one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, she's something else.
They telling
our story the whole time.
Girl, they telling, man, let me tell you, boy, they get deep with that, with Aaliyah, and how the children, first of all, they're already born with their third eye open. But these new children, if you ever decide to have more children, and your children now, actually, any child born after 2000, these new children are gonna be achieving a higher level of consciousness very quickly. If you don't suppress them with that religion, if you don't suppress them, let's be honest, because religion is not the only level of suppression. Verbal abuse, mental abuse. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you parents are evil. Let's keep it real. We're gonna tell the truth and shame the devil. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you parents are doing evil things. You're not supposed to be beating your children or terrorize. How about, I'm gonna say this: do not terrorize your children, because you're suppressing that divinity, that consciousness. Just like in that movie when Aaliyah achieved that, she achieved Christ. She was telepathic, had genetic memory. They even said that she was dealing with ego memory. Ego memory is when an ancestor take over you. Yeah. Now let's deal with that. They saying that it's evil when an ancestor take over. If you look in, I looked into this a lot, and they said that in the film they got ego memory. Ego memory is when, long story short, an ancestor takes over your body. You know what I'm saying? And they demonize it in the movie because they're saying that it's called an abomination. So they calling Aaliyah an abomination because they're saying that she basically been taken over by an ancestor because her consciousness is so high. Some ancient ancestor, a consciousness of an ancient ancestor has taken over her body. That's what they're saying. So they call her an abomination. So they're already demonizing that. You're supposed to be channeling your ancestral higher self anyways. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you could be like Aaliyah, a hyper conscious 4-year-old. I think she was 4 or 5. I can't remember her age. I'm gonna look that up. But she was, if you look at her, she looks like a little kid, a little child. but she has hyper consciousness. She's moving like she's not moving like an adult. She's moving like a god.
Right.
Woo! Yeah. I like she was one of my favorite characters, Aaliyah. She should have more screen time. Yeah, she was. But you know what? I want to say this. I want to tell you this. Please, whenever you get a chance, I know you're probably busy, goddess. When you get a chance, listen, go watch the mini series on YouTube. What happened was
started it.
Okay, bet. Perfect.
Yeah.
Sci-Fi Channel and that nigga, Sci-Fi Channel actually did a great job because they added information and it gave me more clarity. Okay, it gave me that sci-fi because it was on Sci-Fi Channel a long time ago in the year 2000. So they put it on YouTube for free because it's been 20 years. So they're gonna put it on free. It's a 3-part series, and they do a better job. In my opinion, I was actually shocked. They actually did a better job at explaining the universe, and it gave me a better clarity because it goes deeper. So I can't wait till you finish that because Aaliyah does get more screen time and all that, and you get it develops the characters more too.
Because on the first one, in the movie, the dad was there in the beginning, like almost immediately, kind of. In the newer one, the way Paul, the main character, was talking about he wanted to see his dad. I thought the father was dead.
Okay, right, okay.
Yeah, I was looking at it in another way. I was like, wow, he's dead on here. So, right quick, he popped out. I'm going to share a few things with you while he is not here. He'll be back. And so I'm taking this time to share some information about my upcoming tour. And so I will be visiting a few cities. And my first city I will be visiting is Washington, D.C. And I will be there August 21st. And that is the Books, Bikes, and Bags lecture event. And Mentat is back with us, so I'll bring him on now, as well as my community event dates. So yes, I will be in Washington, D.C. August 21st. And with this tour, I'm already still collecting books. Now, there are some people who they have given the books, so to speak, but I will be picking the books up from them at the Rent Pet celebration in Boston, the New Year celebration, August 25th. So I will be there, and I will be collecting books from people there. And with the tour, with the event being August 21st, once that event is over in Boston and I return back home, then I will be for probably another week or so still receiving books. And if books are received after that time, then I will mail them to the contact people in Washington, D.C. So these books are donated to the children of the D.C. area to promote literacy awareness. And we will also, with that being said, be biking on the path of a famous writer. So that's to be announced. That's a surprise. And we will also be visiting a landmark that is named after this person, in honor of this person. And we will also be, afterwards, we'll have lunch, and we will be sharing some things about the event and some feedback. Also, that day, bike rental is available. It's $8 if you want to bike. Some people are walking, and some other modes of transportation. So you don't have to get on a bike. You can walk. You can just, long as you're there, I appreciate you. If your thought is there, you're not physically there, you are with me. I appreciate you for that as well. And next, I have my Pittsburgh tour. So I will be in Pittsburgh September 4th with Ramutep Webb, and we will have the Necharu Tuatep Astrology Conference. And let's see. Let me share.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. So first, here goes my DC flyer. For those of you who are not familiar with it, the Books, Bikes, Bags, etc. event. Here is the flyer for the Necharu Tuatep with Ramutep Webb, and
event information, ticket information. And of course, if you know Ramutev and you want to get your tickets and or information from him, you can contact him. We have worked that out to where you can deal directly with Ramutev. That's not an issue at all. So more info, get that there. We will be, I will also be in Columbus, Ohio. We have a homeschool, unschool event. So we will be talking about and promoting and giving ideas on how to homeschool and the importance of homeschool. And in regards to today's broadcast, things like what we're discussing today should be taught by us. It should not be taught by foreigners to your children. So this gives you some insight. And also we let you know we will be sharing things and information at that event, such as you can create your own work. You can create your own home schedule. So some people are like, well, I gotta work. Well, we all know most cases the children are at school while we're at work, those of us who are at work. And that's not the case with homeschool. You can create your own time, your own days of the calendar that your children attend school. And the curriculum can be the curriculum you build. Curriculum, the knowledge which you teach your children is up to you. It's not up to the school system. You don't have to look for them for books or how to or what to teach them. You can teach them all sorts of things. So like we were talking in setting up for that event, and a reference to basketball came up. When your child is learning basketball, they are learning mathematics because there's range and angle to the hoop. And all such types of other things. So, and then if you're in the kitchen and you're cooking, there's measurements, measuring cups and all sorts. That's all math. It's fractions, it's math. So there's different ways to teach your children and not to get caught up in the way the system tells you things. And also, if you think, well, I'm not put together for that, I cannot do it, you can also have someone else teach your children, and they are still homeschooled. And there are some people who's, I'm gonna close on this point. There are some people who are concerned about their children and them interacting, not having the social skills. Homeschool children still attend prom. They're still involved in extracurricular activities and sports if you want them to be, and they still can participate in things like graduation as well. So don't let people you hear it and you know you can homeschool your children. Don't let somebody tell you what you cannot do when it comes to you giving and sharing knowledge and instilling in your children what they need to know from you and not from the foreigners. So, and last, I will be in Detroit, and I will be, by popular demand there again, speaking on magic. That will be October 16th. And so now back to where we were at. Let's go back to this Doom movie review. Now, while we're taking a break and we've gotten off, we're in another place now, right quick. Let's talk about the other item I want to talk about today, address for sure, outside of the Doom movie, but it's all related. Okay. Starfire.
Oh, God. Oh, God. First of all, real quick, I want to warn you, beloved. I have an iPhone, and when I'm using apps, like when I'm on Facebook or Instagram posting, it'll just, the app will cut off. I think that's very strange. And I've asked a lot of our Kemetic priests about that, and they said because they're onto you, they know who you are, they know who we are, as incarnated Neteru, as incarnated gods and goddesses. A lot of us are called significant incarnates. So what they're doing is, because I'm not really teaching nothing that's not been taught. I'm just teaching it in a certain tone. I have a certain tone. The power of the voice. That's another thing they got into in Doom too. The power of the voice. Okay, the Neteru, we have that voice that's very influencing, has a lot of power. Okay, and so a lot of times they'll just shut it down. So I just want to warn you. That's what happened. I thought my phone died, but I got a little power left, so it just one of those events where they just shut it down.
Yeah, it happens, and we're used to it. I'm used to it, so I just continue on to something else like I did. And I know that you'd be back. I knew you'd be back. I knew you'd be
cool.
back.
I'm glad to see you. Yeah, you synchronized, girl. Yeah, you're a net. We'll call you a Netcher Tat. That's a goddess.
A Netcher Tat. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'll accept that. Netcher Tat. Okay, so let's Starfire. Let's talk about her.
Starfire.
And I want to talk about her because I've seen you present information and knowledge about Starfire, and yeah, I'd like for you to share with the audience your how you see it on Starfire.
Starfire. When y'all get a chance, when you get a chance, pull up a picture of her, please. When you get a chance.
Oh, I got it.
Thank you. Starfire. Okay. A very popular, matter of fact, the main character of the DC's Teen Titans, a very popular kids show. Okay. So our children are watching this because it's very popular. Starfire. Starfire is the main character. She's a golden skinned feminine goddess from the planet Tamara. The word Tamaray or Tamara or Tamaraye is the most ancient name for Kemet. Most black most black people know ancient Egypt as Kemet. Then when you get into the deeper orders, it's known as Tamaray. Okay. Again, DC, these people, the elite are onto they know all this, so they put it in the movies or they put it in the cartoon shows. Okay. So the most ancient name for Kemet is Tamaray. So in the show, the planet Tamara that she's from, the beings are golden skinned. Okay. These beings absorb energy from the sun, allowing them to store the energy from the sun into their bodies, allowing them energy manipulation. They store the energy and then they can project it at will, and it allows them to fly. How? Because they have to store it from the sun. So immediately when I looked into that, I'm like, oh God, they're just blatant. Now they're just being blatant. They're being blatant. So Starfire is one of these citizens of the planet Tamara. And check this out. So she could fly and she could direct energy by absorbing energy coming out the sun. Now listen, her sister, I don't know her sister's name, but her sister was born with a birth defect, which does not allow her to absorb energy from the sun. So she cannot fly, and she cannot absorb energy, and she cannot redirect energy. She can't do nothing. She's just a normal being, or a sub being. Because on their planet, everybody's flying. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's absorbing energy. She's a rare recessive being. So through her jealousy, because she's jealous of the fact that her sister can do all this, can fly, and she's golden, absorbing all that. Her sister.
So her sister's Blackfire.
That's her sister's name? Blackfire?
Yeah.
Wow. That's wow. So Blackfire, her sister, which is her sister, set her up and forced her to go into slavery. So Starfire was raped and she was physically abused because while she was in slavery. Does it sound familiar? It does. She was raped, abused, and forced to be a slave. So long story short, she had to go to another planet and be a superhero. You see what I'm saying? But that story, come on, that story is so blatant. Mm-hmm. And you look like Starfire. Your skin, you're like a golden fire color. That's what I'm saying. So you're Starfire. So a lot of black women, when they see even a picture of Starfire, she's like a golden. Now her features, we're big on features. Oh God, we are big on features. We look at your eye, your eye shape, your nose. They got Starfire with the golden melanite skin, but she got the Mukasu Adamite European features. She got the little, she's a beautiful white girl, but that's a European feature. So they're trying to Europeanize the Tamarans. That's us. They get like a reddish color. They don't get golden. So they're basically trying to kind of. Oh God, I'm glad you brought that up. These folks made a live adaptation of. Kia, keep that right there for me, please. These folks made a live action version of Teen Titans, and they had the nerve to get mad at the fact that they casted a black actor, not knowing that they're actually dropping more of the truth. They're exposing it. But that shows you the ignorance of the people, because these are mostly white folks anyways. And let me tell you something about white folks. Not being mean, let's just keep it real. They're not as intelligent as they're coming off as. They have a lower level of consciousness. Long story short, their elites are the ones who are very intelligent. But the average white person, shit, is a voting Democratic or Republican, a sheeple. So when they seen this, so they don't really know about, they don't know nothing about no Tamaray or none of that. So that's why, again, being a Gemini, I had to look on that side and say, wait a minute, why are these folks acting crazy? Because they don't know. Number one, and because they don't know, they got offended. Because they don't know, they got offended by the fact that their beloved character, who was black anyways, was made a black person because they assumed that it was a white person, not knowing that, listen, that's a black goddess, Starfire. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yes, and you're welcome. And I watched it. As I mentioned. I shared with you. I watch it. I'm familiar with the character, the original character from the comic books. I recently got with the Teen Titans based on being in the households where when my grandchildren are at home and I'm there picking them up or visiting them and they're watching Teen Titans. And Mentat, I'm not sure if you know, we cannot see you. So my and your mic is muted. So my grandchildren, I pay more attention to things when they are watching them. And so I observed and I heard the Tamari.
Yep.
Which is the other word which is the word for Egypt, was Egypt and Kemet. First it was Tamari, then Kemet, then Egypt, and so forth.
Exactly.
And then I was like, what? And then I took note of her being the star and the fire. If you're from a star, you only can be of certain type complexion.
Exactly.
And live and be healthy and take on the power of the sun, of the star, the sun, and fire as well. So that and some other things, I was like, and her the orange skin tone they gave her, like the golden, only time the golden, that color, the only time I see white people, and that's what I'm gonna call them today. The only time I see white people orange is when they go to the tanning booth and they got that whole process wrong and they come out orange. But yeah, it's just some things that was sitting in with me. And I was moving with grandkids, so I was moving too quick, stuff didn't process. But when I saw you put that on your Instagram and it was on your Facebook story, I was like, that's all what I was. And that's another thing, while talking to you, there are, as well as some other people like Mother Matriarch Salima Ellis here, and Kathleen Williams, and Quenisha Hudson, and M-Town Bet. And you are also one of them now for me. When we talk, there are like pieces of the puzzle that you have, and it fits in, and it brings it to where I can put it in the English words. Because a lot of things, it just goes without being said. And a lot of things I just know that I know. But the way you come to the table is priceless. And right quick, I'm going to share this too. Yesterday, we were talking. And we were practicing to come in the studio. I had this headache out of this world. And a lot of times, I don't feel pain. I just work through it. I go through it. 99.9% of the time, I just roll through it like it ain't even real. Because I feel like if I acknowledge it, then it'll take over. While we were speaking, because I had a cousin who called, she checked on me. She had her words. She had her thoughts on some remedies and stuff. I was like, girl, if I take anything for this headache, it's going to be some more deep breaths and my water and some peppermint oil for my temples and or some chamomile tea. And I'm not taking no Tylenol. I'm not taking no Motrin. I'm not doing any of that. Halfway through the conversation with you, I realized my headache was gone.
So I contribute that to you and the energy that you have and the interaction we had together. I was like, wow, that headache I've not had one. It was crazy. It was like my neck was stiff. I couldn't hardly move. It was, and it went all the way up here and sat on top of my eyebrow. It was wild. It was wild. So I just wanted to share that with you. So we were talking about, and I think while I'm speaking about the conversation and the interaction and the energy, one of the things we were talking about that I think helped bring me out of that and get away from that headache and that whole neck issue. We were talking about our past lives, our other lives, and not only being on Earth.
Right.
Yeah, could you talk about that for me?
That's another good subject. Yeah, you're on point with the subjects. I like that. Oh gosh, that's another subject. A lot of people. So we're learning, so it's okay. It's okay. We're learning. We're just learning. But a lot of people have make the assumption that we spent all of our incarnations on the same planet, which is very not true. Not very true. Very not true. Whatever. Okay. Remember your divine fraction of source. So you've always existed. So many of you have had thousands upon thousands of incarnations, and they have not always been on this planet because your soul is older than this planet. So this is a young world, okay, and we come from a higher dimension. So this is a baby planet, born only less than 50 billion years ago. So it's a baby planet. So long story short, most of you all, listen, your previous incarnation was in a planet in Sirius, because our bloodlines, reason why the pyramids face Sirius and Orion is because Sirius is our home capital. Okay, so before we was on Earth, before our bloodline was on Earth, you know what I'm saying? It's an extension of the bloodlines of Sirius. So you spent many of your incarnations on Sirius, and then without getting deeper, a lot of y'all been on other. A lot of you guys have spent incarnations on other worlds. There are so-called black people. Our culture is not terrestrial, it's interplanetary, it's galactic. So we live on all planets. We live on Saturn, Venus. A lot of y'all probably experience incarnation there. So when you're doing your readings and you're doing your past life work and all that, don't get spooked out when you have an experience and you can't understand it. It's not earthly. Just understand it because you spent an incarnation on another world. Especially a lot of y'all who were born after 1970. Most beings born after 1970 are part of that golden child soul fleet that incarnated when that Stargate opened. Long story short, Stargate opened because Earth is going through a cosmic hell. So higher vibrational beings have to incarnate. So finally, a Stargate opened up in 1970, and here we came as golden children. But we came down, especially a being like me, we came down from other worlds. Now, a lot of us were here a long time ago, and then we went to another world, and now we came back. A lot of the Netzeru, I'm a Netzeru. So I was here before, then went back to the home star system, and then reincarnated and came back. A lot of the guys and goddesses are that too. We've been here before a long time ago when it was booming, and we have decided to come back and to get the rest of our brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? So we get out of here. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad you brought that up. There's a movie. Go watch the movie Infinite. If you ain't seen it, go watch that movie Infinite. It gets into that whole genetic memory, reincarnation, past life, all that. It's called Infinite, starring Mark Wahlberg. You know what? Fuck that. Starring Chiwetel Ejiofor and then Mark Wahlberg. I'm saying like that.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, right quick, someone asked what you were over there burning earlier.
Oh, this is
Tanisha Hudson. I recall.
I want my apartment to smell like an ancient temple, so I buy this Indian sage from India. It's the best. Oh God, I don't know where you guys live at, but if you go to an African store, they're importing this. Nandita will have your house smelling like an ancient temple, and this is very, very strong. I like very, very strong incense. You know what I'm saying? Because I have 2 felines, so sometimes the litter could be booming even when I clean it. But when I'm burning this, you can't. Oh God, ancient temple vibes. like a motherfucker. So it's called Nandita.
And wood spice, how appropriate. Spice.
Yeah, wood spice. Yeah,
Lime.
oh God, exactly. You know what I'm saying? So they're you're on point. That's why I do. You see, women, their minds work faster and they're more sharper. Because again, understand the what I get to the understand the masculine is not a separate entity. That's why I have titties right here that don't work. Okay, the masculine genetic is not separate. It's an aggressive feminine expression. So that's why women be on point. You know what I'm saying? To see the deity.
Let's see. So let's get back to the movie Doom. Let's continue the movie review and close and finish it up. So let's talk about Paul's experience.
Okay.
His coming. Oh, can we talk about the what is it? Some people call it probably premonitions or the views.
Prescience.
Yes, he had the visions first. He had dreams. So let's start back that far and work up to him coming into his fullness.
Again, Paul Atreides was I'm what's called a gatekeeper. Okay, gatekeeper is a being that vibrates on masculine and feminine energy. Okay, in order to open up a Stargate, you need a gatekeeper. If you look at the Dendera star map, it's 4 gatekeepers, and then you got a golden child in the middle. Now, most of the gatekeepers are actually feminine. So, anyways, Paul is essentially a gatekeeper, but he's a masculine supreme being or a being of Ma'at. All right, they call him Mentats in the movie. A Mentat is a being whose mind's vibrating at such a high level that they can make astronomical computations. That gets into the whole spice thing. So Paul's a supreme being. He was bred to be that way. Okay, after the sacred sisterhood, they're trying to breed a masculine supreme being. You know what I'm saying? So to restore order in the universe. Ma'at, they're trying to bring. You know what I'm saying? So Paul Atreides ended up being the end result of a breeding program to breed the masculine supreme being. Oh, there you go. Oh God, you so on point. I love you. There you go. That's the Dendera. Those are the 4 gatekeepers, right? And then in the middle, that's the star map. That's our star map. But that gets into the whole zodiac. That's our. I don't even want to use the word zodiac because that's their tone. That's our star map. So when you get a chance, learn what you are according to the Dendera. But that's what a gatekeeper is, a being that's vibrating on both. You can be personified as a man or a woman, but what is your energy vibrating as? That's the real you is your energy, not what you look like. The real you is your energy. So you're vibrating as both. I don't consider myself masculine, even though I have a penis. I'm an androgynous because I have dual energy. I wear makeup, my nails are painted. I'm not heterosexual, but I'm just a dual vibrational being. So I'm saying, long story short, that's what Paul is too. He's able to tap into both masculine and feminine energy. That's how he ended up being the Mahdi. He was able to see the future. He was able to do everything that the Reverend Mothers were doing because he was tapped in by nature, or by his genetic superior nature. He's able to tap in to all that power. So he's having visions, premonitions. So he was unlocking as he was progressing through his journey, and that's what we're all dealing with. We're just unlock. You know what? That ties into everybody, not just me or men. That ties into everybody. We are all Black people, so-called Black people, Nubians. We're unlocking our DNA. All right, so you're having these dreams, which are visions. You're unlocking dormant abilities. That's going on with everybody. That's why it's good to be in the sun as much as possible, because the sun is beaming down light codes, which is waking up that dormant, 12-strand DNA, because you only have 3 strands active. Some of us have the 6th strand active, but the other strands is where your abilities are and your memory, and that sun is activating that. So in the movie, he's having visions and all that type of stuff. So what you guys? A lot of y'all dreaming of UFOs. A lot of y'all dream. I just made a post about that. A lot of y'all dream of UFOs because you have the same things going on with you. A lot of y'all are having these dreams about these beings visiting you. A lot of y'all seeing the future. So it's the same thing that's going on with all of us. Real quick, that's why it's good to eat. That's why it's good to have a high vibration, eat good. You know what I'm saying? So that more light can be absorbed in your body, unlocking all that. that hidden DNA that's been dormant because you've been on a devil's diet. You've been eating hot dog. Me too. I have too. You know, we've been eating, you know, but now it's time to come out of that and allow the body avatar to unlock.
Yes. Yes. And I promote all of that. I have my copper water. I have the shepherd's purse herb. So I promote not these products, but I have these in my house. I use them. Herbs and spices, and oils and salts. And while I'm taking this moment to share that, then I'm getting into the question I was going to ask you while I'm sharing. Let me share this. Okay, so I have some black Himalayan Epsom salt. This came from Ashed Haru herself of Pluto Nation. And she also gifted me with some waist beads to assist me on my weight loss journey. Well, it's a tone up journey. I'm toning up and getting some things together. Got some, I got some things right here. Got some things to get together. So she also gifted me some soap. This is a detoxifying bar. It's a clay, Rostol clay, and I appreciate her for that. And not only is it food that we should be consuming, because we need to be aware of all things we're putting in our body. Be aware. I'm not telling people how to eat or what to do. I'm saying be aware of what you're putting in your body. Marcia Harris Owens of Common Sense has her soaps she uses and she makes. And my favorite, as we all know, is the monkey farts.
The what?
Like, let's see what I mean? The what? Monkey farts. This stuff is priceless. It's beautiful. Smells like not a monkey fart. And then she has her Jupiter X. So, but go to commonsenseforyou.org. And also she has her Common Sense Facebook group page. And where's her thing? Marcia, I know I got your thing right there. Either way, go visit her, check her out. She also she's part of Team Owens. Her husband, her king, her spouse is Rodney Owens, and they have the tooth powder, which I recently just shared that information with someone to get rid of cavities and some other things going on in their life. Help clean that up. I'm gonna clean this up. You're gonna clean up stuff. Also, I want to share, I'm burning stuff too. I'm burning my bamboo incense. I'm a fan of this bamboo incense, so I'm burning some of that. And, Shay Yu, I mentioned her, this sister right here of mine, her daughter and her make products. And I had the product review broadcast a few weeks ago, and I said I shared her thing. So I'm going to take this middle one off. But these rings her daughter made, Malaysia. I forget the name of them, Jupiter, and one is Galactics. I'm gonna have to get the names of them from her, but they made these, and they also made this wrap piece right here for me, which is good for cleansing your organs. I think that's what she said. So I wear that to my lungs, keep my lungs clear, and I like to think it helps me produce and promote my voice and keep my chest area open and clear and being ready to communicate and verbalize what I need to share. So either way, that's all of that. That's what I wanted to share. Now, right quick.
I need to be a customer. I'm gonna be a customer. I need to buy some of that stuff from you.
Yes. And the tooth powder is made of all natural stuff. It don't have fluoride in it. And other stuff, and that everything that Marcia puts in her products, they are things you can use in your kitchen, so you can eat the items that go in her products. I wouldn't sit here and eat this bar of soap, but you can eat those items. You got waist beads, 13 to add it. Okay, so Quanisha got some stuff too. M-Town Bet, what's the name of what? And then I'll get that. What's the name of what was it? So yeah, I'll forward you that information, Mintat, so you can look into that. Yes, because promoting and
health and natural in nature is a goal of mine. We work with chemicals. We have chemicals in our houses. We walk into chemicals at times and we're not even aware of it. So just do your best and be aware of where you're at and what you're coming into. So here goes my question. You were speaking on the planets and the past lives, and one, with my dreams, I have a lot of dreams on, I call them transfer stations. Where I'm getting off a ship and going to another ship.
Wow.
And the one dream I'm gonna share, because I shared it publicly, because here in this life, I say I don't know how to swim. I don't know how to swim. In that life, there was this blue, this deep, dark, like navy blue, but off you could see there was light, but it was all a shade of blue. And I got off of this ship and went straight into it was just all water, just water, and only water in this place. And I got off and I did a 90-degree turn and went to another ship. I was there like that quick in my dream. But the vision, the view, that blueness, and the way that water, it kind of looked like my top, it just was still, but it was moving. It was beautiful. But anyway, in the other dream, which I'm not sharing publicly, but you use this word governorship. And in that one word, it explained that whole dream to me. Can you talk to us about the governorship?
Wow. Okay. Now, that gets into, okay, I'm gonna need you to go watch the movie Jupiter Ascending.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that yet?
Yes.
Okay, so the main character, what happened? Her ass was she had no memory of who she was. Long story short, she was a regular person on Earth with a regular job, right? But when she gained her memory back and her identity back, she ended up being a reincarnated galactic queen, heir to with inheriting an entire planet. So so when you translate that, she would be what you call a star lord or a star lordess. Okay, a lot of us are divine royal children of the Neptune star family. All right. Once we get out of Earth and once we graduate, once we leave Earth, we're going to be assuming lordship, so-called, the word they use it, or rulership over the many planets that our family, the ancestor, the Neptune, our galactic federation empire of Ankh life. Okay, we own millions upon millions of planets. Okay, millions upon, and they need rulership. This world, this Earth experience is nothing but a training ground. Okay, nothing but a training ground, so that if you can deal with Earth, then you can move on. You can rule the entire planet. A lot of y'all are gonna be ruling entire galaxies. I'm sorry, not galaxies. A lot of y'all will be ruling entire solar systems. So you're training for these positions. Long story short. So if you're having dreams like that, that's really good. That means, honestly, in my opinion, if you're having that type of experience, you're not having that. We don't believe in coincidences. There's no such thing. You're having premonitions and visions, right? And honestly, if you want to keep it real with you, there's no such thing as the future. There's no such thing as the past. There's only the infinite now. That's the one thing you're gonna learn when you do spirituality is there's only the infinite now. So what you are experiencing, you're experiencing yourself. You are having an experience of yourself when you were assuming rules, or when you are going to assume the rulership position. That's not we don't dreams is not something that you're thinking of. It's something that you're going to be experiencing. You're just switching out your consciousness into another body where you're experiencing that. Because all time, without getting too deep, everything's running parallel. So we don't believe. So kind of like a spiral motion. When you're dreaming, you're just switching out your consciousness to wherever you're at a certain time on that timeline. So there's no such thing as the future. The future is now. The past is now. So you're just having an experience of you being a galactic queen. You know what I'm saying? That's what we are. We are not just African queen. It's very deep. Okay, this is the frontier of our current understanding of our remembrance. We are galactic, and they're putting this in a movie. Go watch Star Wars. That's us. That's a white. All these movies with them showing them in space, flying around, colonizing planets, looking good. Matter of fact, and one thing I loved about Dune was the aesthetics. All those outfits were beautiful. When last time you seen the white folks dressed like that? That elegant, that cultural. A lot of outfits were very cultural, very comedic, very comedic, very resonant. They had a lot of cool outfits. When you call something cool, that means it resonates with you. So if I'm a natural and something resonates with me, that means it gotta be divine. You know what I'm saying? So them outfits are cultural. So they showing you Stargate was another excellent visual when it's showing you the aesthetics of how we are on a galactic level. The same way, except we on a starship. You know what I'm saying? So again, we need to understand that we are a galactic people. Earth is nothing but a small colony, colonized by beings who came down from Sirius. You know, men and women, humanoids, natural humanoids, say, and they produce a bloodline that we've been reincarnating down. Now it's time to get out of here and go back home. Long story short.
Great story. I like the shortness. I like the length. I like all that. Let's see. I think yes. Gratitude, Marcia. So if you like natural soaps ingredients come from your kitchen, from her kitchen, a kitchen. Contact her. Contact Marcia Harris. Marcia Owens Harris on Facebook. She's Marcia Harris Owens, and or Black Star Organite, which is where Rod's products are featured. Her king, Rodney, and also they have an Etsy page. They have T-shirts. They have hats. They all types of stuff. So contact Marcia and get that information. You want your tooth powder, shungite soap, all types. Oh, the soap nuts. Of course, we cannot go away without speaking about the soap nuts. And so, which I'm going to be putting into use soon again, because I have a hand washer, and I'm going to be working and practicing on using that hand washer. So when I move myself to Costa Rica, because I'm learning now how to live off grid. I'm preparing. I grew up, my mother always had us prepared mentally and physically. And so she would have the lessons like, if I tell you one day to sit over there and be quiet and don't say nothing till I come back, that's what I mean. So some of us, and I spoke this before in another broadcast, our children need to learn how to be quiet. Because one day it could be for their well-being that they know how to sit still till you get back to them. But either way, I'm learning now. I've been in the process for a few years now to learn how to live off grid, because my mother prepared me. Even if I don't experience it for myself, I'm being an example for my children and my grandchildren for the times that could come during their lifetime. And if not them, they can pass it along. And the longer we go, the more we will take on and enhance what we know, and we will be stronger and more prepared in that time when it comes, because it's coming. So what I also tell people is, a lot of people, they get these mindsets that when I arrive, when I get there, then everything's okay. No. So for example, I'm expecting to, when I get to Costa Rica, breathe a different air. I expect to live a healthier lifestyle. Well, I'm not gonna eat McDonald's and Burger King until I touch the daggone land in Costa Rica. I'm gonna adjust my body now for the blues of that area, the greens, the more greens of the grass and the surroundings that I'll be taking in, and the air, because the air quality there is something else. And the water and everything there, the whole experience, and then get away from electronics, because Marcia speaks on that as well. So one thing I do, and I've done since listening to her, is overnight I turn off the refrigerator. And with listening to her in the past year and knowing this and all the energy it pulls, and how you're asleep and it's running for like 8 hours, running up your electric bill. And then between that and the microwave, there's just things going on in there that's not healthy for you anyway. And then because Marcia in her broadcast when she spoke on refrigerators and microwaves talked about how some people might think, well, their items will go bad overnight. Your items in your refrigerator, your freezer will be fine till you plug it back in the next day after you get up out your sleep. Then what I did when I was looking in the refrigerator to see what might need to go in the freezer, because I wasn't quite sure on Marcia's word at the time, I was like, let me look and see if these eggs need to. It made me take inventory of what was in my refrigerator. 90% of what's in the refrigerator, I don't need it anyway. So
Right.
it's just like, technically, really, we talking about being nature and being of the earth and natural and back to the earth and being who we are. The refrigerator is unnecessary.
Right.
People going green. The vegetation is coming off the tree or the vine. It's not coming straight from refrigerator. You got to put it back into another refrigerator. If you are having to refrigerate something, you might want to take inventory and see why you even need the refrigerator. And another thing, depending on what type stove device you have, you need to unplug it as well. Because when is the last time you cooked something or put something in the oven? And so when will the next time be you'll use it? In the meantime, that appliance is running and it's running up your bill. So that's in short a synopsis. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, for Marcia, because she's way more detailed and she'll give you all of that stuff. Dehydrate as much food as you can and take away the use of the refrigerator, period.
Wow, interesting.
And I've not had a microwave for years.
Gotcha.
And I've not had a TV for longer than that. I've not had a TV since like 2003, maybe, sometime before then. I've not had a microwave in probably 4 years or so.
I got a question.
Yes.
So you're saying you suggest just oven heat your food? You're suggesting just oven heat your food?
Oh, I'm not suggesting how to prepare your food. I'm saying unplug it when you're not using it.
Gotcha.
Then you save energy on your electric bill. Because a lot of people, some people, they eat a lot of fast food. Yeah, and when we in life, we go through stages. So for some people, they might not be able to be copper water bottles and all dehydrated foods. They might not be able to be all clean yet, or on their way to being all clean. And stop eating meat and stop taking in things that's bad for them. But one thing they could probably easily do easier than that is unplug the oven. Okay. It's some levels to this. Unplug your oven, you're not using it. Unplug the refrigerator overnight. And another thing right quick, and I'm move on, is these a few years ago, I was convinced the electric company, your local electric company, and the light company, the people who make the light bulbs and all this stuff, and make the ceiling fans with the multi units of lights hanging from them. Your ceiling fan got 5 lights for that one room. You only need 1 light for that room. Unloosen them other light bulbs and bring down your light bill. Just do some stuff for yourself, and then you can take that money that you save and go buy some stuff. And right quick, people will say that eating healthy costs a lot of money. That's not real. Switching to more vegetables, more produce in your life, it actually, my food bill, I spent 1/3 of what I was spending when I was in the canned food aisle. When I was in the aisles where the boxes of cereal and the canned goods and the boxes of macaroni noodles, and you come out of them aisles and just shop from the outer where the produce is at, your bill mine was cut in 1/3. It's 1/3. So that's all I'm sharing now.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Thank you for that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. And speaking of welcome, I'm gonna take this time to welcome everyone who is here. Welcome everyone who is new to the Karmic Dynasty platform. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your energy, your effort, your time. It means so much to me, a lot to me. And I appreciate everyone's interaction and today in the comment section as well. And I also taking the time to say this is an honor to Mentat to have you here on Karmic Dynasty. And I was doing my best to reassure you and have you be comfortable when you were here. I told you they'd be in this comment section with this interaction. So this is what we do over here, and it's always all good. It's always all love. We don't have haters. We don't have the drama. We don't have the negative tones in here. It's always a beautiful place to be. And it's been a while since I went live, so I'm a little bit mad about that, but I've been busy. But again, y'all, I've not been anywhere terrible, bad, just busy being productive and in an effort to continue to bring what I need to the people and to do my best to continue to come out and away from this laptop and see you in your city and see you face to face and grow and build with you together one-on-one, such as with this event with Ramutef Web that we have in Pittsburgh, the Necharu Twatel. So more lectures to come, more events to come. Yes, I heard someone earlier, I'm not sure if it was you, but but someone asked me to come to NYC. I made a note, I did see you. And right now, my lecture for next year, my lecture tour is already complete. In my planning, I have on my list mostly southern states, starting in South Carolina, and then I'll be making my way back up north, going to where's this? It's in Missouri, Kansas City. And then I'll be going to Detroit and then back here home in Indianapolis, Indiana. For now, unless something happens that unforeseen to me, and my home is in Costa Rica. But either way, I'm still going to continue my tour. And yes, get you a Berkey water system. Get you a Berkey water system. Marcia spoke on this, and in brief, you can take some cup of Kool-Aid and pour it in the Berkey water system, and it comes out purified drinking water. So they have the travel size Berkeys. You can take them with you. Put some liquid in there. Dump junk trash, Kool-Aid, and it'll come out beautiful drinking water. I see we have someone who has joined us in the broadcast. Who we have with us here with you, Mentat?
Oh, that's girl. A little kitten in ancient Kemet. Look at her. Now you want to be our you know what I'm saying? We real quick, go watch the Michael Jackson video. Remember the time? Watch the beginning. Watch the beginning when they had all them felines just chilling. So the felines are very sacred to us. You know what I'm saying? So we keep them in our dwellings. But that's just her name is Uma, a feline, a white gray tiger.
Oh, okay. Yes, I know. I'm familiar with some knowledge on the feline. I'm not a fan of animals, pets, and I never. I used to have allergies, so
got you.
Being them, no, I'm coming into them where I can accept being around them, but actually taking care of one like me, I can't pick one up. I need a full because me in my learning where I'm at, I don't want to be disrespectful. And right quick, we have our Michael Jackson fan club president in the house, Miss Kai Creatress.
Really?
Yes. You ain't gonna talk about Michael Jackson, and she ain't gonna back you up or give you some more on Michael Jackson. But yeah, I got this thing about where I'm at with animals now. It's like I need a whole class on how to pick them up. Okay, exactly where on their neck do I pick them up? I don't want to be a couple of degrees away from where I'm supposed to be, because to me that's disrespectful, and I don't need to, in my mind, touch them in the wrong place and they lash out at me. I don't have time for fights, because I got in a fight with an animal one time and that animal ended up on the sidewalk. I real quick found out how to pick them up, put them out the sidewalk. So that was one time. But it wasn't a cat. It was not a cat. For the record, it was a ferret. It was a ferret.
Okay.
Daggone ferret. And that ferret's owner got under my last fingernail. Ferret hit the sidewalk. Don't mess with me. Anyway.
Woo, yeah. Okay. That was a good story.
Okay. You know what I mean? Cat be pissing in the clothes drawer. Tragic. Either way, we're gonna work on closing out here. What else would you like us to know about the Doom movie besides? Because you was like, all Black people need to watch this movie. What else do you want us to know about this movie before we leave and until we see you next time?
Honestly, that's it. I just really want y'all to not only watch Doom, but to stay current on all the new science fiction movies they're dropping. Because now they have to fulfill a contract where they really got to start dropping the truth. They got to fulfill that. Otherwise, they're going to be destroyed immediately without getting into galactic law. That's galactic law. So, and if they violate it, they're going to get destroyed immediately, like instantly if they violate. So they have a lot of new movies that are coming out tomorrow. War, go watch that. Okay. Go watch The Infinite. Stay on top of your science fiction movies, because that's where our sciences and our truth coming from. And when you see that, it's like a visual akasha. That's why it's important to watch movies. Instead of reading, we don't read English words. That's not how we learn. We're visual learners. So when you're watching a movie, you learn way more than reading a book. And movie is a visual akashic book. And that's the only thing I gotta really say about that. And I say to y'all, Shuk Wunuwa, which is one of the various ancient Egyptian dialects. It just means divine love and divine light to you all. And I can't wait to come back and chop it up with y'all. And thank you for inviting me. I had fun.
Good, and you're welcome. We can't wait to see you back here. And I know I'm speaking for everybody because I can tell from the comments that's how we feel today. Okay, so we'll have you back here, of course. And I'm speaking peace, love, and light to everyone. And share that phrase with me again, because I want to say that as well.
Okay. Yeah, matter of fact, yes. I want to leave you guys with the word is Ashuk. See, a lot of us are saying Ashe, which is cool. That's cool. Okay. I say, I'm gonna give you our gem, okay? Ashe is dealing with Pan-Africanism, which is ain't nothing wrong with that. That's a school. But now when you come back to so-called ancient Egypt or Kemet or Tamaray, you say Ashuk. Ashuk simply means divine love. So when you leave out with Ashe, also add try to do your best to work on saying Ashuk. What I say is Amin Ra, I say Ashuk. So I like to add it. I like to be universal, and I like to unify all the African, so-called African, Black, Nubian schools. I'm a unifier. I don't like division. So I try to unify. So I say Min Ra, I say Ashuk.
Min Ra, Ashe, Ashuk.
Amin, yep. Amin Ra, I say Ashuk.
Amin Ra, Ashe, Ashuk.
There you go. Perfect.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
You know, we talk about with the old white mullet, the white man with the white mullet, boy right here. Yes, he used to be saying some crazy stuff. He was on everybody's show though, for sure. Yes, that white boy was bad. He was on Arsenio Hall. I think he was on Arsenio Hall
with the glasses.
Yes. Yeah.
With the
I think
long glasses.
And he would be talking about Black History before he used to talk about Black History when I was little. I used to listen. This white man talking about Black people like that. Tell him the truth.
And everybody taking it as a joke.
Yes, and they laughing. Like you said, comedians do tell the truth. And Cat Williams, the way they did him so bold,
but he
because of the truth.
He knew it was coming.
Yes, he did. He did.
Let me tell you, them people don't be wanting the limelight like that after that. Where they be at? Where they be
I
at?
just don't understand. Now I got the Cambodian breast milk joke.
George Carlin.
George. Yeah, that's his name. George Carlin.
He told the truth like nobody's business.
He said, "We're all on. You're all on."
And he talked about the kids in the educational system. When you get a chance, Google his video on YouTube. It's
George
hard.
Carlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't no joke. Robert Williams.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. They had him gone.
Yeah. He was so gone. I believe he had to stay high just to get through Hollywood because you would think he's a happy-go-lucky white guy. He was literally blown half the time.
Who? George Carlin?
No, Robin Williams.
Who?
Robin Williams.
Oh, Robin Williams. Yes.
You would think he was just happy and red face.
Mork from Ork.
Yes.
So yeah, when we talk about people like that, you gotta realize, look, they on other type stuff.
Yeah. Bobby Dick Gregory said that to be a superstar means to be full of sin. And when you cross that Hollywood threshold, you
lies. Lies. Karmic Dynasty.
Ain't no such thing.
We brought our boxes of our crafts and somebody's boxes right here. So I'm fine. I'm safe, y'all.
Ain't no sin. They create the sin. It ain't no. That's what matriarchal magic is about. Pushing the boundaries of thinking beyond what they've given you. See, and that's why I said I wish that we had more time because I really wanted to pull out more like
pull it out. What you pulling out?
Matriarchal magic is natural magic. You don't have to buy a bunch of stuff.
What you pulling out?
You don't have to buy a bunch of things that
pull it out.
You don't.
Everybody in Karmic Dynasty said pull it out. I see a comment. They said tell Salima pull it out.
You
pull it, Salima. She said stop.
You have to realize that at some point it's about
seeing what she's
making
trying
money.
to pull. What she's gonna pull.
Magic is not about making money. Yeah. True magic has nothing to do. It's about you.
Oh, this one she was gonna pull out.
Huh? It's about returning the matriarch to the father, the child, and the mother. Yeah. Not that nonsense. That's what matriarchal magic is about. Returning us to our glory.
So even
See,
thinking
you have
about
a
right
legacy.
and wrong is binding.
I'm sorry?
So even thinking about something being right or wrong is like kind of binding.
Well, it is, but see, that's where you're working from.
Right.
You can only do magic where you're working from, and only as you grow. It took me years to get to this level. Yes. So yeah, I started at right and wrong. Use magic this way. Don't use magic this way. You see what I'm saying? Or do this or don't do this. I can only advise you. In the end, it's up to you what kind of manifestation you're going to produce. Because you have to realize whatever magic you're using, you're feeding off that magic, but that magic feeding off of you too.
Mm-hmm. When I first went back to work after having my surgery, I went into the office and I felt like, oh, it's a bunch of bad energy in here. Mm-hmm. And the first thing the lady at the desk said was that a lot of people been coming at her kind of wrong. So I gave her a carnelian, I gave her an amethyst chip, and I gave her a pink quartz, rose quartz crystal. And I said, this should help you with some good energy, and that brighten up the energy in the office. So I thought about just creating better energy for her because she sit right at the front desk and have to deal with so many different people. So I told her like to leave it on the wood, you know, don't move it to anywhere where kind of artificial, to leave it on the wood because wood is one of the natural elements. And I learned that from my aunt, you know, she said, don't put in anything on plastic or anything like that. Or what is that? What's my table made of? Formica or something like that. It's like a laminate, yeah. So I have to get rid of this table, you know. But I told her leave it on wood or whatever. Do you know? At the next day I went in there, it was like a whole different feeling. Boom. And like you said, your intentions. My intentions was for her to clean that negative energy, and for me too. Because when I walked in, I felt it. And this is like my first day back. And then so I ordered my manager a citrine sphere. And it's the smoky citrine. I should have kept that for myself. But my intent was to order him the smoky citrine. I need a raise and I need more money. Before I could even get the citrine to him, I had a raise. I didn't even know I had my raise. The day I put the citrine in his hand is the day I found out I had a raise.
Is this citrine right here?
Is that towel right there?
Yeah, that's a rough citrine.
Calcite.
Yeah.
Oh, calcite. Y'all gave me citrine for my birthstone. My bracelet.
I put citrine in the office to manifest money for everybody. Because not only did I give him the smoky citrine, I should have, because this is collectors, I didn't know that. I might not get this again, but we're not gonna complain. We're bringing this energy in. We all need the money, you know. And I gave the other lady, she be messing with me. I gave her a flower agate. It's beautiful. I want you to have beautiful attitude. You know, I'm not here for you to point, what are you doing today, Riri? I had gave the lady the stones, and she was feeling some type of way about me not giving her anything. As soon as I gave it to her, she's like, "Oh my God, this is so beautiful," and set it on her computer. So I said, "Oh, you were feeling a certain type of way because I gave everybody something, and I hadn't gave her nothing additional. But I had to take that and leave that on the outside of the door, Riri. You know what I'm saying? Don't be like that."
The citrine.
But
I was about to say, don't you got
yeah, that's rough citrine.
No, not these. I got these from Crown Detroit.
Oh, okay. That's pretty.
Yeah,
You can see nice.
Got
Yeah, that's a nice piece. It's clarity on it. Yeah, you got some clarity on that, boy.
So I never remember what this is, but I think she said tiger's eye.
It's a rough tiger's eye. You seem like you got rough stuff.
Yeah. I got rough stuff.
Yeah,
that's tiger's eye.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
So you order her pieces off of Crown Detroit. She's on Instagram. She has wonderful, wonderful pieces. Yeah, and these are the pieces that are marked because I'm not good at sit on this now, getting into it. So learning how to utilize it. Now I don't know this one for sure.
Huh? Okay.
Oh, this pyrite, this is my favorite. I love pyrite. Pyrite is for
Another what? I had 3.
I used my baby had
I must have. I'm gonna have to look. While you in there, I'll go look and see.
And she brought my crystals to the hospital, so I put the pyrite with her, and all of the stuff that they said they was gonna do to her, they ended up not having to do so much. So it's a protection from healthcare workers and doctors. So yeah, and that's why I'm like, let me keep this power in my baby.
Okay. Okay. So this is the sunstone.
Yes. What's the healing stone?
We had the projector on, y'all, so the light in here is a little dark.
But no. Now with that glisten like that.
Peace, Evelyn. Peace, Ramatef. Peace, Bro G. Williams Bay. Peace, Bro G. Peace, Jeffrey Valentine.
Yeah, because pink opal, I think I have it.
I had 3.
So these the same.
Yeah,
This
this pink oval. This
Yeah,
pink
that's
oval.
different. Okay.
This is roller coaster.
Okay.
Pink
That's what she
oval.
said, it's the same.
Yeah.
There's chips in there.
This pink oval.
This is yeah, it's smooth. You see how smooth that oval is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go see. I had 3.
So I never separate. I try to keep the stone with it because I never remember what the stone is once I separate it from the bag. Okay. So this is blue lace agate. Agate communication.
Yeah. Throat chakra.
I'm gonna have to get those stimulation. When we go to the
Throat chakra.
those other 2 pieces. Mutilated cord stabilizes
You got
relationships.
yours.
Don't take them out.
I mean, don't worry, you got the ones that's right.
Intuition.
Y'all got
Blue onyx.
Oh,
Confident.
I see your wand.
We got you.
She
Remember,
got
we
the
never
wand.
took your piece.
I
Yeah,
see
because
the
that's how
wand
we
with
gonna have our own.
out the first.
But I felt like they was right. Just want to show them what I did. That's why
Calligraphy.
you can show this pink oval.
Pink oval.
Yeah.
Pink oval.
That's why I was funny. Like,
This is
But it ain't too
red
pink.
malachite.
This a wand I got from Nuke. We're in here sharing.
This is so pretty. I have never ever seen. You showed them to me though. It looks like it's been written all over.
Yeah,
they in the satchel.
Okay. Yeah, okay. This is the garnet necklace.
And I'm seeing some wrap pieces in here. You're missing it. It's cool. You need some, let me know.
Long-term business.
What's the garnet necklace? A resin garnet necklace.
Resin.
Yeah.
Look, peace to my sister Nuke, wherever you at. Cause I got Twin Hiller here with me, but I'm gonna need a repeat. Resin. What's this?
Oh, that's garnet.
Garnet. Resin garnet.
Yeah.
Resin garnet. I'm learning.
Pendant.
A pendant.
Yep.
You made this? Y'all made this? Twin Hiller made this. How much this piece?
That piece is $12.
$12. Peace, y'all.
And we have amethyst like that too.
And they have amethyst like this as well. Oh, this amethyst?
Yeah.
Black onyx.
This, you want to show it? This the, I'm gonna leave y'all with Twin Hiller right here.
Well, I don't have any more pieces.
Oh, now she want that.
Oh, hold on, one second.
It's my first.
Twin Hiller, Quantiera Hughes, Quantea. This the piece they talking about. And again, I got the projector going in here, so the lighting is kind of for projector.
Oh, the other one allows us to let go of past traumas and face and free our. No. And free our emotions from negative patterns.
And I need y'all to check out her hair wrap. It's tight. It's
It's
tight.
also useful in processing, progressing in processing.
You got fruit salads, strawberries, apples, mango. This is a commercial till she get here. Mango. What's in here? Strawberries, apples. Oh, cantaloupe. We got some grilled fish salad. Here she go.
Okay. This is the azurite wrap. Oh, we need better lighting in here, but this is the azurite wrap.
The projector on.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because Ramu Tef wasn't able to be here. We about to bring him in on the projector.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I could like this.
Yeah, we about to bring Ramu Tef in on the projector. I had to go the live right quick to the scene.
All right. And this is Blue Aventurine.
Let me use my phone thing
To get on here?
No, the flashlight.
Oh, yeah. That's.
She said you blinded me.
Well, it's all right. Look,
better.
and I can't. Huh?
Yeah.
You know what? And I was thinking about bringing my my camera stand, my things.
Where it go? Right here. Oh, it's black. Right here. Hold on. Damn thing upside down. Where it go? Right here.
Peace, everyone.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's the same thing.
That's
I
still
feel
hold it, like hold it.
I had to take them off to take
Try that.
pack because I don't remember what.
Where like no, yeah. So who that's blind? Sorry, we're gonna do the event. This event training again. All right, let's see. We trying to get the light right so y'all can see this.
Light for the studio.
Yes, look at that.
Let me hold
That's
it.
what I'm gonna tell.
Thank you.
No, that we live
Oh,
on Karmic Dynasty, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. No, we waiting on Ramu Tef. That's why we got the lights and the projector down so we can stream him in on the screen because he couldn't be here today.
Because I remember I had gave one of my chips away and then I had to order some more. Look at that.
That's cute.
Oh my God, that's so. Yeah, it's like somebody took something. I'm like, y'all, did y'all make that like that, or did it come like that? Doesn't look like they drilled into it like that. I said, boy, that clear quartz in
Just to
there
get
is
them a
crazy.
snapshot of the event.
What is it called? No, what is it called? The amethyst and the clear quartz together is called something else.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Frontier, do that like help them in?
She was just showing
So
me.
look at it over there at this. Right?
You said amethyst.
It's amethyst something. It's amethyst.
Or amethyst.
I need the
Young
video.
lady. Young
Bye.
But you put on the show. She
All
over
right,
there.
we'll show the necklaces again. Yes, I do have my hair wrapped today because I was supposed to. So, all right, this is the garnet. Well, it's kind of like the color of my sweater, but you can't really see it in this light. But this is the garnet again. And this, we do have different designs, but these are the ones that has the ridges on the pendant. I don't know if you can see it, but they have like little ridges on here. Excuse my fingernails. I'm so sorry. My fingernails. This is the amethyst. All right, family. Quantum ride of Twin Healer. Peace, family.
Okay, who else?
Are you? You was for the show?
Anytime you use these.
In person? Show her ring.
Oh man, so
The ring.
I've been doing that. It don't bother me because I've been doing it. Like, I'm surprised you ain't started doing this. Like,
All right. I also have 2 rings here with Twin Healer. This is from my sister. She did not. Let me take this off. I can't really. This.
oh, beans.
All right, this is 1 ring from Twin Healer.
They are good.
That was
Trying to get a
delicious.
better
I'm
picture.
telling you, I ate all that. I think about a piece of meat.
And then this is the second one.
Right here, yes. I need to slow down on my-
If y'all can tell, I really don't like cameras and, well, computers. This is a ring with our Twin Healer.
The more meat I eat, the more I break out. Because
This is a ring wrapped by Shay U Essence. Her line is very unique with her crossing. I'm sorry, I can't figure out this camera thing, huh? Coronavirus.
Oh, we bought Corona. Now, y'all know on Karmic Dynasty, we do not with the Corona unless it's Corona.
You know what?
Here's another ring by Twin Healer. This is Red Jasper.
Excuse me.
Commercial break.
PSA. Somebody from the kitchen said her name is some El Reed Messiah code on the end. She said Ramutep. You got it. No, you don't. She said she bought this for you, and you ain't here. And she in the kitchen about to get in your
She bought this for you. So she said now she got to take out his home because you tell them people who is responsible for your transportation. And she said she owe you some. All right, bruh? We got you. Peace up in here. And now back to y'all regularly scheduled program. Okay, they ready. My bad. Thank you. What you do? Okay. So Twin Healer said they was done. What's the comment say? Feeling the boy. We was you. I see all them. If your ass was here, we in here sharing. I got a table of stuff right here. I'm in here giving stuff away. You know what I'm saying? I ain't in here about this fee. I got a table full of products. I'm here giving. Hey, what you got? Look what I gave her. A crystal wand. She telling you it changes the energy, the aura. Wand. She telling you. Marcia Owens Harris brought these in for the little ones, the little matriarchs, these little purses. We in here giving stuff away. She's a matriarch. She bigger than me. We got the we in here giving stuff away. Soap berries, soap nuts, crystals, shea butters. So if you wanted some stones, Jeffrey, you could have got them for free today. This is what Matriarchal Magic do. We give it. We got. I'm gonna tell you, you got it. If you. All right, get you one of what? I got you. Get you inbox. Hit me up. You got my number. Hit me up. Tell me what you want. Are you talking about a Corona? I got you.
Y'all missed the giveaway. She gave away a lot of good stuff.
Man, gave it. Gone.
What's in here? Here, you can have it. What is this? You can have it. Y'all want some of this? Cool giveaway. Good food, good time, good energy.
Oh, what did you like on the menu best?
Why does it like her?
What's your favorite?
I like everything.
You like everything?
I had some beans and rice. That's right. The rice was bomb.
The rice was
probably the rice. The fish was good. The salad was good. The divine eggs were, of course, divine.
El Messiah Code.
Tea is always good. There's never enough divine eggs. I just put there out there. And I know Ramatough only had one. There's never enough divine eggs.
Now y'all know what? With the eggs, I saved them some. That's all reason they got some.
Because they would have been gone.
El Messiah Code. Who's his name you mentioned? Montier, what you just say? You mentioned
there
something.
was not enough divine eggs at
y'all
this
not gonna keep.
Yes, we are. We gonna keep bothering you about them eggs. It was something else that she said though.
Let me do it. I'm gonna make 3 dozen.
You know what? Don't feel bad. Bring your ass. Karmic Dynasty Unscripted. Jeffrey. You know, this the no excuse zone. Bring your ass. We got you. The table's still full. Bring your ass.
Jeffrey.
Hey, Jeffrey. Get him. Jeffrey, you supposed to be here. You supposed to be here. You missed the belly dancing class. Right. We done had so much fun. You missed the hustle. What's the hustle? Where the music at? Let me run the music on. What was that song we was rolling with? Hold on, I got it. Y'all missed the hustle class.
On the Gregorian calendar, sweetest day.
Oh, so he wasn't playing. Fraudulent Gregorian calendar year, sweetest day. So somebody here had asked me what's sweetest day. I was like, I don't know.
We don't
I done separated from the, and he was like, oh, I heard sweetest day was for men, and Valentine's Day was for women. I was like, I don't know. Hey, we gonna do the class, hustle class. Hold on, they ran it back. Hold up.
I had noticed I have hustle class.
It's right right now, live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
It was a beautiful day.
Don't feel bad. Bring your ass, Jeffrey.
If you come up here, baby, we have real Detroit house music.
Started off
Bring the real Detroit house music.
Let's roll, Jeff.
And now the ladies say, I like that. And now the ladies say, welcome to the champagne life, where trouble is a bubble in a champagne glass. Dreams and reality are one the same. And we gonna do it like this.
Got an addiction for life and this baby. Every day is my birthday, know what I'm feeling. And reserve the time I step from the city. Making my plans and just missing baby. And my attitude so chill and so crazy. My design is so make this so crazy. Baby, don't you dare act like you don't see me. Baby, I know you see me. It's all about their back all night. And the people say, this shit ain't right. Everything's okay. Okay. Said we play all night. We play all day. And this shit ain't right. Everything's okay. Just hold it up. Oh, baby, let's hold it up. Oh, shit ain't right. I've been out for
Y'all know I'm from Indianapolis.
And reserve time, that's how I
break the Michigan you on.
Nice meal and a good wine. Definition of a good time. Living out my dreams, watching them come true. Baby, I'm a boss, I don't know what they do. You put down the rock, come on and I'll take you. I know you want me to take you. So if I go from there back all night, and then people say, this shit ain't right. Everything's okay. Let's hold it up. Hey! Everybody, let's hold it up. Ooh, said it could be better all night. We play all day. This shit ain't right. Everything's okay. Let's hold it up. Oh, baby, let's hold it up. Oh, champagne life.
Hey. We don't even clap the same when you live in that champagne life. Sexier than a regular clap. Oh, it's party. Reserved for top notch. Bring it back.
Oh, that is all about their last night. Everything's okay. The shit is white. Everything's okay. Let's toast it up. Oh, everybody, let's toast it up. So we play all night. We play all day. This shit ain't right. Everything's okay. Toast it up. Oh, baby, let's toast it up. Oh, champagne night.
Hey, okay. Hey. All right, y'all. We is over here. We this what we do. Oh man. All right, y'all. We in here trying to figure out how to get Ramutef his Corona in the kitchen. We also in the kitchen. They dividing up the ice cream cheesecake.
And
I see the salad flowing.
Like and subscribe.
Apparently, I need some water. Thank you.
Like and subscribe. to our rest of our videos. And bye-bye. You better go before you miss the rest of our videos.
That's only one of the
Peace.
three altogether. Oh.
You're gonna show you more. You gotta watch it more. Don't want to miss it.
One yesterday.
If you don't want to miss it, you gotta like and subscribe and listen to our videos.
Hold on, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say it on.
Come on, say it. Peace, Kai. Peace. JC Freeman L. Peace.
Peace, Kai.
Peace, Kai.
Hey, Kai. Okay, so I just want to say something about that. I was not on the They Live live. I missed it, so I wanted to comment. Well, say me and my sister we watched it, and we wanted to say Ramatev, like thank you for
He want to come in.
about
He want to come in the studio.
Okay, we thank you for bringing up the fact that a lot of us are up during the nighttime because we be feeling like. Can they hear us?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay. We be feeling like we can't, we be feeling bad because we don't be wanting to go to sleep. We be up 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning just up and we're trying to, we watch, we be getting knowledge.
Ramatef, I sent the link, the invite in your messenger chat.
We be getting the knowledge, but we wonder why we can't get sleepy or we're not sleepy until late in the hours, or we want to get up early in the morning, 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning and get our day started, but we're still up. We can't go to sleep. So we end up now we're taking naps throughout the daytime because we've been up all nighttime. So we just wanted to say, I just wanted to say personally, thank you for bringing that to my attention. That is not just me. We are all the matriarchs are like, yes, Salima's journey is here. The young matriarch is here.
You didn't see nothing.
Everybody else in the kitchen.
And peace.
They in the, what in there? The red beans and rice? I
Red
see the
beans,
salad
rice,
moving.
and salad.
Y'all know what? The fish.
Nobody else is subscribing, but
Okay.
subscribe yourself.
Okay, y'all. The fish I made yesterday was named poke. It's great. Boy,
We cooked it with everything.
we cooked it with everything. Oh, here go Ramatef.
Peace, Ramatef.
Peace, Ramatef.
Love you too,
Ramatef.
Peace, peace, peace.
Peace, Ramatef.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We are upset. We are not happy or satisfied that you are not here.
Trust me, I am too.
Peace.
Yes. That's the mean everything.
I definitely should have been like, yo, somebody else take that 5-hour trip and grab me.
Yeah, we watched the They Live. We watched They Live. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we watched it. They Live, and the fact that you brought up when a lot of us are up during the nighttime. We was up. I think we were up about 2 o'clock when we were watching that live. So we had went back. First of all, Ramatef Clip on here. He doesn't have his picture up. We went back and we watched the live. We went back and we watched the movie. I did not know that movie was the movie that I saw as a child. I did not know the name of the movie when I was younger, but I only saw it once, and I never tried to watch it again because I knew it was something in that movie that I didn't understand, and I knew it was scary to me because I didn't understand. Like other scary movies, Tales from the Hood, all of those other Leprechaun, whatever. Those scary movies didn't faze me because I knew it was just something that they created. But They Live, I knew it had a different message in it because I seen him when he took the glasses off and it was something different than when he had the glasses on. So I never watched it again, but I thought about it, but I never knew what it was. So I was just like, okay, whatever. But then you brought it up and we watched the movie, and then we watched the live. So a lot of stuff resonated with us, and we wondered like about the plasma and the airplane. Like our mother, no, I won't get on the airplane. We like, okay, something is resonating with her that's telling her not to get on the airplane, and it's because of who she is. her DNA. So we're grateful for a lot of the information that you all brought on that live that
I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely. There's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch of them out there. Like for myself, just like yourself, there's a lot of movies I never knew the name of, but I know I've seen it because there's certain things that I do remember that stand out before I even like watched it. Before I even watched it, like currently, you feel me? Like
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of movies that have a lot of the same reoccurrences, but they do it in a different style. And then
Yeah.
that one, I don't even think that one has been remade yet, to my knowledge. No, it
Yeah.
hasn't.
For us, like
Yeah.
a lot of the movies that we watched and we know had a message in it, but we watched when we weren't paying attention to it. We're going back and now we're watching the movies, like even the TV shows. All right, we need to see what that was really doing with this magic, and now we're listening and we're seeing differently. We're seeing keywords and stuff that we didn't pay attention to before that's resonating with us now. Like, okay, so they was doing this. They was referring to something that they got from us. That's what we're just picking up stuff different now.
Oh yeah, definitely because it's like how you say you're seeing all the symbols now. That's the
Yeah.
main thing. Like seeing all those different symbols that be like, all right, so what's this? Why are they showing this? Why are they panning to that?
Right.
Oh, he had a great point when it came to this. And then you look into it, and like certain things that they talk about, if you like literally Google it, it's like something dealing with some type of history, some type of cult, or some type of I say age or era.
Yeah. Yeah.
From my own from my own understanding from watching a lot of the things that I watch. So
Yeah.
that one definitely. And then when it comes back to the topic, the one topic I had, I was talking about when I was letting people know, like, yeah, a lot of people probably don't even notice it or have noticed it, but a lot of the Hemets are, y'all all going through some kind of transformation. I just don't know what it is. I don't know if y'all going to be the women of the night or something. I don't know, but y'all are definitely resonating more towards the night than you are during the day.
Yeah,
And it
because I
makes you wonder
always
if that's where y'all switching over to.
yeah, because I know often like before it was I always been able to get up early in the morning time, well early during the day, like 6, 7, 8, or 9, and stay up and have all my energy and stay up past midnight. But with me having 3 children, it's like, all right, I can't do that. I have to be able to preserve some of my energy for them. But I know that my body, something else is telling me that I need to be up during the night and I need to be doing something during the nighttime. So it's like, all right, I'm just gonna have to rearrange my schedule for all of us, and then that's where it comes with the homeschooling. Be careful. Like it comes with the homeschooling, like I gotta schedule my nap now, I have to schedule me one or something because I have to get work done during the night. I'm more comfortable now being up during the night than I ever was before because I always say I gotta get at least 6 hours. I gotta get some rest. I need to be up early. I normally get up early, no matter how late I'm up. So I need to go to sleep. But now it's like I need to be up. I gotta get this work done.
And that's a lot of, and then you know how they say a lot of the old saying goes, a lot of magic happens at night type thing. So it's like a true statement when it comes to the Mets in this age right now. And a lot of y'all are literally, whew, a lot of y'all are really about to do some crazy work. That's a fact. It's
Yeah.
just that what type of energy you're gonna put to or bring to the masses. You know what I mean? It's literally like what is your role once you find out what it is. Most of us know that when it comes to dealing with the topic of discussion, matriarchal magic, and I heard a little bit of what either Salima or Cherie was speaking. I don't know who was speaking earlier, but one of them, whoever, I think it was Salima.
Salima.
And what she's saying is just bringing it back into its proper order. So, like for example, if I were to tell people that if we wanted to, and going by like certain comedic practices, all the elements change when it comes to dealing with elements itself, and then the ones that we have discussed as what they would call zodiacs, things of that nature. All their elements change if we literally bring it back to its foundation when it comes to dealing with Kemet in itself. You know what I mean? And if a next currently, if y'all were to, I say adjust to certain things, adjust to the cosmic flow, adjust to dealing with nature a lot more, dealing with not necessarily even nature, but just all aspects of life that helps you and those who you're connected to the world, especially when it comes to dealing with the what they call a sister circle.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's why it's
that's what
kind of
y'all pouring right now, which is awesome. And I'm like, how you say, I'm kind of spoiled on missing out on it. I ain't gonna lie.
I missed the last part.
No, I'm kind of spoiled that I'm missing out on it.
Oh yeah. It definitely would have been awesome if you would have been here. But we're definitely I know with me and my sister, especially me by me having 3 girls, I'm trying to be as natural as possible with any magic that I use. I'll just have them like not even for them to practice, just to let them know that nature is part of what we're going to be using. So I'll have them go gather some sand or get some little twigs or whatever it may. Crush this herb with the mortar and pestle, whatever, just little things to do. And they know that we're working with magic. Like with them, they they just do little silly things. They consider themselves, for lack of a better term, witches, and it's nothing that we taught them. It's something that they were already picked up themselves, something that they decided to do with my 3 daughters and my twins 1 daughter. They always together. So a lot of the stuff that they do, they already have a sister circle. So
Yeah,
now,
they got all 4 corners at that too.
yeah, and actually, our mother has 5 granddaughters. My oldest daughter I have 3 of the 5. One of my other sister has 1, and my twin has 1. And yeah, I have most of the power with the girls, but with all of them, it's 2 of them are 4. My youngest is my twins baby is 4. Well, she'll be 4 this month. I told her my daughter will be 4 next month. My youngest will be my other baby will be 5. Marie's baby will be 5. My other sister daughter turned 4, and my daughter turned 4. So it would be 2 5-year-olds and 2 4-year-olds with the girls, and then my oldest will be 10 on her next birthday. But they're all close at age, and they do a lot of the stuff together. So with my daughter, by her not having someone closer to her, I try to allow her to come in and mimic some of the stuff that me and my sister do, or watch us when we do stuff. So we're always mindful of the things that we do, and we always tell them like you have to be careful how you treat people or how you treat others, because you don't want that to you don't want someone to do that to you. Not giving them all of what karma is yet, but to let them know that basically what's done to you, I mean, what you do to others is done to you. So they're getting that young, and they're getting always doing good. So my oldest, she has a little more experience. I'm getting her into a little bit more than the younger ones. They are watching, but they're not practicing. But it's coming together for us. Like all of these women.
All these ones,
Like all the matriarch magic is already here. So everything that we do is gonna always be awesome. It's gonna always have good intent and good energy, strong intent. Just natural, or everything that natural. I mean, resonates with us. We want it to be natural. We don't want to do stuff that they said do. Most of the stuff that I do is something that I felt that I should do, not something that they said do. Like if I buy something from, like before I got into doing anything on my own, I used to go to the Catholic store downtown and get my spiritual baths. With hers, she said I don't read the Bible. So with her, she had scriptures that you had to read on it. I never read the scriptures. I always said my own little have my own little words that I said that I spoke for myself, for whether it's for protection or for cleansing or for good luck. Any of those vows, I always said my own, spoke my own intent, spoke my own words, because I didn't use the Bible, because I know what they put in the Bible was not always what it is actually supposed to be. So what's naturalist comes with me.
And then my whole thing is like, generation wise, a lot of the kids growing up now, including yours, I wouldn't say they're the lucky ones, but in a sense they're lucky because they're about to grow up with no religion.
Yeah, that's a blessing. Well, blessing. It's true. It's a wonderful thing to grow up with no religion and to grow up. Because I feel like we're going to go back to what we should have always been, with us using our natural magic, us teaching the generations after generations. So it's starting with us. We're bringing out the next generation, and when they grow up, they're going to have at least been 3 generations behind them that's picking up everything. Like, we're not doing this for anything. Everything is coming strong. I feel it. Oh, everyone is leaving, literally walking out the door. Gone.
No doubt, no doubt. Oh. Dang, I wish I would have been there for all that.
My sister's gone too. No, she's helping them out. Oh, she helping them. Yeah, they are gone.
Yeah, man. So it's like, so when it comes to
yeah, they on there though.
The things that you learn, since both of y'all are there, what did y'all learn today?
I learned that I miss Ramutef at my events.
Ramutef at the events.
Yeah.
I learned that. What did I learn? Because a lot of this, well, no, she gave a lot of information. She talked about how setting up your altar as natural as possible, not having a lot of glamorous stuff. You don't need all of that.
And fresh herbs instead of dry herbs.
More fresh herbs instead of dry herbs, because you're using fresh spells, fresh magic. So use fresh herbs with your baths. What else?
And there's different intentions and types of cleansing bath. There's when someone recommends or refers a spell or solution to you, they are the author, but it's up to you to individualize it, make it your own. And,
go with your own inspiration. That's what I got from.
Use it as the all-knowing source.
That's basically what I just said about me. When I picked up the spiritual baths from the candle store that I used to get them from, I never spoke the words that was she said read. I always said my own thing. So since you all are here, what did you learn from the matriarchal magic today?
No bad bitch magic.
Oh!
No bad bitch magic.
Hold on right quick. If we gonna go there, put this up
no bad bitch magic.
Parental
advisory. I was about to say, yeah. Parental advisory.
We ain't no sorry bro. We do what we do. Hold on, Ramon.
Be advised. Raw and uncut. So yeah, to the listening audience, today is definitely one of those great days. future wise months ago. Go right ahead.
I wouldn't, but I don't want to.
Say again.
Oh, peace. What I learned today was our magic has no boundaries. I didn't know that. I thought it was limits to our magic and matriarchal. I'm gonna skip that because sometimes I get tongue twisted on these words. But I thought alchemy and matriarchal magic was the same. In witchcraft, I thought that was the same. So I'm learning the difference between that. But you know, this just the beginning. We definitely gonna learn some more.
Oh yeah, it's a huge difference. It's like, cause like for myself, I understood that there's so many different types that nobody's gonna be able to master them all. There's no way. But it's the ones that literally that you can make your own.
Yeah.
You start from any basics, whether it no matter if it's dealing with well no, there is two different types. There's your, you know, what they call it? Pseudo and natural. There's pseudo magic and then there's natural magic.
Okay.
When you start to get towards natural magic, it's not like what people would think on TV and things like that, because that's a lot of the stuff that they predicate on, which is aka pseudo. But some of the stuff that they do actually do are how you say, introductions to a little bit of things here and there. So my for me personally, what I understood was when dealing with that type of words, spells, writings, sigils, sounds, vibrations, there's a huge difference when you use magic. So a lot of people don't know that in order to make it official, you got to learn how to say it in your mind as well as vocal at the same time.
Yeah. Okay.
If a person's able to do that, trust me, they're going to be like, oh my goodness, what did I just do? Because whatever they put their intent into, it will double back back to them.
Yeah.
Just that fast. Just that fast.
That's why I'm real careful of what I do, because I know you will always have good intention for everybody. Period. I don't care what it is. I'm just like, okay, I just still have good intention, even if you know we have our differences. I'm just like, then you don't need to be in my space. But I know that we're not supposed to do like blood magic and stuff like that. That's something I would never try. And I also learned today that everything is already within us. We don't have to listen to other people. We can make it up ourselves as long as we have that good intention behind it. It will work. But we just have to make sure we have that pure intention. But I didn't, we can just. What I mean by that is, okay, Joy Allen. She mentioned 2 different spiritual baths, or protection bath and a spiritual bath, but it's from my understanding is I can just look up an ingredients and then put together what I, would call my protection bath or my spiritual bath.
Correct.
So I did get that from tonight as well. Yeah,
I was hoping someone of us said that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Everything is already within us. Oh, what Joy Allen said?
Yeah.
I mentioned his spiritual bath in Pluto Nation.
Yeah. You were saying?
Okay. Yeah, because that's basically what it is. It's like the basics of making a spiritual bath ready is one. Of course, if you can use fresh, definitely use fresh. Whatever plants or herbs, well, plants and herbs the same thing. Plants, herbs, oils, certain type of amulets, candles. You gotta make sure that you do it yourself. Like when I did my I still do them. I call them my soul tie candles, where I take a certain concoctions of herbs and oils, making as like the intent. I use gree for the intent part. Whatever I speak into what I'm creating, that's what it's going to do.
Okay.
I put a lot of energy. I put a whole lot of energy in it because that's something that A lot of people that I know for a fact, including myself, when I did it for myself, a lot of people needed to do that. When it comes to making it, it's basically taking a white and a blue candle, making a certain type of mixture, put that, dressing or the, anointed the candle. Also, I have 2 incense and what else should I bring? Oh yeah, some Palo Santo and some frankincense, and you light that first so you can clear the air, clear the energy, get the smell good. Then before you get into the tub or whatnot, not even I'm talking about tub. I'm talking about spiritual bath, my bad. When you're doing a candle, you have to write it down, write your intent down. You make sure you don't put no names in it because it's going to backfire on you. So you write down your intentions. What is it that you're kind of clear from, and what are you trying to bring back to you for clarity back? And you would take the paper, not even ball it up, fold it up. And you light the 2 candles that's together, that's folded. You'll take the paper, you'll burn it, and you just let it sit there. When you go to sleep, when you wake up, or when that candle is done, the job is done. As the days go by, you're going to start feeling it, just like the spiritual bath. You're going to start feeling it because people want it to happen right then and there. No, 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 no. It takes time because one, your aura has been messed up for so long that it can't really. It needs a new fixing or it needs a cleansing. It needs something to get rid of all that. So that's why when it comes to doing the bath part, the other bath part, the one that I do, that one's basically for clearing a lot of that stuff of a person. Because if you look into a lot of the herbs that is given in the list, each one has a specific duty.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So if you notice, if you know each one's duty and what it's able to do, you're able to make anything that you want. But you also, the people who are definitely connected to spirits or to the ancestors in a sense, they definitely give messages of those types too, or they'll tell you like, oh yeah, you need this. Don't forget the egg. And you'll be like, why do I need an egg for? You know what I mean? But I'll be personally, when that stuff happens, I don't question it because I understand that the egg is symbolizing for something. I may be ignorant right now, but it's symbolizing something. So whatever's I'm feeling, that's what's supposed to happen. This is what's supposed to happen. Boom. And then there you go. And then as you learn what it does for you, then you turn it into your own and how you say share that magic with others. Because not just yourself that needs it or that cleansing, the other person does too. You know what I mean? That's how I always see when it comes personally to when it comes to magic. Magic to me is sharing your gifts. Because as you share them and as you put that intent in all that level of understanding of how to clear yourself from a lot of your dramas or a lot of your traumas. I said traumas. You'll start to see the magic happen. You start to feel the magic happen. You start to will that magic to happen. That's just from like how I always seen it ever since I got into it. Then there's other things like esoteric magic, voodoo magic, all kinds of crazy stuff. But whatever a person is able to do and work with, that's what they do. But you also got to understand that in that realm, there's a whole multitude of things. Like there's three major type of magic from my point of view, and this is dealing with astrological. So that's just dealing with the cardinal points. And each person knows, like if you're dealing with Wiccan, you're dealing with the Gregorian, you're dealing with the Western astrology. If you're dealing with like how they say Chinese medicine, things of that nature, then you're dealing with a different set of cardinal points, which is basically the seasonal change, like the ones coming up soon. Um, like when the sun goes into for winter, the sun will be in Sagittarius, but the rising will be Scorpio Ophiuchus. So that's how you would know the difference between major two major energies that we naturally flow on it, but we're being told certain things, like how they have the Chinese calendar or the Chinese New Year. That is a very important thing to remember as well. But at the same time, when it comes to their astrology part, that's a whole different story. It's very accurate, but not necessarily accurate because they too combine their stuff with the Western astrology. But if they were to actually go with the flow, then they'll understand that a lot of their stuff they will have to change, but they're not going to do it because it works. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's just like, when it comes to those sources, those type of sources that we use, that's the part that we got to get used to. Either the source of self or the source of other, how they say, how we say outside entities um or just deities, or the ones that we know, our ancestor. You got ancestor magic, and you just got magic, and now you got the matriarchal magic, which is something that should definitely be more used or practiced, because it's basically teaching our Hemets how to become themselves or transform into themselves a lot more comfortable than what others have been ever doing in their life.
Right. Yeah, because I never knew that there was a big difference. So she was explaining, Sister Salima was saying that matriarchal magic tap into other dimensions. Like that is something
Yeah.
good. But like I was saying, with me, I would never do anything to mess with anyone's will as far as magic. So I know I'm safe because my intent is always pure for anything. But I'm just learning, so I haven't done anything that I need to go back and undo or try to do over or nothing like that. So I'm glad I'm learning first before I mess up on anything.
Yeah, because that would not be fun. That would definitely not be fun.
Anybody else? Huh?
Oh, Ashton, they wanted to go. Ashton. Oh, sure.
Oh, peace.
Hold on,
Peace.
peace,
I appreciate
hold
you.
up. Hold up, Ramutel. Here she come.
Yeah.
She ain't playing with you, Ramutel.
There she is.
Peace, Ramutel.
Peace to you. How are you?
I'm excellent, and you?
Oh, I'm making it. I'm enjoying the love. That's a fact.
Yes. We were asking where you were at, and we were told that you couldn't get a rental car. So sorry about that, and catch you next time. Hopefully, next time be the best time.
Oh yeah, definitely. After everything that's been going on, definitely. So, what did you learn?
Well, I was the one that said no bad B magic, and we're not going to be conjuring any fornication or any of those type of things. But I also learned that we didn't have to always smudge with sage. That Salima showed us that another thing that we can do with cinnamon, smudging with cinnamon. A cinnamon stick, go to the Randazzo or your fresh food market and getting a nice piece of fresh cinnamon from there.
They got that one. You got Palo. You got
Palo Santo, yes, the Palo, of course.
Yeah, all kinds of like when it comes to cleaning off my stones, I always use Palo to clean them off. Well, I lie. I take a mixture of certain different herbs as the starter, and then put the Palo in to mix with it, and it becomes a very potent stuff. It's very potent.
Right. And she was also telling us that we can use honey and cinnamon together as something that we can put on the altar. Yeah, as I never thought about using honey and cinnamon, so that was something.
Oh, make sure you taste it. Always taste it. Make sure it's sweet. Don't ever put honey. Don't put any type of honey. Make sure it's sweet honey.
Right.
Taste it before you give it. Taste it before you offer it. Always do that.
Yeah. Well, you know, here in Michigan, we have Michigan grown honey here in Michigan where, you know, we have farms that we can go to our Randazzo fruit market and get Michigan made honey where they have the natural honey and it comes from their bees off of their farms. Yeah, so.
Oh man, that sounds like a plan right there. Like we have one out here, but it's not as major. Like a lot of people, there's only how you say only a certain select group of people only know about it, and then if you stop in the neighborhood and you find out about it, then it's like a secret. It's almost like a secret. It's funny.
Yeah. So Michigan, we have our apples, we have honey. I think they make lemonade, and of course it's seasonal. And once harvest time comes, they have big corn mazes and pumpkin patches here. So Michigan is a nice state to be in when it comes to harvesting.
Mm-hmm. I mean, since y'all like right there in that trifecta area of I don't know what type of weather I'm gonna have.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, when it comes to season changes, boy, that's something
The
else.
weather change. We have all 4 seasons in one day sometime.
Yeah,
Here in
yeah,
Michigan. Yeah.
definitely. Yeah, I'm glad that definitely got some insight because, and then it's like one thing I learned this from Ahmed I know she's one of my colleagues. So one thing I know when I tried smudging, there's ways of doing it, and then there's also ways of protecting your house and setting up the 4 corners of your house with something. She also taught me about a earth altar that you will have out front of your door. Like if you have like the double door thing going on, like you have 2 entrances to get in your house type thing. Before people walk into your house, especially if you got an apartment, before people walk into your house, you have an altar. That altar is like they call it the earth altar, from what she explained to me. And then as I'm studying it, it's more so it's like you have a couple of certain type of stones outside, and you also have an incense burner.
Yeah.
You take the incense and you leave incense outside your house, and then before people come into your home, they must light that incense so they can leave, so that all that whatever negativity bullshit they coming with, it ain't coming in this house.
Okay.
And if you can't abide by the rules of my house, then there's no reason for you to be here.
Right. I'm actually writing that down right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate her teaching me that because that's definitely something that's been very useful on my part. When I really don't feel like dealing with people, in a sense, I'll put it out, and it's just like y'all. If y'all see it, y'all trying to conversate with me. Y'all know the rules. Y'all know the rules of my house.
I have a tendency of putting salt at my front door. I only have one entrance, so I have a tendency of putting salt at my front door, and I have a sage burner at my front door, and I've been using blue sage. So I usually, when I put the salt down at my door and I burn my sage, a lot of people don't come around. So, I mean, I'm not upset about it. It just let me know that they weren't supposed to be in my circle.
They just like they feel something, and it's a whole warning. And then don't let them see that. Don't let them see that machete hanging out the side of the door either.
Right. Okay.
Okay. That's dealing with something else. But yeah, that's one thing that I want to share. Is more so on that level. It's like
that's it.
For people who want to literally bring structure to their home, as well as bringing nothing but a certain energy or a certain vibe that they only want in their home. That is the best way to deal with that. And if people don't respect it, That's how you know for real, like, oh, this is you're not really in the type of space that I'm been establishing.
Yeah.
So you need to just, stay out of my life completely.
Yeah, of course. I'm going through that right now with a few people who don't understand that we don't worship crystals and stones, and they keep trying to offer me crosses and stuff like that, and holy oil and all that. I said, well, we don't worship our crystals and our stones. Everything y'all offering me, y'all worship. You know what I'm saying? You giving me a cross with ashes in each four corners. I'm like, I'm not taking. I can't even take this in my house. Like, I can't. I gave it away. But
so then it's like, and another thing I wanted to bring to the table was dealing with sigils and learn how to create your own sigil.
Learn how to create my own. What'd you say?
Sigil.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to present to everyone. Learn how to properly make one, where it's literally dealing with the what I feel of our story. So when I look at a sigil, especially like dealing with we can say the hoodoo in a sense. We deal with they call them VVs in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
Those sigils that they leave behind when it comes to VVs are from our ancestors. So if they do it, why haven't we done it? We
Right.
use their sigils to call on them. So when our future generations find these sigils of our own, that's how they're gonna call on us.
Right. Is a runestone considered a sigil?
It is, but it all depends on your intent with it. If you're using it for divination, or if you're actually using it for protection, or to attack, or to attack, defend, or to cast any type of spell when it comes to either healing, protecting, sealing, those type of natures.
Well, I asked that question because I had made a few keychains and bought them with me, and they were epoxy runestones, and I passed them out. And I really didn't go too deep into what the symbols were. I just thought that whichever one that was picked or chosen, that will be the one for that person.
Correct. And then depending, what did you do? Like the Norse runes or which ones?
It was like I don't know. They look like the waterways, the oceani, the north, south, east, and west. The sun, of course. Lord.
But then you know about the evil eye, right? You're only supposed to give them. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to give them away, not never buy one for yourself. Always, if someone gives you it, that's the only time. That's the only reason why you should take it.
Right. Oh, I gave one away today.
Well, yeah, if you gave it, yeah.
Protection.
Don't ever buy it for yourself. Don't buy it for yourself.
Right. Well,
don't
I've
ever
never bought one, but I did get that. I do have it tattooed on me, and it was given to me by a man.
That's cool.
The eye on the back of my neck.
What's that mean?
Okay.
To watch.
But yeah, that's what I mean. Instead of you giving yourself it, have someone else give it to you.
You say that. What? Say that again.
I said never. Yeah, have someone always gives it to you. Don't ever get it for yourself.
Yeah.